Hey guys, so again, I'm Fancy, and this is Murder by Design. So this is our second part of our 24-hour end of the world party, as according to Lori Vallow, who is a complete cuckoo nut. Let me go ahead real quick and share this out to our other channels, and then we're going to jump in and actually talk about Suzanne Morphew. I know we normally do that at 2 o'clock, and I had tried to, but we found out that apparently you can only stream for 12 hours on YouTube and then actually take it. So we had actually done 14 hours. So I'm worried that maybe that last 2 hours didn't get recorded over there. I don't know, but it should be on Facebook regardless. But here, let me go ahead and share this out real quick. Hey guys. Thank you so much for joining us today. This has been a crazy wild ride. I have talked about all kinds of things already, and it's only 2 o'clock. So, okay, share, share to a page first, and I'm going to share it to the Good Wives Guide to True Crime, second part of the end, no, not the end of the world party according to Lori Vallow. Come join us. Copy. Publish there. Just give me one more minute, guys. And then So I want to share again. Write a post. Paste. Post. Alrighty. All right, guys. So here we are. We're back. And we were just talking about a Fort Hood soldier that they found, sadly. And apparently, I guess there's another one on top of that. Unbelievable. Bodies are stacking up over there like Lori Vallow was on base. Okay, so again, I said, I do not know a lot about the Susan Morphew case. Tori will be writing a blog post for you tomorrow that will be found on madgingerentertainment.com. And we will be talking about it in greater detail over here or possibly on our podcast or both. I don't know yet. But we're going to do a 15-minute just basic overview of this case. And if you have questions, I will take those, but I will try and get answers for you from Tori, who has really looked into this quite a bit. Okay, so I know, evil Fort Hood. Exactly. Fort Hood is bad. Okay, so Susan Morphew went out for a bike ride on May 10th, 2020 in Colorado and never returned home. Although she was both a wife and mother, she had been alone for this Mother's Day weekend. Although some find this odd, there are many families that do other things than celebrate the holidays together, and her children were adults, and they were off doing their own things. So her marriage had been described as a good marriage and that she was happy, but was she really? I mean, do we ever really know? I mean, you can go out and you can show the world your highlight reel, as many people do here on social media. But behind closed doors, it can always be a little different. I'm sorry, my hair is drying and I don't want it to dry weird, so I may flip it around a little bit as we do this. Okay, so her husband Barry was out of town for training, and he was a volunteer firefighter. And it was later brought out that there was not training where he claimed to be on that weekend. Her two adult daughters, Mallory and Macy, were on a camping trip together. When her daughters returned from their trip, they discovered the home empty. They had been trying unsuccessfully to reach her on the way home, and combined these two things caused alarm, and they reached out to a neighbor. So kids are worried. They decide to reach out to this neighbor. Police were called in, and they began a large-scale land search for any clues as to her whereabouts. The search team consisted of more than 100 law enforcement officers, 4 drones, and 8 tracking dogs. That's a lot, guys. That is a massive search for someone. I mean, massive. That evening, down an embankment less than a mile from her home, Suzanne's bike was found, according to family members. Police have stated on May 14th that they found a personal item, but have not disclosed yet what that item is, nor have they confirmed that it was a different item than the bike. There have been no other signs of Suzanne herself. The FBI and CBI have since been called in for assistance. So CBI is like the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. A lot of states have these. The TBI has been called in Tennessee, dealing with the Maggie Boswell case of the little girl who was found, missing originally, but found murdered, dead on her grandfather's property in a shed. And so the TBI is down there, and I've been talking with them quite a bit on that case. Unfortunately, we don't have a whole lot more updates right now because they're kind of playing that one close to the vest. Anyway, CBI was called in along with the FBI, and Barry put up a $100,000 reward for any information that leading to her return where she might be. So then a family friend who has remained anonymous doubled the reward, making it currently $200,000. The police have made no comments about the reward. And that's really interesting, guys. If they're not commenting about the reward, if the police are not talking about it, I've never seen that before. Like, that's odd, because that reward is what can get them tips to get them, to solve this case and find her and ultimately bring her home. So I think it's odd that they're not talking about the reward. I mean, I have my own thoughts on it, but it would be speculation at best, so I don't really know what they think about this. But anyway, the police have searched the home on 2 different occasions for clues as to what might have transpired the day she went missing. Barry didn't speak out to the media until his wife had been missing for a week. Initially, Suzanne's nephew, Trevor Knoll, was the one to speak, asking for any information and asking for her safe return. Mallory and Macy have not spoken out, nor have they been in the background on videos when Barry has spoken. Barry appeared to lack emotion when he finally did speak. What do you think, guys? Is Barry involved? Did he have something to do with her disappearance? Does he know more than he's saying? If you'd like more information and what we have to say on this ongoing case on Thursday in our blog, then check back on Friday and listen to our podcast as we go deeper into this bizarre case of a missing mom. Now, the podcast will be, later. We might do it on the YouTube channel earlier. But what do you guys think? I mean, do you think the husband did it? I mean, I have a shirt that says the husband did it. So maybe. I don't know. I looked it up. We were talking about the same soldier. I got the wrong date. I thought it was found yesterday. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you, Lee. So it's not another one. Good God. Thank God. I don't think she ever went on the bike ride. And I do think there is a good possibility that her husband is involved somehow. I have looked at the videos of him speaking. No emotion. It reminds me a lot of Madeleine McCann's father. Her mother was very emotional all the time, but he seemed to be rather stoic about things, and he showed no real emotions of sadness or grieving or anything like that. But he sure as heck could smile and joke around and have a good time while he was supposed to be, grieving the loss of his daughter or looking for his daughter. So I truly do believe that's kind of the same situation, that lack of emotion. Yeah, I've heard that she was going to leave him too, but I don't know if that's truth or not yet. Chris Watts. Yeah, it does seem a lot like Chris Watts. And I just started listening recently to the Chris Watts book that just came out by John Glatt. Now, I've talked about John Glatt a lot because he has written a lot of great true crime books. Now, I listen to him on Audible. The voice is a little annoying, but I can get through it. It's not terrible. But It's an amazing book, the new Chris Watts. It's called The Perfect Father or A Perfect Father. Super, super freaking good. I really enjoyed it. Or as much of it as I have listened to so far. But we were also listening to My Sweet Angel, I think, that was written by him about the Lacey Spears story. And we are working on a larger project for Lacey Spears. Unfortunately, the courts have been backed up there. And so we have not gotten all the records that we paid for yet. So we can't go forward with Lacey until we do that. But yeah, I mean, I really think he's a great author. You should check out his books, John Glatt. I can throw up an Amazon link here in a minute if you'd like, to Kindle and to other things. Let me grab an Amazon link for you guys to the book. You guys can grab that. Here it is, The Perfect Father. Alrighty. There you go, guys. I don't know if you get the same deal you get with the J. Reuben Appelman. Right now with J. Reuben Appelman, if you buy it on Amazon Kindle and like $11.99 on the book, you get an $8.99 credit. So if you buy the J. Reuben Appelman Kill Jar, you can get your $8.99 credit, and then the Kindle version of this will be rather inexpensive. So I would definitely suggest checking that out. Oh my goodness, I cannot talk. Holy cannolis. All right, guys. Oh my goodness. I don't even know where to go from here with all this stuff. There's just so very much. All right. Do you guys need more recaps on the Vallow case, or have you pretty much been caught up all through it? I do know that there are some things that happened just in the last couple of days that I'm going to cover real quick. But if you need a quick recap, please let me know. I'm going to message my girls real quick and see who's going to pop in here next, because I could use a little bit of a break, or at least somebody to talk with. I feel weird just talking to myself, even though I know you guys are chatting with me. I feel odd talking for this long. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so I do know there's some updates. Let me find them here in my wealth of crap on this case. There's so much more. I don't even have it all. Oh, okay. Christina is ready, so let me copy the clipboard. Go over here. Come on. Oh, there. Go. 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 Okay, you're not going to go. All right. Oh. You're kidding? Facebook has crashed again. I hate Facebook, man. They have become nothing but a problem. Okie dokie. Oh. What on earth? Okay. I can't even. Holy crapanola, what is going on? What in the world? Oh, good God. Okay, If you guys can hear me still, I'm not sure what the hell is going on here, but something just happened. I can't. Wow. Okay. That's fucking bizarre. Where am I calling? Okay. Okay, so I'm on my computer, which is a brand new computer. What the heck was that noise? And I just received some alert that said that something is happening with my registration and something. I don't know. I don't understand what this is going on. It says this computer is blocked. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I've never had a problem like this before. It's a brand new computer. I can't understand what you're saying, sir. I was online streaming a video. I just don't feel real comfortable with this. Mm-hmm. I don't believe. No. No. Yes, I have an antivirus. Okay, I am. Okay, so now I'm going to copy to clipboard. What the ever-loving hell is going on? Hi, Patrick. Are you Microsoft support? Okay, so this is the second time in 5 minutes because I called before and I hung up because I thought possibly this was some weird thing. But it is saying that there is a virus alert from Microsoft. This computer is blocked and I can't go online and do anything. And I'm getting very frustrated and it's very scary because I don't know whether to trust you guys or to trust what. I don't know. I'm very freaked out. It's a brand new computer. Like literally a month old. The most current Windows, I think that's Windows 10, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. It's a laptop. Yeah. Okay, guys, can you see me again? Have you been able to see me this whole time? That's okay. Let's edit and save changes and edit. Wait a minute. What am I doing? Okay. Okay, so we want to take it off. Delete on Facebook, remove. Save changes. Now we want to edit. We want to add it back. Save changes. Okie doke. All right, guys. I don't know what's happening. Now, something really crazy. You know what? Tricia had a weird virus the other day. Today, I'm having an issue. They literally blocked my computer from being able to be on the internet and tried to give me some crazy weird number to call so that they could unblock me. I mean, this is so weird. Thankfully, I did not go with anything because they wanted to, do a, yeah, weird. Yeah, see, I had the same thing as Tricia. So I had to run my virus protection and get Malwarebytes and get rid of this thing. Unbelievable. They tried to get me to call. They tried to get into my computer. I'm like, hell fucking no. I don't know who you are. I'm not doing that. So crazy story of what is going on. Weird, super weird. Oh my God, beyond weird. Okay, guys, so I'm back for a while. Christina is going to join me here in a minute and show us what's going on in New York right now as we wait for the Rapture. But hey, again, one more time, I'm Fancy, and this is Murder by Design. So, weird thing, guys. Who's all with me again? Who's all with me? Yeah, Lee, I don't know. I don't know what happened. This is super strange. I've never in my life, but thankfully I had enough good sense to not go through with them. They're like, this is support. This is how you get support. I'm like, I don't think so. And so then I looked it up, thank God, and I found out that it was a scam thing. So then I ran my virus protection and got Malwarebytes, and now I guess I'm okay again. Crazy, right? Unbelievable. So welcome back, guys. Christina should be with us in just a few minutes. That was quite possibly the strangest thing. I'm telling you, beyond strange. Really weird. Live now. Really weird. Okay. Alrighty, guys, and if you haven't hit like and love on this button on this broadcast, please do so, because I've got some people that just try to come over here and hit the down button for no apparent reason. They just are weirdos. So I would appreciate it if you would just hit that thumbs up button. And if you haven't subscribed or rung the bell, you're going to want to do that too, because you're going to miss out on a lot of stuff if you don't do it. So I hope that you guys are here to stay. I've enjoyed thoroughly all of you guys being on my stuff, and I've enjoyed you guys coming over here. Tricia is actually going to join me tonight at 8 p.m. So yeah. Guys, are you seeing me? I'm here. I didn't shut down. I mean, I did, but I'm not now. So, yeah. Crazy times, guys. Maybe there is forces at work here. I don't know. Perhaps they've used their porta potties as or their portal potties, as Robin so likes to say all the time. I think it's Robin who says that, right? You would appreciate an answer. Bonnie, I'm not sure what you asked, love, because I popped out. Oh, do I still maintain contact with Gypsy Rose? No, I don't. I never want to speak to her ever again. She's a nasty little girl. And if you like her, that's great. But she's been extremely nasty to me, all because I told the truth about her whole story that she didn't want told. So she was very mean to me and said rather nasty stuff to me. So no, I don't keep contact with her. Now, from time to time, I have spoken with Christy, her stepmother. But we really distanced ourselves last year when we released the entire interrogation video of Gypsy, and that really changed some of the thoughts and ideas that people had about her, including our own, which was very heartbreaking for us. And so we cut ties. Because we were always about truth, and they are absolutely not about truth. They are about their truth, but not the whole truth. And we were only interested in putting out the whole truth, nothing but the truth. And, good, bad, or ugly. And I told them that from the very start, and they didn't like that answer. So they didn't like what we did. They didn't like what we uncovered. And we're still uncovering things today. There is an entire 2-year period of Gypsy's life once she left Louisiana and went to Missouri that she's nowhere. She's in Aurora. There is no medical records, no nothing for 2 whole years. Right after they left and got airlifted out there, they don't show up again until they end up in Springfield in 20 whatever. I can't remember the dates. It's too many dates, and I've done so much since then. But I could look at it. But yeah, no, I mean, it's terrible. It was a terrible experience for us this last year and a half. So many different things happen. And if you guys want to know more about that, because I don't like to talk about the nasty part of that, we did a 13-episode podcast called The Good Wives Guide to True Crime Season 1. Season 2 is completely different, guys. I love Season 2. It's a wonderful, wonderful experience. We've had great people on. It's been fun and wonderful. But the first season was a 13-episode deep dive into the Gypsy Rose Blanchard case. It was very raw, very emotional, angry at times, happy at times, confused at times, sad at times. So we laugh, we cry, and we scream, and a whole lot of in between. There was a lot of emotions there, and we flip-flop between how we feel about things and everything else. Now, I'm not saying the girl wasn't abused. I totally believe she was. She is who she is today because of what she went through. But on that note, she is not a very nice person. And I don't think we've seen the last of Gypsy Rose Blanchard. So a lot of people that know her personally in the system have said the same thing, including law enforcement officials. We did an interview on this channel with one of the officers, the guards that was in the Greene County Jail with her. The things that she had to say about Gypsy were very, very interesting. Extremely, extremely interesting. But she can turn on you in a dime. I mean, if I were Christy and her sister, I would be very concerned about. She's very jealous. So if somebody comes between her and her daddy, I would not put it past her to do what she did before. Because, she's just been conditioned to be a very manipulative, kind of evil person. And that's really sad. But sadly, no, Bonnie, the answer to your question is I don't keep in contact with her. She called me the C word, and I pretty much thought that was rude. And so I stopped talking to her. So a member of our team still talks to her from time to time, Titania. So she keeps us in the loop. And like I said, I do once in a while speak with her stepmother. But all I can tell you is the story that they have told is not the real story. So there's a whole lot more to it. So if you'd like to know more about that, go check out Season 1 of The Good Wives Guide to True Crime on any of your favorite podcast players, or you can go find it at madgingerentertainment.com. Alrighty, guys, that's about as much as I want to talk about Gypsy today. I already had enough craziness going on today, and the Vallow case is enough for anyone to deal with. I am back. I had a weird situation. Windows, like this scammy Windows thing popped up and kept me from being able to be online. So I had to run my virus protection and then my malware, and now I'm back. Weird. I'm so glad that I didn't fall into that little scam, and I looked it up before I started letting them do anything. When I got to the point, the first time I hung up, then it happened again. And so then I actually called the number again. And as soon as he was like, well, I need you to do this, this, and this, and we'll be a secondary user. I was like, oh, no, you will not. No. no. But anyway, but just like, okay, Robin, so if you go check it out, just know, like I said, very emotional, very raw, very, very real, but very informative, 100% factual, based on all the documents, all the interviews that we've done, all the documents, everyone that we've talked to, all the medical documents, all the discovery files, all the 3,000 pictures that we have of the crime scene, all of that, things that nobody has ever seen before, is all put out in that podcast. We talk about it all. We even put some of that stuff into our Patreon account, and we've talked about putting more in there. We just have not done so because, I'll be honest, it put a bad taste in our mouth for a little while. We are still working on the scripted series about it, and we still are working on an after show for it. But anyway, but if you don't care about Gypsy Rose Blanchard, then please skip over season 1 and listen to season 2. It's much better. Much better. Anyway, so. All right, guys, it's midday, 3:00. I know Cheryl was going to come on today. Let me see what time she can do. I know she's probably really busy. She has been super busy lately, but I know she's going to come on here. And then Tricia will be on here at 8:00 tonight. So that'll be all right. Okay, here comes Christina. She's coming. All righty. Good. Yeah, it's heavy, Robin. It's very heavy. The Gypsy Rose Blanchard case was our first major case. We spent 4 years on it. It nearly broke every one of our hearts, and I almost walked away from true crime completely because it was so upsetting. So, okay, who's laughing? Who is laughing? I want to know. I want to know who's laughing. Christina, where are you? Christina. Yeah, we are too. I wasn't going to allow somebody, she's a murderer. No matter what she's been through, she murdered her mom. And I'm not going to let a murderer treat me that way. She literally even said that I would never work in the industry. She would ruin my career. I'm like, honey, you are a murderer. How are you going to ruin my career? I thought it was really funny. Okay, Christina, I know that you're coming, but where are you? We're waiting. Where are you? I've said that. I don't see her. Oh, she's typing. How do I flip the camera? Okay. There should be a little swipey thing. Looks like 2 arrows. She's trying to figure out. So, okay. So she, she's not that important. Christina doesn't like to be on camera. She's got some phobias of it right now. We're working through that with her. So she's trying to figure out how to turn her phone around so that she can see the outside world and not her face. So, we're looking for her. We're waiting for Christina. Very technical. I like it. Oh, there she is. Oh, but it says device is not connected. Okay, add to stream. Oh, there we go. Here she is, guys. Here she is. Okay. Hey, girlfriend. Christina, can you hear me? Girly, I can't hear you. You got to put it on speaker or something, or put your headphones in. Hello? Bueller? Okay, let me type to her. Hey, can you hear me? Christina? Nope. Nope. Wait, she's back. Oh, nope. Oh, that's what this day is like. Let me tell you. Okay, here she's typing to me. Oh my God. What a nightmare. Nope, it kicked me out. Okay, try again. She's having technical difficulties picking up Wi-Fi. I don't know what's going on with her. Hey guys, this is just this day, man. Just this day. Oh my goodness. Perhaps the portal is getting her. It might be providing, it might be doing interference. Okay, here she comes again. Okay, let's see here. At this rate. Okay, I can hear you this time. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yay! I think the portal was in the way, Christina. I think you were heading too close to the portal.
That's probably what it was. It was probably trying to suck me in. But
yeah.
How do I turn it around so I can show you guys the traffic over here? I have my mask.
Okay. Do you have like a little? There should be like a little arrows that go around in a circle, almost like that you can hit, and it should turn your camera around.
I don't see that. How come I don't see that?
I don't know.
What if I just do this? Can you guys see the street?
Yes, we sure can. We can see the street. Yes, we can.
Okay, so basically everything here in Brooklyn, New York is business as usual.
Oh no, you're frozen.
The Rapture.
We're back. Yeah, I don't see anything crazy going on. There's no zombies walking around. Looks pretty clear in the sky there. Not very much traffic though, but I mean, we are in the middle of a pandemic, so I mean, it's inconvenient that was happening during the Rapture, you know.
Yeah. You see, we got the buses going by. It's pretty much a regular day over here.
Have you heard anybody talking about it? Is anybody saying that that their friends were raptured? Nope, she's frozen again. She must be getting raptured. Oh my God, Christina, walk away from the zombies. She needs more tinfoil. That is it. She needs more tinfoil. Christina, you need more tinfoil. You need more tinfoil, Christina. You need more tinfoil. You don't have enough to protect you.
I think that might be it. I think I have to go home and get some more tinfoil. But I just wanted to check in with you guys really quick and show you what's going on over here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a normal day there. So I don't think there's any rapture going on there yet. Now, if you start to see anything coming down or going up, please let us know so that we can make sure that we tune in for it, okay?
I definitely will.
Robin says that she thinks all the portal potties are clogged.
That sounds like a definite issue. Is there a portal plumber?
Is there a portal plumber? I'm not quite sure. Is it a zombie hunter or I don't know I don't know the right protocol for the end of the world. I just really don't.
Yeah, we're winging this. This is new to us.
I mean, they did say that Y2K was going to kind of wipe us all out at that point and the world was going to end, and that didn't happen. But it wasn't a god and a goddess telling this that. It was just some random people, right? So tech people. So I don't know. But this time we've got messages from people who think they're gods and goddesses. So, I mean, I would think that would be more reliable, but maybe not.
Yeah, you think they'd be a little more on point, right?
I would think so, but I don't know. Okay, so you're gonna hop off here, and I'm sorry, guys.
I'll talk to you guys soon.
Okay, bye. Bye. Dumping it. I don't know what this guy is doing. It's super annoying, but he drives my dogs crazy. Let me tell you, it's very, very irritating. I hate it. Okay, so it's okay, Christina. You're good. You're good. So, guys, Christina checked in with us. New York seems to be doing okay. No Rapture stuff going on there. Looked like, just a normal day in the neighborhood there. So I don't think that there is any Rapture taking place at this time. I would really think that Christina would not have missed it. So, oh, you live in a zoo. That's nice, Robin. You live in a zoo. Fabulous. No, I just have 2 dogs. They're just very noisy when this guy comes up and down with all this crazy crap. I'm telling you, weird guy. Let me tell you, there's a feud between him and his brother over a property line. It's nuts. It's nuts. Okay, so let me see if I can pull up. Let me minimize this a little bit, and I'll pull it over like this so I can still see you guys. And I need to go back to that view, and then I am going to try and pull up. Oh yeah, it is awful. Okay, so okay, so we're going to go with a not guilty plea first. So I'm going to read a little bit of this here. This is hilarious. Oh my God. Okay. So this is the enter of the plea of demand for pre-trial and jury trial. And basically it is Lori's not guilty plea, right? And the very first part of this starts off. This is funny. You guys are going to listen. You're going to love this. So here comes defendant, Mr. Lori Noreen Vallow Daybell. Hereafter defendant, Mr. Guys, and here comes defendant. That is a weird way. I have never seen that kind of freaking language in a plea agreement or a plea thing. I've never seen it on any type of thing like this. The only time I've seen anything weirder would be the Tiger King in the power of attorney, where it said in the event of his disappearance or death, which is the weirdest, strangest thing I've ever seen there too. But okay, so here comes defendant, Mr. I guess is she because she's a god, she doesn't have a real, Mr. or Mrs. I don't know about that. Okay. Mr. Lori Noreen Vallow, hereby defendant, by and through her attorney of record, Mark L. Means of Means Law Office. She does not have the best one, by the way, guys. This attorney is not a great attorney. Request that all filings be served on her attorney as set out above. Defendant enters a plea of not guilty to count 1, 2, and 3 of the amended complaint filed in this matter. Defendant demands this case be set for a pretrial and jury trial. So basically, she's pleading not guilty, and she's wanting to have a jury trial, and she wants a pretrial done already. So now court lacks jurisdiction. So this is the affirmative defensive. So they're saying that the court lacks the jurisdiction regarding personal jurisdiction. Court lacks jurisdiction regarding subject matter jurisdiction. Improper services of process. Defendant did not knowingly violate any order. So she didn't knowingly run off to Hawaii while her children were missing and she was told to produce them. Yeah, she didn't knowingly violate any order, guys. Absolutely none. Inability to comply. Yeah, of course you have an inability to comply. You can't produce children that are dead. In regard to count 1 and 2 of the amended complaint, the solicitation and or resetting and or obstructing an officer is a lesser included offense of the others as the same set of pertinent facts. So basically they're saying that those should be thrown out because they're exact same part of the other charges. This is wackadoo, let me tell you. Defendant expressly reserves the right to assert additional defenses once the state has complied with discovery requests in the cases. So full of crap. Yes. Defendant is in no way is waiving her Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination by assertion of any and all affirmative defenses. Okay. And now she's back to Mrs. So comes now the defendant, Mrs. Lori Vallow, defendant by and through her attorney of record, and moves this court for an order of reservation, extended period of time to file, assert affirmative defense in this case, as discovery responses are partially outstanding. Let me pull up the next page here, guys. So we're on page 3. This woman kills me. And I hadn't looked at this yet because I wanted to look at it with you guys. Move this over just a little bit so I can see. No, go back. Okay. So let's see. Is this the same? Yes. Oh, okay. So they're asking for reduction in current bond. Defendant asserts felony charges regarding previous bond settings were dismissed, and such bond should be reset to reflect current charges evident in the newly filed amended criminal complaint. Defendant requests this court to review applicable criteria under criminal statute and criminal rule as it pertains to bond reduction. These people are killing me. I mean, killing me. The defendant respectfully requests oral argument on this motion before their Honorable Judge Mallard. They want a change of venue. They request for a pretrial. Defendant reserves the right to file at a later time a motion to change venue. So they're reserving the right to change venue. I guarantee you they're going to try to change venue. I hope the judge does not allow that to happen because, wackadoos, seriously. But I don't know how they're going to get a judge of, a jury of their peers at this point that don't know this whole story that's unfolded in the media, because it's been crazy and everyone across the entire world has followed this. I don't even know if they could go to like another country and get a better change of venue. It's insane. Absolutely insane. Hey guys, if you're here with me today, we're talking about all kinds of true crime stuff as we ring in the end of the world, according to Lori Vallow. Now, we just got an update from Christina, one of my co-hosts on the Good Wives Guide to True Crime podcast, which you can find on any of your favorite players, podcast players. We just got an update from Christina in New York. She showed us the skies are clear. The buses are still running. People are still driving. It looked a little barren, but I mean, we are in the middle of a pandemic and New York has been hit pretty hard. So I can understand people staying home there. But, I mean, she lives in a pretty big part of it. She lives in Brooklyn, and she lives in the heart of the city. So you would think that there would be a whole lot going on if the Rapture were hitting us right now, but doesn't seem to be happening. I don't know. Maybe they got faulty information. Maybe there was a problem with their portal potty and they got the wrong information. I don't know. I mean, closets aren't the best portals in the world, I would say. I think there would be much better portals out there. I would think that maybe a forest, a secluded forest, maybe, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a portal person. I don't really run through them very often, but I would think that the closet is not the best portal. I don't know. Just saying. I'm just saying. So, alrighty, guys. And I am wearing my #LoveWins shirt. I'm sure you've heard me talking about it. So if you want to know more about it, please let me know and I will explain all about it again. But it's really super cute. It's in honor of all the lives lost in 2020. Okay, so that was one of the newest things that was filed. Some of the other things that have been filed lately is, okay, you guys vote. Amended complaint on Chad first, or would you like to hear about the Bordeaux court proceedings? Because that is Melanie P. And I can't say her. I think it's Pulowski. But Melanie P., which is Lori's niece, not the friend Melanie Gibb that was on Dateline. The niece, Melanie P. That's her niece. I'm sorry. I'm looking at what you guys said. I wonder if they would rather have Mormon jurors or non-Mormons. Gosh, that's a really good question, Lee. I'm going to pop that up on the screen and let people decide what they think. Let me know what you guys think about this. I'm going to tell you what I think. I think non-Mormon. Non-Mormon. Yeah, I really think it would be better if they were non-Mormons because I think the Mormons would have a really big problem with a lot of their the ideology that Chad and Lori put together for their little cult. I don't think they would take kindly to that. They don't believe that there's, tons and tons of God and, all of that stuff. They just don't believe that. So it's just interesting to me that I think that's a great question. I think I would say non-Mormon jurors. That's what I think. Robin Swan says that, well, I'm a Mormon and I think it would probably be better if they were not Mormons. And I think that's probably the best consensus. I think that's what both, I think the defense attorney is going to go for that. I think the prosecution might be well suited by having some Mormons on the jury. It might be something that comes up in voir dire when they're questioning jurors for suitability. It might be something that the different attorneys are looking at as criteria. I would definitely think that would be happening with them. So let's see here. Just thinking. Fun. Yeah, I think that. That's such a great question. Thank you, Lee. You guys ask such good questions. I like you guys so very much, all of you. I'm so glad to have you guys here. We have had a great time chatting with you guys over the past couple of weeks since you came over here. I'm going to go with the Bordeaux court proceedings and read some more of that stuff because it's kind of interesting. Hold on. I think this one includes both pieces. Okay, so let's go here. Okay, so this is a portion of the court proceedings in the custody trial or the custody case between Melanie and her husband. So I'm going to read this here. There's a couple things that I think are of note, but in her motion, mother alleges that father knowingly provided false statements to the court regarding his ability to locate her and serve her with his motion for temporary orders. The court does not find that father misrepresented any material facts regarding his lack of knowledge about mother's whereabouts. She abruptly moved to Idaho in late October or early November 2019. No duh. She did not provide him with her new address. Her husband's notes specifically state that she did not want to share her full name with his ex-wife or anyone for fear that Brandon may locate and harass her. And the evidence shows the service was effective because mother knew about the December 11, 2019 hearing date, even though she failed to appear for that hearing. So it seems to be a common thing within this family that they just don't show up when they're told to. I guess they think that the rules and the laws don't apply to them. Maybe that's because they think they're gods and goddesses. I don't freaking know. So mother also contends that father misrepresented facts to the court during the December 11, 2019 hearing regarding her communications with father regarding the children. In his motion for temporary orders, father alleges upon mother being notified of the attempt on father's life. Father found it odd that mother did not reach out to express concern for father. Exactly. Like, you know what? If my husband and I got divorced today, okay, and I'm not saying that. I'm not divorcing my husband. But if we were to get divorced, because there was a period of time that we were separated and we're struggling, right? If we, during that period of time that we were separated and struggling, if I found out that there had been an attempt on my husband's life, I definitely would have reached out. I would have made sure that he was okay, just based on the fact that he's the father of my children. For no other reason. I don't know. So in addition, mother has never expressed concern for the safety of the children while in father's care following the attempted murder of father. Which one would think would be a natural response to a situation such as this? Mother has not presented any evidence to the court showing that this statement was false. The motion was filed on October 18th, 2019. That's an interesting date. She sent father a series of text messages asking about the children on November 1st, 2019, 2 weeks after the father filed his motion. And during the December 11, 2019 evidentiary hearing, father acknowledged that he had received a communication from mother inquiring about the welfare of the children. The court does not find that father misrepresented any material facts regarding his communication with mother in the motion or during the December 11, 2019 hearing. So, just going to eat some hot ice cream. That sounds good, Robin. Hey, babe, you want to eat ice cream?
It's a little early in the day.
It's a little early in the day, but I mean, it is the Rapture day, babe. So this might be the last ice cream that you get to eat.
Last chance?
It might be the last chance. I mean, I did laundry yesterday, making sure that I had clean underwear because my mother always told me you don't want to die without clean underwear. So,
you don't want to go to the hospital.
You don't want to go to the hospital. Well, my mom told me you don't want to die without it either. So, I don't know. Anyway, okay. Back to the proceedings here. So, mother also contends that father knowingly made a false statement to the court that he believed that mother was hiding from law enforcement. No, nobody in this family hides from law enforcement. What are you talking about? As a result of the attempted murder of father, no evidence was presented showing that the statement was false. Mother has not presented any evidence that she provided her address to father when she lived in Idaho. And based on testimony during the July 1st, 2020 evidentiary hearing, it did not appear to the court that she had provided him with her new address in Arizona until her husband testified about their current address. My mom told me the same thing about clean underwear. Yep. See, that's why Tori splurged on a chocolate croissant this morning. I may have to, once I read this, I may go grab me some ice cream. So, okay. It did not appear to the court that she had provided him with her new address in Arizona until her husband testified about their current address. Based upon the totality of the circumstances, the court does not find it unreasonable for father to have believed that mother was actually hiding from law enforcement. Oh my God, that's priceless. Mother also contended that father made false statements in other filings. Now, guys, just remember we are talking about Melanie P., Stacy's daughter, and Brandon, her husband. This is not Lori and Chad or Charles. So just so you know, just keeping you updated here if you're tuning in. So, mother also contends that father made false statements in other filings. The veracity of those statements will have to be determined at a later date since no persuasive evidence was presented regarding any of those statements during the July 1st, 2020 hearing. That's because she ain't got no evidence. There's no evidence, ma'am. No evidence. Hi, Karen O'Leary. Okay, going on. Oh my goodness, this is a mess. Mother has failed to demonstrate that father made misrepresentations to the court. Hold on one second. I do need to message someone real quick. Okay. So mother agreed that father could keep the children when she announced her abrupt move to Idaho on October 14th, 2019. Jesus, this sounds just like the other one. I guess like aunt, like niece. I don't know. Runs in the family. So although she inquired about the children of November 1st, 2019 and appeared at father's parents' home in Utah on November 12th and 14th, 2019, presumably for the purpose of seeing the children, she did not seek any relief from this court regarding her parenting time until January 27th, 2020. She knew about the December 11, 2019 hearing but failed to appear for that hearing. Yes, do I just go on the StreamYard link? I was thinking of getting the mail and going and getting a Coke from McDonald's. Yes, ma'am. Sent a new link a few minutes ago. Alrighty. So, she knew about the December 11, 2019 hearing, but failed to appear for that hearing. She could have sought relief from the court in November 2019, and she could have appeared for the December 11, 2019 hearing. But instead, she waited until January 27, 2020 to seek intervention from the court. Accordingly, mother's contention that father has improperly withheld the children from her is misplaced. Ooh, you got your wine ready, Ranch? It's a little early here for me with wine. I'm going to do that when I come back in a little bit. I think Colleen's going to take over for a little while. I think she's going to go get the mail and go grab a Coke and let you see what's going on in Wisconsin right now. So let me get through this, and then I think Colleen will be with us in just a few minutes. So mother also denies that she had anything to do with the attempted murder of father. However, father presented persuasive evidence that controverts her testimony. The court will reserve final judgment on that issue until after all the evidence is presented during the upcoming trial in November. For all these reasons, it is ordered in bold freaking letters denying mother's motion to hold petitioner in contempt for his misleading and false statements made to the court. What a psycho. This family is just full of lunatics. Lunatics. I just don't even understand. Hey, Ranch, what kind of wine are you drinking? I drink Moscato, and I definitely will be having a glass of that a little later tonight. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Okay, I'm live on air for 24 hours. I should have relief here in a few minutes and we'll call you back. Sorry, that's my publicist. Ranch, you didn't answer me. What kind of wine are you drinking, girlfriend? Tori, how is it looking down in Lexington? Are you still with me, Tori? Tell me how it's looking down in Lexington. I'd sure like to know. Alrighty. Come on, Pauline, my darling girl. Oh, okay. She's typing. Come on, Colleen. Where are you, girlfriend? Do you need the link again? Here, I'll send the link again. Okay, she's just trying to figure out how long she's going to be on here with you guys. Are you meaning reggae red wine, Lauren? Yes. Oh, Colleen is here. Oh, no, Tori is here. Hello, Tori.
Hey, I'm still here.
I can't hear you. Hey, girl, what's up? Tori's down in Lexington, Kentucky, guys. Yes, I can hear you now.
You hear me now?
Yes.
We're still here, both of us. Although I gotta tell you, it's been a weird day.
I'm hearing rumblings, guys. Oh boy, rumblings in the sky.
Skies are pretty clear here. A little bit of clouds, but that's about it here.
Dude,
it's been a weird day, though.
I've had my weird day.
My dishwasher overflowed, bubbles all over the kitchen floor. Never in my adult life has that happened. And my laptop broke. So I was getting ready to send it in. I tried to wipe it. It will not factory reset. Every time I try it says it won't do it. It cancels it, which is crazy. I mean, how do you not factory reset something? So it's been, I had a nail in my tire this morning that went in sideways. I don't know how you get a nail in sideways. So it's been interesting.
Yes, Arby, some of the kids were considered dark and zombies in Melanie's. Yes. It has been a weird day, Tori. Did you hear that my freaking PC decided to tell me that Windows was blocking it? It was a scam alert that somebody was trying to get me to allow them. Oh yeah. Yeah. I realized it was a scam. I called them the first time, heard them talking, and I was like, this seems weird. Then it happened again, and so I was like, all right, I'll call them back. Perhaps this is the same thing. Then they started trying to tell me they wanted to get on my computer, and I was like, no, that's not happening. So I hung up, and then I researched it, and I was like, oh, okay, it's malware. Let me get Malware Bytes to take care of that. Oh my God, it was right in the middle of me talking. It just. Guys, that is Roman. He is the cutest little guy. He is, 3 months old now? Look at his red hair.
3.5. Oh. I know. I think he has red hair. Yeah, he's 3.5 months now. He's tiny, but he's 3.5. Say hey, everybody. Say hey, everybody.
Oh, hi, Roman. He's so cute. They're all saying he's adorable. Okay. So, but yeah, I mean, there's rumblings outside, but now it's really clear again. So it's kind of strange. But yeah, very strange day for sure. For sure.
It has been all day. It's been everything. It's so crazy. I'm one of those people that I have to set 30 alarms to get up in the morning. Yeah, I'm one of those. So on my phone, I have 3 or 4 different alarms, and I have this called puzzle alarm. It's set. I literally have to do. Let's see. I have it set for a maze on one of them. I have to do 3 or 4 different puzzles before the alarm will shut up. One of them is a maze where you swipe on your phone up, down, left, right, and halfway through the maze it switches. So up is down, down is up, and then it switches back, and it switches 2 or 3 times, and I have a time limit to finish it. So I've got this crazy maze. I've got this equation I have to do. I have to do a remembering the sequence kind of thing. So I've got all kinds of things to get myself out of bed in the morning. And this morning, I slept through every single one of them and must have turned them off in my sleep. How do you turn a maze off in your sleep?
I don't know how you turn a maze off in your sleep, but I called you at least 21 times, my phone says. 21 times. Because I was so worried. You needed to get up, and I knew you needed to get up, and I kept calling, and I wanted to go to bed, and I couldn't go to bed because I was trying to get up.
I know when I went to sleep, I was hearing Facebook notifications and text message notifications and all kinds of stuff. So when I went to bed, my ringer, my sound was on. When I woke up late this morning, everything was off. And we even lost power last night for just long enough for everything to shut down. So I had to reset my stove, my microwave, all of that, all the power flipped off.
Oh my God.
Crazy.
So crazy. All right. Well, are you going to hang out?
Hey, Colleen, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm here today with my. Oh, well, we'll go. How do I turn it?
Can't see you.
How do I turn my camera on?
What is wrong with you guys and not knowing how to turn your cameras around?
Here we go. I'm here with my kitty.
With your kitty.
It's a
cute.
Faith.
Oh, he's so cute. What's his name?
Her name is Faith.
Her name is what?
Faith.
Faith. As in what you have in God, right? Faith in God? Yeah. So
yes.
Faith. Okie doke. Well, Tori, are you going to hang out a little bit longer, or do you need to get back into the kiddos?
I've got to get back into the kiddos. I just thought I'd jump in and say hi real quick.
All right. Well, if you want to come back later, you're more than welcome. So, all right, guys, I'm actually going to turn it over to Colleen for a little while. I'm going to take a little break. I might take a nap. I'm certainly going to drink some wine in a little bit, and we'll have a good day. So, Colleen, it's all you, girlfriend. I'm going to still be on here When you're done, if you just want to exit out or whatever, that's fine. And then just message me and let me know. But she's going to hang out. She's going to talk Vallow with you guys. She might talk a couple other cases. Who knows? We've been talking about Fort Hood today. We've been talking about the Vallow case, obviously. We also talked about, oh, Tori's back. We also talked about Suzanne Morphew. That's the other one. Okay. Hey, Tor, what's back? You're back.
I'm back. I was trying to tell you I was going to jump off, but I got cut off again. So weird.
That's okay. If you want to jump back in, you've got the link, so you can always come back on and just message me before, and I'll click you in. Alrighty. See you later.
Absolutely.
Bye.
Have a good one. Bye,
All right.
guys.
Bye, hey guys.
Okay. Alrighty, guys. Then Idaho, they're having red flag warnings, meaning high fire risk. We've been talking about what a strange day it has been today, too, Colleen. It has been bizarre.
I totally believe it. I think that today is just going to be a crazy day, even though I don't think the world is ending, but for some reason, the rest of the world thinks it may be.
Colleen, I'm telling you, we had spiritual senses while I was sleeping happening. I'm telling you, weird stuff has been happening today. Then I had a virus on my computer all of a sudden just randomly popped up. It's just all strange. Totally strange. Totally strange.
Well, I read that, and I watched a news segment from the show that I watch in India about how China has now hacked into several major U.S. things, and also stuff in Australia and Britain and Switzerland and all over the world. And that now, so the U.S. yesterday, I think they decided that China has to close their consulate in Texas, and most likely will be made to close their things in California and New York.
And they were burning their building.
Yeah. And so it's I think that, or we all thought back in January that World War III was going to happen with Iran after the Soleimani bombing thing. Mm-hmm. But I'm pretty sure it's going to be China, especially after the whole the tariffs and then the ship embargo and the battleships.
I think it's looking more and more like that this virus from there did not come here by accident. That's what I think.
I don't know.
It's just getting crazier and crazier. Every day we wake up, it's stranger. Hey guys, Tori has 6 kids. So she was outside, and there's a storm coming as I speak here. And there's literally no dark skies, nothing. It's just beautiful outside. Here, I'll turn around so you guys can see. Look, pretty outside. Here, let it focus for a second. Pretty, beautiful sky. No weird clouds or anything, but there is rumbling, shaking my house.
That's crazy.
I know. I'm telling you, today has been a nutty day. Like I said, when we get off here, I have to go back and review the video from while I was sleeping because, dude, there was noises all night long, and it was just me and my husband and the 2 dogs here last night. And the dogs were in with me. My husband was in his own room because we sleep different bedrooms because of my fibromyalgia and the problem with my leg and everything. So he was in his own room, and so there was all kinds of noises. And then at 8:30 in the morning, I slept through 3 phone calls from Tori. So Tori slept through 21 phone calls from me, turned off her puzzle alarm twice, and no idea how she did that in her sleep. She does not remember it at all. Slept through 21 ringing tone from me. And then she finally got on. I went to bed. And so I was so exhausted that I fell asleep. And I didn't hear 3 phone calls from her. And you know how I am with phone calls.
Yeah,
you answer phone calls. I always answer phone calls.
No matter what time it is.
Do not hear Facebook messages or text messages or any of that. But if it's ringing, I generally answer it. Didn't answer. So she couldn't get back on to do stuff after the Robin, we all do. We all think something's fishy there. But we all have our different opinions on it. But we all definitely agree that something is weird. So I did not hear Tori's phone calls, so she couldn't get back on to do her stuff after sunrise because she was going to continue to keep talking because she was driving, And then at 8:30 in the morning, I heard a crash that woke me up because it was on my feed. And I was playing the feed next to me while I was sleeping. And I had heard Tori talking at one point. I heard all that. And then I didn't hear anything for hours. And then that crash at 8:30 in the morning, I come out here. Nothing is out of place. My dogs were still in the room with me. My husband was sound asleep. Nothing was going on. But, oh my God. No, not right now. I'm going to get off in a second. Now I can answer phone calls. It's raining in Boise right now. That's fun. So I come out here to find out what the crash is. Nothing, literally nothing has happened. There's nothing amiss. No things fallen over. My hat was still in the same place. My little tinfoil hat, which you haven't seen yet. And I think
have not seen that.
I will go get it in a second. When I finish my story, I'll run back and get that, and then you can take over for a little while. So I come out here. My camera angle was completely, totally in a different spot.
That's fucked up.
Crazy, right? No, I'm not at the mall. No.
Today would not be the day to go to the mall.
I was going to go to the mall, and then I found out my daughter actually worked till 5, and so no, I'm not at the mall. No, I'm not.
I slept horribly last night, and then I woke up at like 5:30 in the morning, and I took Benadryl to try to fall back asleep because I'd only gotten like 3 hours.
Right.
And then I woke up again around 9, and that's when I texted everybody.
Right.
But then I got this like weird sound in my ear, and I had earplugs in, and it was something where it almost sounded like my teeth had scraped together, but my mouth was like open because I was talking. And it just literally was like a weird, sharp, like a jolt. Like, the sound like a TV goes when it like gets static. It was like that. And it was like, what? Why? What's happening? So that was weird. That was my weird moment so far.
Seriously, it's been totally weird and strange here. Let me go grab my hat real quick. Then I'll turn it over to you, and you guys can chat for a while and have some fun, play with your cat, and show us what's happening in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
I will be back. I will be back.
So you guys, Faith is super adorable. She has a sister. Her name is Hope. Hope is probably chilling, sunbathing. But we know it's Faith because she has this little Hitler stash on her face, where show the camera, little Hitler stash.
Okay, looky.
Oh my God.
That's one accessory. Let me put another one on. I have a unicorn horn. Unicorn horn.
That's hilarious.
And then, no one's seen these yet. First time ever. Put them on. I don't know how they're going to work, but hopefully they do. Bunny rabbit ears.
I was going to say like the TV bunny ears.
Yep, bunny ears. So my tinfoil hat. We did determine that Christina did not have enough tinfoil on her head to, make it through in New York and be outside. So she went back inside because her Wi-Fi was weird, and we determined that it probably was the zombies. So, yeah,
those zombies, man.
I know, the zombies.
They're so powerful, and you have.
Yeah, I was talking about that earlier about the fact that I always have spirits that kind of follow me around and stuff like that. But I've always felt like something was watching me here, but nothing had ever happened like, in real time here. So I kind of felt like, okay, well, whatever it is, it kind of just stays to itself. Well, I guess it decided not to last night. It was walking around. It was doing all kinds of stuff. She says that she needs a portal plumber to unclog the portal zombies.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
One of our people says that she thinks that the portals are portal pot, and they'll get pushed through. So, but he did start in closets. So I don't know. I just don't think that's a very good place for a closet. But that's just me.
Most likely, yeah.
I'm gonna hop off. I'm gonna go and rest for a little bit. So, and Christy.
You went frozen. Well, she had to take a break. I guess her camera didn't want to work anymore. But, so, like I was saying, this is Faith. She's got the little Hitler stash. I call her Kittler because of the stash.
Okay.
She's adorable.
I'm back, but I'm leaving. Something happened and it just like kicked me out all of a sudden. So now there was 2 of me, but then I just kicked one of them out because I don't want a zombie. Maybe it was my zombie. Maybe it was my zombie person trying to get in, and I don't know my zombie person's name. So it definitely is not Ned Schneider, though. I mean, that is definitely taken. But I don't know. We all need to come up with our zombie names because obviously they're trying to attack. But anyway, guys, have a good one with Colleen. Enjoy your time. Colleen's going to talk some case stuff. She's going to hang out with you guys and maybe go out into the world and see what's going on. So talk to you guys later. Bye. I'm going to mute myself.
All right, guys. So, like I was saying, Kittler. So, we got her, and her name was Faith already, but because of the stash, people did call her Kittler. And I think that's slightly hilarious. Kathleen Madigan does a really hilarious joke about cats that look like Hitler. And so we just kind of like stuck with it. But she's adorable. And Tim and I both have a really passionate history gene, even though he doesn't as much enjoy learning about history. Once he finds a subject he likes, he really is into it. Like he really, really likes the 1960s and 70s. I want to say blame the Beatles and Vietnam. For me, I'm fascinated with pre-Nazi Germany, and Italy, and that takeover, and then Soviet Russia helping defeat the Nazis. And then I took like a little weird history lull between like 1950 and 1990. Like there was a lot of stuff happening, but to me, not as interesting. Like to me, the Cold War wasn't like super fascinating. Like I know it is for a lot of people, but it just wasn't for me. But then after, and I know you guys have heard me talk about this several times, then I pick up my history to learn about the Gulf War, and then Iraq, Afghanistan, and then the Syria uprising and civil war in Syria and ISIS. Like pretty much if you were ever to go on like my YouTube watch history or my Amazon Prime watch history, it's pretty much exclusively either cooking shows like Spring Baking Championship and Hell's Kitchen, and then stuff about war. It's pretty like night and day. Like videos of concentration camp victims. What was it? So again, I go off on my weird history tangents. If you like history and crime things in history, I suggest you check me over out on Patreon with our Good Wives Guide over there, because I do a history case lesson every month. Like the last one I did was on JFK, and the one that's going to be coming out this week, it may be uploaded next week, is for July. It is about the I just had a brain fart. Leonard Lake and Kyle NG. Charles NG, not Kyle. Charles NG. So it's a case that involves, it's pretty disturbing, which is why I talk about it on Patreon instead of our usual stuff, because I like to talk about the more gory and disturbing cases, whereas a lot of people don't. It's like uncomfortable, most likely for them. And so this case that I'll be talking about in the Patreon, it's a lot about kidnapping and sexual slavery, sexual assault, murder, getting away with it, and then suicide and extradition, I believe, from Canada. It's super crazy. Like they videotaped and filmed and took photos, and it's really freaking disturbing. So that's one of the cases I like to talk about. Most likely we'll do a little bit bigger thing on Dahmer, but I most likely will talk about, again, the gory details of Dahmer. Because obviously he was from Milwaukee, I'm from Milwaukee, and I know where his apartment used to be. They bulldozed that apartment down after they discovered the bodies. And I don't honestly, the smell of, dead people, many dead people in his apartment, it like that scent will linger in the air, kind of like cigarette smoke. If anybody knows a cigarette smoker and they've smoked inside of their house, once, they move out of that house or they move furniture around, the walls have like a yellow stain on them. So it's similar with that, like with dead bodies, but mostly it's just the scent will always be there. And I'm obviously really disturbing what happened to those victims, which were mostly minority young men who he picked up at bathhouses and off the street, and ate them, and had like shrines up for them. And like it's kind of really sad because when we talked about the killings out in California, the toolbox killers, I had said, why do they have to be such assholes about it? And, we have that really funny quote. But like the reason I say that is because like Jeffrey Dahmer, he didn't want to be doing what he was doing. Like he was addicted to it, but he knew he didn't want to do it. It was just something that he had in him. He had some deep, deep troubled past, with abuse and abandonment, and mental challenges and bullying. So he had a lot going wrong with him. I'm not excusing his behavior. It's not excusable. But after he was caught, he was like relieved that he was caught and was going to get punished for it. Like he wanted Wisconsin to reinstate the death penalty to kill him, because we don't have the death penalty here. And so he wanted it. And then when he got life in prison, without parole, but in like his last year, he found God, was baptized. But I believe he wanted to die, and I believe that the guy who killed him in prison, he was going to be there for the rest of his life anyway, and I believe that he asked him to kill him, so that way he would end his own suffering at that point. And if the guy was already going to be in jail forever, it's killing somebody else while in prison, I don't think was, going to change anything for him. And, I wish Dahmer was still alive. I'm sure there would be much more for him to teach us all about the mind of psychopaths, serial killers, sociopaths, kind of like Ed Kemper, just a lot to teach. It's horrifying what he did. But I think he would have been something to really study because, he's just an interesting guy. Like he admitted to it when he was caught. He literally told the police everything that they asked him. And that's why like there's the rumor that, he was the one who kidnapped and killed Adam, the one in Florida, the little boy that was, never, like his head was never found. But like I don't think he did, because he was really straight up confessed to all of his crimes, and all of his victims were pretty much, teenage to young adult minority men, not school age little white boys. So I think, it was just a different sense. Like he was in Florida around that time, because Dahmer did serve in the military, and he was discharged because he was pretty much drunk all the time. And it's believed that he was sexually assaulting some of his other soldiers. But, we don't really have enough proof on that. But again, he admitted to everything that he did, which is, pretty much a far cry from what most people admit to. And I don't know. I think there's not that many killers that are more famous in Wisconsin. I feel like a lot of the big ones that we know of happened either in Florida or New York or in California or Washington, Colorado area. And so the bigger cases we got are like Ed Gein, really disturbing. Obviously Jeffrey Dahmer. The Ed Gein case is quite interesting. I don't know what it is about Wisconsin where people who do these crimes end up doing some weird stuff with the bodies afterwards. Like Ed Gein made like furniture out of skin from bodies. Though interestingly, he I believe only killed one person, his mom. The rest of the bodies like he got from like the graveyard. He dug up graves and used their skin. So super weird. But he like made like lampshades and stuff out of skin. You know, Dahmer tried to make zombies out of people so he would have somebody to always love him, which is like sad. And it obviously wasn't going to work. He doesn't have any science knowledge. You can't make zombies, which again, I need to talk about the zombies because obviously that's what we're here today, those zombies. But that's what Dahmer wanted. He wanted zombies. And then he ate people, ate his victims, and then kept their bones and kept some of their private parts in boxes. But it, you know, oh yeah, you're right, Leah. He did kill that shopkeeper. But like it's one of those things like we're very creepy, scary, you know, house with a lot of horrifying items, but like he didn't kill that many people. He just utilized bodies. But so the whole like there's some and so like I talk a lot about Nazis a lot just because I think that whole history is very fascinating. Like there was a SS woman who was apparently very brutal, and she is rumored to have made like lampshades and furniture out of the victims of the concentration camp skin. And there's a couple of videos of the like US and Russia finding these items and showing them to the townspeople because like it's said that the townspeople didn't have any idea, but like no, they totally knew. It's really like the scent was just lingering in the air. They knew. And so super disturbing. There's also it's rumored, I think it could be true, I'm not sure, so don't quote me on this, but it is rumored that they made soap out of the Jewish people, which you can do, but again, I don't know if that's true or not. Disturbing if it was, but at the time they were like literally making things out of every part of the victims. Like they would take their glasses and give them to soldiers who potentially needed glasses. They were shaving their hair and using it to like stuff furniture and make clothes. They were taking out people's fillings, like the gold or silver fillings, to make for like money purposes. And so to me, it's not like a total far-fetched cry for them to use them to make soap, especially in its wartime. So super disturbing. So another thing that is really interesting is that, so obviously we all know, you know, Germany in World War II, and we obviously all know about Japan during World War II, because you know in the United States we dropped nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And I've been recently watching a lot of stuff about those, like the bombs and what they did, similar with in Vietnam and napalm and Agent Orange, what the damage that did, and the nuclear reactor breaking and damaging Chernobyl in Russia. So cases like that where it's like freak incidences or purposeful horrifying instances really interest me just because I'm a nurse, I'm a nursing instructor. It's like what I do. I'm interested in like the medical side effects of what can happen. And so with obviously in Hiroshima, you know, thousands of people were instantly like vaporized and killed. And similar almost to Mount Vesuvius back in like very, very historical time when it erupted and Pompeii was just totally decimated. And because of the insane amount of heat, how quickly it happened, their bodies were like made into these casks, like cast shapes, that when you were able to pour plaster into them and create these bodies. And so it's super crazy and cool looking. But that almost essentially happened in Japan. And in around Chernobyl, there were a lot of mutations that are still happening. In Vietnam, same thing. They suffered severe genetic mutations and damage that they're still suffering today. But Japan in World War II, fun fact, that they also had concentration camps and medical testing, but they did it on the Chinese. And I think that is not talked about enough because obviously we know the horrors of the Holocaust. But Japan was also very, very bad. They had these concentration camps and medical testing camps where they would perform these medical experiments just like the SS did. And like they had it was the Chinese victims. What they did was a lot of the same thing, like starving them, medical experiments. But they purposely took Chinese women who were pregnant and would operate on them while they were awake. No sedatives, no pain medicine, nothing. Just straight awake. And to see how much pain the human body could take, how much disturbing it would take. And then they also attempted to try to figure out how to impose biological warfare. Like they tried putting fleas that were infested with the plague. Yes, Leah, 731. Thank you. They tried to put fleas that were infected with like the Black Plague inside like of a bomb, and then they wanted to drop the bomb on their enemies and to spread biological warfare without having to kill any of its own soldiers. Didn't really work, though. There was something to the effect where they did drop something, I believe, in the canals of Italy, and totally messed up a water ecosystem with mosquitoes. Oh, I wish I could remember the details of that. I've only watched one thing about that one. But super, interesting what they did there. Something that I recently just learned about. So I, like I said, I talk a lot about the Middle East and, the Iraq War, Syrian uprising. So like the Assad regime starting in about 2011, 2012, started attacking its own people after peaceful protesters erupted over the death of several young boys. They had spray painted some, down with Bashar al-Assad on a building. Those kids were arrested, detained, abused, tortured, and killed. And then they sent the bodies to their parents' houses in body bags. And they were severely tortured. And so people started protesting, and massive protesting, like thousands of times more than what's happening in the United States right now. And Assad was super freaked out about it. So what they did was they started just arresting these protesters, even if they were peaceful, and throwing them into military prison camps, and just straight up bombing their own civilians, including using chemical weapons such as chlorine gas and sarin gas into just residential communities on civilians, and thousands died because of that. But I recently realized, and I follow it on Twitter and Facebook now, so in the early 2000s and in the 80s, 90s, when the U.S. was at war in Iraq, specifically in Fallujah, we had these depleted uranium weapons that, hi Faith, they're meant to, the depleted uranium helps destroy tanks and like heavy armored vehicles. And so what we did was we shot them obviously around, and I guess some of the chemical samples show that it wasn't just depleted, there was real uranium used as well. But it has caused horrifying birth defects, like horrifying. So like think 2004, the children at that time were children. Well, now 2020, 2019, they're adults, they're having kids, and they're healthy individuals, but the children that they're having are severely have medical complications that are from the result of the uranium. Like they're born with extra limbs, their brains aren't developed. A lot of them have where their organs are outside of their own body. People are miscarrying. Some of the more severe ones are where like they're born without like the top of their heads. Just severely malformed. And it's really it's frightening, and it's sad because it's an entire generation that they're not going to be able to have children because they all pretty much are born with these complications, or they're just dead of stillbirths. There's a lot of just cleft palates, and obviously that's not as severe. The issue there is that in that part of the world, they're not really able to have the surgeries that we have in the United States to correct the cleft palate. It's just something that they have to deal with, and some are worse than others. And it's honestly, it's so freaking frightening. I'm gonna find the names if you're interested. It's again, like I'm gonna warn you that it's pretty freaking disturbing. But if you're into that kind of thing, I know I am, but I know it's something that it's just it's hard to look at, especially as parents or people who want children. Like obviously I want had clicked out of it. Anyway, okay, so it's Fallujah birth defects, or it's on Twitter at F defects, and it's pretty like just again, like I said, it's pretty disturbing. If you're sensitive stomach, I would suggest not looking at it. But just it's interesting to know that these things are happening out in the world, and the effects of war that last much longer than just the immediate effects of soldiers and fighting and bombs. Like this stuff lasts forever, guys. With Agent Orange, people are still suffering from mutations from that. And obviously Chernobyl is getting a little bit better. There was some sort of issue that happened a little while ago where the reactor, it was under like this giant roof thing that was supposed to keep it all contained, but they just replaced it several years ago to make sure it was stronger, and now it covers the entire vicinity. There is like a Chernobyl cafe because I guess some people still live in Chernobyl, which I think is insane. I don't know why. I guess it's because of the tourist attraction purposes, but I would not feel comfortable going to a nuclear reactor site. I just find I don't want to get, any sort of nuclear waste and on me or in my future, because like I said, if it's, you never know what could happen even many years down the line. Essentially, I think that chemical weapons, nuclear weapons, are essentially just like making people like zombies, like Lori and Chad wanted, just in a different sense, I guess. And so, like I said, that's the stuff I like to talk about besides just regular true crime, which we talk about obviously all the time. I like to go into war crimes. I think it's fascinating and on a large scale, and how it affects people's lives pretty much forever. Because if you think about how ISIS essentially started, was during the Gulf War. We, as the United States and allies, went into the Middle East, and we at the time were actually allies with Saddam Hussein and Osama bin Laden, like worked together, supplied weapons. And then after 9/11, the whole weapons of mass destruction that were never found, we still invaded. We killed Saddam Hussein, which he was a bad dude, totally awful. But it was just kind of like okay. And obviously we've killed Osama bin Laden, even though we worked with him in the past. Obviously 9/11 was the most horrific thing I think that's happened on American soil in a very long time. But then when we were in Iraq and Afghanistan in the 2000s, then we unfortunately started detaining people who were peaceful and had nothing to do with terrorism. They were just like civilians, and unfortunately we would put them in these camps, these black sites, and we'd have them all together, and they would become radicalized in the prison camps that we set up. And so that's how Abu Baghdadi, the former head of ISIS, he was pretty radicalized already, but he was imprisoned by the United States, and was just able to radicalize more people. And once he got out, he was very determined. We pissed a bunch of people off, and we radicalized more people. And then when we left Iraq in the later 2000s and early 2010s and above, we abandoned a lot of civilians without enough support. And so what happened was that we these people were just kind of left with no devices and now more radicalized, and they formed the Islamic State and ISIL. It's called Daesh in over there, but ISIS is the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, or it's also called ISIL, the Islamic State of Syria and the Levant. And so that's kind of like how that happened, is we left it alone, but we had radicalized pretty much half the freaking population. And that's why people from across the world kind of, he called out for a caliphate, and they willingly went. And that's why we had people from the United States, from France, from England, Germany, all left to go there. And I also, again, I find it really fascinating that how ISIS kind of like got a stronghold, because, so like I said, Bashar al-Assad, the president of Syria, he started like attacking own peaceful protesters. And so there was this a group for a free Syrian army. They wanted Bashar gone, and it was supposed to be, free the people, free and fair elections, get this dictator out. And then, he starts attacking his own people and, the Free Syrian Army. So then it's like a civil war between those two sides. But at the same time, then ISIS comes in and they took over their own revolution. And so then ISIS came in, and then it was like, well, now we don't know which ones are the terrorists and which ones aren't, and let's just kill everybody. And so super crazy on that end. I've recently found a lot of different Twitter accounts where they have photos of the harm that the bombs from Assad and Russia dropped on civilians, what it's been doing to them, and it's killing more children than adults, which is really sad because children are not terrorists. And it radicalizes people more. You kill their family and friends, it's just going to radicalize more people, create a bigger army to fight against. But there's a documentary, I think it's on Amazon, it's called The Stolen Revolution, and it's really good about explaining kind of what happened there. There's also Bashar al-Assad, the Master of Chaos. There's another really good one. It's on Amazon, but I think it's also on Hulu. It's called Syria's Disappeared. And it goes in depth about the kidnappings of civilians and the torture and killing of civilians. That several years ago, a defector who worked for the Syrian government, he was assigned to take pictures of the bodies of victims, because when you killed them, you had to take a photo of them with identification and the body number, so that way a death certificate could be made. So he took all these photos, and what he did was he put them on a flash drive, and I believe he printed some out too, and he was able to smuggle that out of Syria and brought it to the UN or the United States. And they're called the Caesar photos. There's over like 20,000 victims. The whole collection is not available for view, but there are many of the photos are, and it looks just like, Nazi concentration camp victims, just starved, abused, tortured. It's horrifying. But so, like I said, I really enjoy learning about war crimes, because to me they're just as important, if not more important, than true crime cases, just because it creates then, like when we talk about abuse of children, and when they're children, creates these dangerous criminals and offenders, sexual offenders, serial killers when they're adults. And essentially the same thing is true for war crimes. If you commit crimes to children and their families, and then on a mass scale, then you are creating an entire population of people who are angry, afraid, and are willing to do whatever they can to get justice for them and their family and friends, or just people in their community. And then you just create this mass issue such as ISIS. Also, surprising, I don't know why people keep saying that ISIS is defeated. They are not. Totally, they are not. They are still out there. And it's still a problem. And now we're experiencing an issue with Turkey and the Kurds, which is a whole complex scenario. But the Kurds are our allies, and most of the female fighters there, they're all females. They're soldiers and they're females, and they've helped pretty much help destroy ISIS more than anybody, really. And we kind of left them, and not just kind of, we left them, and so now they've been suffering from dealing with being murdered by Turkey and other groups. They're pretty much outcasts in their own community. There was a Kurdistan, there's not anymore. They want it, but they don't want to give it to them. So it's super, super crazy over there. But know that the Middle East is far from safe and normal. and I don't think it will be for many, many, many decades. There's just been too many atrocities happened over there for, generations. I don't think it's ever going to be normal, not for a very long time. But on YouTube, there's a ton of stuff about this, obviously in short segment form. And it kind of talks about the women of ISIS and the cubs of the caliphate, because they got like kids to do some of the beheadings and killings. And like they would have these movie showings, like movie premieres, like, I'm gonna go see Click with Adam Sandler at a movie premiere. Like that, but for the ISIS videos that we see briefly, like when they killed James Foley on camera, they have the victims wearing orange suits. They're all in black with their faces covered, like that. So they showed those videos as like movie premieres with kids and families attending, and so kids and teenagers watch these videos, they grow up thinking that that's normal. So that's why I don't think it's going to get solved anytime soon. I did see one full video, and it was fucking horrifying. It was when there was a Jordanian pilot. His plane crashed. We don't know if they shot his plane down or if he just crashed. Well, they captured him alive. And this was the pretty high up there, if not part of the major ruling family. Well, he was captured, and Jordan was helping us, so they put him in a cage with gasoline and bombs around him and on him, and then they set him on fire. And there's a video of it, and it's freaking horrifying, nightmare inducing. It's pretty freaking brutal. There's a couple videos about so this in Syria, I think in Mosul, no, it's Iraq. I think it was in Iraq then. Anyway, there's a soccer stadium there, and they actually put the prison underneath the soccer field, and it was really disturbing. Like they had metal bed frames that they would like tie people to, and then electrocute the bed frame. Have these like handcuffs hanging from the ceiling where you were like 4 inches off the ground, and the handcuffs, they said they felt like their wrists were gonna, hands be cut off. So just horrifying atrocities. And unfortunately, like I said, it's not gonna allow for any peace for a very long time. Kind of like with true crime serial killers, where there's just this mass hysteria and frenzy and a lot of feelings about it. And there's the copycat killers, and they just it's not going to get better, people, and it's so sad. And I hope I like to talk about it because I hope it brings awareness to people, because we don't the public really doesn't know. We see briefly on the news what happens, but there's a new news story every day, and so we move past it, and then we forget, or we're not being told the whole truth. So it's important for us as normal people to do the digging and learn for ourselves about what's happening, and learning more than just from our own government, but learning from the other people's governments, and our allies' governments. They are a little bit more transparent about things. Like, I didn't even know we were using uranium weapons in Fallujah until just a few months ago, and the birth defects that it's causing. And that's something that we just don't talk about. And so I graduated high school in 2012, and then I went off to college. I'm in my grad program now, and I got like a history minor, mostly related to the Holocaust. segment, because obviously at that time, the Syrian stuff was not being talked about because it was just happening. So I'm going to be curious in, 10 years from now, will history books have, the Iraq War in it, and 9/11 and the Gulf War, and then the Syrian uprising and civil war and ISIS. I'm curious on if history books will contain that in the future and what it will look like. Will it show the full horror? Will it explain what we did, or is it just going to be the negative about them and not about the negative about us? And I believe that that's unfortunately going to be the case. So I think it's important that we as civilians, we learn about it, we teach our kids about it, and, we inform others about it so they know, don't make the mistakes that we've done. Because we've done a lot of damage, and we've done a lot of good, but we've also done a lot of damage. And that's what creates, these, our enemies, based on what the bad we've done. And it's sad. So I have a library in my office. Tim's working in there right now. Once he's done, if I'm still on, I'll bring you guys in there to show you. But I have, a library of like 5 bookshelves, floor to ceiling ones. One whole one is just essentially books about war and about war crimes. So a lot of stuff about, the Nazis. But I've recently been getting a lot of things about the Middle East and ISIS, and learning about that, just because I know that we're not being told all the information, through media and things. And I've learned a lot through video, but obviously we all know when you read, reading material has way more information than a production does. And so I think it's important that I learn about it, and kind of just understand more. I also have an entire bookshelf of cooking books. Like I said, that's pretty much my watch history, is cooking shows or historical stuff. My cooking stuff, though, interesting. They're not like, The Joy of Cooking or, Mario Batali's cookbook. I collect the books that like churches and schools put together that have like the little spiral bound thing. And it's like, the Methodist Church, cookbook of 1963, or the Girl Scout Cooking Handbook from Troop 15, 1992. Books like that are made for, schools and churches and community centers, firefighters, all those things. I collect those books because those are the recipes of the people, and not just, recipes that celebrities think are going to be good. But these are recipes that actual people think are going to be good. And they're, tried and true recipes that show up, at potlucks and stuff like that. And so I collect those recipes because I think that the food is better, and it's more real, and it gives you a sense of, regional cuisine around the country and around the world. I've got a couple international ones too. Like I've got a lot, really old ones, even dating back to the early 1900s. I think I even have one that was like later 1800s. Mostly, again, because I think it's fascinating to see the different cuisines and food and historical things from older time periods. Another thing that I think got me interested in wars specifically is that both of my great-grandfathers served in World War II. One was serving in the Europe theater, and one was serving in Japan. And so, just knowing that my family helped in the war. Oh no, Lisa, I hope they're okay. But it's their wives, my great grandmas, they were nurses their whole life, and they're what inspired me to be a nurse. But I have one of their nursing books, pretty much like the only book they had. And in that, it's how to treat war injuries, like trauma injuries, but also chemical injuries, like gas, like poison gas, like how to treat patients who are suffering from that. And so I think that's super, super fascinating. And I think that's kind of just what got me started into like history. I started specifically studying the Holocaust when I was in high school and have just kept on with it. Though I've pretty much read and watched a large chunk of my time reading everything I possibly can about it. So that's why I've been spending more time learning about the Middle East, because sometimes you just need a break from reading the same content over and over again. Something that's sad is that obviously, the Holocaust happened, between the late 1930s and, mid to 1940s. So the people who were victims of that, who lived, they're obviously very old or have died now within the last decade. And so the kids who were there, luckily, in the 80s, 90s, 2000s, made these videos and wrote books about what they lived through. And so it's been very educational that they were able to make those to talk about what they went through and what the society went through at that time. So I'm hoping that we get the same kind of chance with things that have happened since then. In terms of like Vietnam, obviously that was, later on in the 1900s and 1960s. The United States did not win that. We lost. And really that means, Vietnam lost. But so the people who lived through that, they're getting on the older spectrum now. And I don't think there's much about like the issues that happened during Vietnam and the Viet Cong, and the atrocities that happened there. I feel like it's not talked about as much. I mean, there was a lot of stuff happening around that time period. Obviously, civil rights and women's rights became a big thing. There were a lot of serial killers happening in the United States at the time and the rest of the world. There was just so much happening across the world. And then we had Vietnam and then the Cold War and Korean War. Just all over the place. So I think that there was just so many different issues that were happening at that time. And so those are like two things that we didn't talk enough about. And we still don't, like, again, the people just don't know the full effects of what happened. So again, I'm hoping that people who were around for that did or still have the opportunity to talk about that. Just that's what I'm hoping the same thing happens for, the victims in the Middle East. I've watched a crap ton of stuff about and read a lot about 9/11. I read the 9/11 Commission report. God, sometimes, the robot that starts with an A, I won't go to say her name, she like eavesdrops all the time. And it's like, I wasn't even talking to her. She's so annoying. A funny story about her. I was out in the living room sleeping because I was having trouble sleeping. It was super late, but Tim was sleeping in the bedroom. Well, he watches Family Guy to go to bed, and Family Guy had a segment where it said her name, and all of a sudden I'm out in the living room and I hear this really loud music playing, and I'm like, why is the TV turned up? And I come in here. It wasn't the TV. The TV was actually paused at that point because it had been running for so long. It had started playing like this Hawaiian music on her. And it was like, what is happening? Why is Hawaiian music playing at 4 in the frickin' morning? And then I realized it was because the TV said her name. And, it's always listening, Big Brother at this point. So like I said, my next historical case, I'm going to be talking about Leonard Lake and Charles Ng. I think the next case I'm going to cover after that is going to be about Andre Chikatilo. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about him. If it gets you interested, I'll talk about him next. He was a Ukrainian guy between. He was born in 1936, died in 1994, but he was a serial killer in the Soviet Union. He was nicknamed the Butcher of Rostov or the Red Ripper. He sexually assaulted, murdered, and mutilated at least 52 women and children between 1978 and 1990 in Russia, Ukraine, and Uzbekistan. He did some horrifying things, and I think I'm probably going to cover him. He was around during the time, and again, I learned about all this historical stuff much later on than it happened. So during the early, or throughout the 1900s, Russia was having its own upheaval and crisis with, labor camps and trying to build up Siberia, and they got rid of some entire populations of people, but what happened was there was a massive food shortage, to the point where nobody had any food, and so they started turning to cannibalism, where they ended up, people who died of natural reasons or from starvation, they would eat them first. But again, eventually it got to the point where they were killing children and killing people to eat them because they were starving and there was no food. Craziness, super crazy. I didn't see that coming at all. I guess, again, we don't really realize what happens outside of the United States that often, but super, super interesting there. And so Tim and I actually just watched a horror movie recently, where it talks about cannibalism, and that there's a disease that happens if you eat people. It's called Kuru. It's very rare. It's caused by an infectious protein that's found in contaminated human brain tissue, and it will eventually kill people. But typically, it is found among people from New Guinea who practiced a form of cannibalism in which they ate brains of dead people as part of a funeral ritual. This practice stopped in 1960, but cases of Kuru were reported for many years afterwards because the disease has a long incubation period. The incubation period is the time it takes for the symptoms to appear after being exposed to the agent that causes the disease. It causes brain and nervous system changes similar to Creutzfeldt-Jacobs disease. Similar diseases in cows, such as bovine spongiform encephalopathy, or also called mad cow disease. And remember, we had that in the early 2000s. But so it's just interesting it's a condition that kills people from eating people. So it's interesting. Did Jeffrey Dahmer have symptoms of this? I mean, he had some nervous issues. Was he suffering from this? We don't know. I can't remember what movie we watched this, and it was a really good movie. We also watched Green Inferno. I think that's what it's called. Super, super gross, disturbing. It's not as much scary as it is just gory. They eat people, just straight up eat people. So super disturbing. But if you like horror movies and disturbing things like I do, it's a good movie. Anyway, I hope you guys are having a good day. I know it's a crazy day. The world is supposed to end, but it's 80 and sunny out here. I think I'm going to go get the mail, so I shall bring you all with me. You get to see outside of Wisconsin, see what's happening. Hey. So I'm live. Say hello to people.
Oh, hi.
This is my husband, Tim. This is Candy. This is my massive bookshelves, overflowing of stuff. But I'm gonna go get the mail. And then I'm gonna go get a Coke from McDonald's. Do you want something? What do you want? Okay. He thinks I'm weird, but I am, so I can't fault him for that. But we've been working from home since the pandemic. We've been working from home since the pandemic started. I have pretty much been exclusively in my house since February 20th. So obviously it's been over 100 days. And let me go up the garage. Yeah, more than 100 days inside. I teach nursing. And it's just been a long time. It is super bright out. So sky, beautiful. Clouds with the so normal, peaceful in my apartment complex, the suburb community. But it's been hard. So teaching online is a difficult thing, and it was happened so suddenly. We didn't really have much time to prepare. Pretty much no time. But I do enjoy teaching. It's difficult to teach nursing online, just because it's a hands-on degree. So that's been a challenge. It's been pretty interesting. But we're working it. It's a challenge every day, but try to do what I can. Tim is a social worker for a neurology clinic here in Wisconsin, and he's been working from home since March 1st. I can't believe how long it's been, but oh no, I guess your video is frozen for me. If it is, I apologize. Maybe it's because I went outside. But it looks like I got mail, so the post office still is working. It is freaking bright out here. But so Tim's working from home. It's been a little bit of a challenge for him with the paperwork and whatnot, but it's just the two of us and our cats, so it's been pretty chill. When I get into not the bright sun, I will show you guys the shirt I'm wearing, because it helps explain a little bit about the conditions that I suffer from, and the biggest one, and why it's been a huge challenge for me personally, and why I have been quarantined in my house pretty much exclusively, and I don't really leave if I'm going to be around people without my N95 mask. So I have gastroparesis. It's a GI condition that I was not born with. It happened because I had gastric bypass surgery when I was 21 back in 2016, and it ended up having a lot of severe complications, and needed a couple feeding tubes and a PICC line, and just I had a lot of issues, and so the repeated amount of surgeries I had on my GI system just caused extreme complications where now my stomach doesn't work right, doesn't move at the correct speed. So the shirt I have is my gastroparesis shirt. It says, "My scars tell a story." I can't even remember what the rest of it says, but it's about gastroparesis. The other conditions that I've had to deal with revolve around it. But also I was a preemie baby, and I have like long-standing medical issues resulting from being on a ventilator as a baby. So I have asthma. I get pneumonia about twice a year, and like I don't get colds. I get pneumonia or bronchitis. If like I get a UTI, it's not a UTI, it's kidney infection. If pretty much everything that I get usually is the worst. Like in 2009, I thought I had the flu. No, did not have a normal flu. I had swine flu, H1N1. So that was my life of illness. So obviously this pandemic is really concerning. If my doctors have told me that if I get it, I will die. So I have just decided that it's not worth my life and my family's future life to obviously get sick and risk it. So I've just been home. I don't go into the stores. I order stuff, or I have Tim wear a KN95 mask if he has to go into a store. I'm going to take you guys to McDonald's. So I'm going to get a Coke from McDonald's, a Diet Coke. And I wear a mask when I do that too. And you know, it's a dangerous, thing right now. And if any of you have had family that's gotten sick or have passed away from this, or any other real medical condition that's unexpected or sudden, my heart goes out to you. It's something really scary. One of my students got COVID. She is fine, but it was really frightening that they told me about 2 weeks after we had our last section. So it was like, oh my God, do I have this? Luckily I don't. I get tested before I go through any of my medical procedures, which I just had an EGD last month. So I get tested. I've gotten the antibody test already. It was negative too. So it's just something that I deal with. But we all are having to adjust. Christina has been in New York, and so she's been dealing, with how crazy that is. And unfortunately now it's everywhere is pretty much like New York. But maybe this is the rapture. Maybe, COVID is what Lori predicted. I don't know. It could be. We don't know. I mean, enough people are dying. Maybe they didn't believe in the zombies and now they're gone. I don't know. I can't be certain. It's confusing. Maybe Lori knows. Maybe somebody should ask Lori. Did they do COVID? Did she do this? I don't think so. Could she? Face the camera out. You guys should be able to see, my street driving. Maybe. Oh, yeah, you guys can see now. Okay, cool. You guys get to see Wisconsin. There we go. Hopefully you guys can still see. I'm wearing my seatbelt. I am both hands on the wheel, so don't worry. I'm not texting or doing anything while driving. You guys are up there. I'm safe. So obviously super bright, nice and sunny out here. About 80 degrees. $77 it says. So I live in technically Franklin, Hills Corners. It's all pretty much the outskirts. I'm in Milwaukee County. We used to live, I grew up in East Troy, Wisconsin, which is like super country, small town. It's like the village of East Troy. Tim grew up in Hills Corners. I moved out here when I was started middle school, and I had a lot of issues with like bullying and stuff, which I think we all deal with at some point in our lives. I mean, we still get it sometimes, but you know, we grow up. Some people are just immature forever. But it's interesting. So I don't know if you guys know this. I probably said it back in the way beginning. But Tim and I started dating in 8th grade when we were 13. He was my first boyfriend, my first kiss. He's the love of my life. We just got married in December on our 12-year anniversary. He's, you know, my best friend. I have obviously my girl best friends and stuff, but obviously Tim, I believe he is my soulmate, and I love him very, very much. We've been together forever. Literally, we finish each other's sentences. We do everything together. So yeah, we lived in Milwaukee when we went to UW Milwaukee together, and then we lived in an apartment outside of the dorms for about a year. Then we moved to West Dallas and we're there for about 3 years. Last year we moved out here into Franklin and love it. It's really awesome. So obviously, crap ton of cars out here today. It's about 4 o'clock my time. I'm in Central Time. So people are starting to get off of work and whatnot. I also remembered that I have to go to Walgreens, so we're gonna go through the Walgreens drive-thru and see what's up there. Walgreens is like my CVS, it's like my pharmacy. But so yeah, a lot of people. Okay, you know what? Probably my least favorite thing about stores that are open/not open during COVID is that my local Starbucks closes at 2, and I require coffee later than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh, it looks like they may be open longer, so I'm gonna get in line for Starbucks so I can continue to talk to you guys and get coffee, because coffee is delicious and I like Starbucks. I'm a basic bitch. Ooh, stay strong, Rapture friends. Oh, taking the dog for a hike. That sounds fun. I'm starting countdown from this point, unless there's an 11th hour reprise from the portal parties. Any eyes on the duo in jail today? Somebody must be talking. Ooh, that's a good point. I wonder if maybe they'll do an interview today, or maybe just record themselves and bring it out all to their followers. That would be fascinating. But yeah, tons of people out today. The grocery store parking lot is packed. Not totally packed, but it's busy. It's busy. There are people out, so I don't see anybody rapturing up into the sky. It's beautiful, so I don't see any bodies. I don't know. Maybe on your guys' end, maybe you see things I don't, or maybe people are getting, flown up into space by you. But so far here in Wisconsin, I don't see anybody floating up to the sky. So after the bypass surgery, so I lost 160 pounds. I had skin removal surgery in 2018. But they took off 12 pounds of skin. So that's been super awesome. Sorry if my video is at all freezing. It's probably because I'm on cell service instead of Wi-Fi. But so after the surgery, I became lactose intolerant. Super strange. It's common, I guess, though. Which is stupid because after the surgery, you're limited in what you can and cannot eat. And the amount you can and cannot eat, especially with my gastroparesis, like I had the feeding tubes, and so I had difficulty eating periods. I didn't eat for about 5 months. I didn't eat at all. And they say that you're supposed to drink milk as a snack. I'm hungry. Okay, here's a glass of milk. Like, to me, that doesn't make any sense, but I couldn't do that because I became lactose intolerant. So recently, Starbucks came out with an oat milk honey latte, and let me tell you guys that it is delicious, and it doesn't make me be in pain, and doesn't make me nauseous. So I take Zofran like 3 times a day. I try not to take more than that, because I'm not supposed to have 3. Sometimes I have to take more than that if I'm really nauseous. But it's like these little oral disintegrating tablets, Zofran. It's for nausea, and I'm pretty much constantly nauseous 24/7. It sucks. I hate it. But there's nothing I can do about it. But, ideal. I hope that nobody else has to really go through what I go through. It sucks. Trying to find motivation to do anything is hard. But anytime you guys see me on camera or on the podcast or communicating in general, typically it's mostly, it takes a lot of effort, but I love doing it. I love talking with all of you guys. We love our fans. I love the fans. I know I'm, the young, awkward, dorky one. But, I mean, I like you guys. And hopefully you find me interesting enough to listen to me when I talk. But I don't mind. It gives me, something to do and more purpose. Like, obviously, I'm a nurse. I teach nurses, so that's like my career purpose. But this gives me something to have purpose in the rest of my life and make me feel like I'm being productive, and makes me feel like I'm making a difference, and I'm becoming educated, and I get to educate other people about, the rest of, society and the world. And so I really love this, and I love doing what we do. Getting to speak to all of our experts is amazing. Obviously, with the Vallow case, we've talked to several of our experts, Joseph Scott Morgan and Cheryl and Stephen David Lampley, and just everyone. We've probably talked a little bit about this case with everybody. And they just give us such more excellent examples and more knowledge about the subject. Like when we talked to Joseph Scott Morgan about it, and that's over on our YouTube, Murder by Design, that about how, they tried to burn or destroy the bodies, and at least the girl, and how, they failed because it's very much impossible to do that on your own without a crematorium and without extremely high, like 2400 degree Fahrenheit heat for a sustained period of time. And so it's just, we get to learn that kind of material. Like when we talked to Joseph about Jeffrey Epstein, about, how his body was, and, the medications that were in his cell and the scenario around his body, it's getting to learn that bigger piece of information. And, obviously we'll be talking about it more once more details come out, but obviously Ghislaine Maxwell was arrested in, I believe it was in New Hampshire or New Jersey, like 2 weeks ago, and now she's obviously in jail in New York. And so it's like, okay, well, as soon as she was arrested, I saw the memes of, I did not commit suicide next week, because I 100% do not believe that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. Absolutely not. And so it's just been a lot of memes about how she did not kill herself. If she shows up dead, it was not suicide. It'll be quite interesting to see, in the future. The case isn't scheduled to start even hearings until next July. But I will be tuning in every single day, because I believe she is going to rip the entire structure of celebrities and royals and politicians right to the ground. You know, and I don't think everybody they were associated with had, you know, a spot to do with the sex trafficking and sexual abuse of minors. So I don't think everybody did, but I know a lot of them did. And so some people on, you know, the flight logs or in photos with them, I think, were just celebrities. They were philanthropists. You have to, you know people and friends with people to meet big people. So I don't think everybody involved was, but definitely some people are. And some people right now who are, you know, trying to defend them, I think it's because of some skeletons, like maybe Alan Dershowitz, Geraldo Rivera. Like, I would maybe don't die on that hill, because it does not look good. Even if you didn't do anything, it does not look good to be defending a sex trafficking person. Like, no, does not look good. I'll be interested to see if somehow Prince Andrew gets taken to the United States for some questioning. I don't think it's going to happen, but I would really like it to. Obviously, there are many photos and case examples and testimony that Prince Andrew was involved in abuse of minors, and so it'll be I'll be interested to see if somehow we get to talk to that. I believe he has like a warrant for him in the United States, but obviously because of extradition and obviously he's a royal, that they would have to like pick him up in a different country. Same with I try not to get politics on our channel, just because I'm very political on my own personal Twitter, and so I try not to bring it up in our channel, because I know we all have different political views. But I'm not going to talk about his politics, but I believe it is insane that there is a warrant out for the arrest of our Secretary of State and President in Iran. So I think that is freaking crazy that there's a warrant out for his arrest. And I believe for war crimes, so that will be interesting.
Hi, thanks for talking.
Okay, cool. So I ordered my coffee. So super excited that they're freaking open right now. They've had a sign up for like the last 2 weeks that the hours are only like 7 to 2. And so I haven't been able to get coffee. Coffee is my lifeblood. I'm still going to go to Walgreens, and I'm still going to go to McDonald's and get a Coke, because I'm thirsty. And I think McDonald's Diet Coke is freaking delicious. But yeah, arrest warrant for a president. Craziness. And I believe that like they asked for help from the UN, or from somebody to help extradite him. So if our president was to go to a different country, which I do not think he would at this time, and knowing about the warrant, if he was in another country, they could theoretically arrest him and take him to Iran. So that's crazy. I don't even know how to respond to that, as much as, I think I think it's crazy, but I'll figure it out. And again, I don't get into politics over here, but we're Americans. If you are in the United States, and you should make sure you're registered to vote, and plan ahead. Early voting starts end of August, early September. If your state allows it, vote by mail. Mail-in voting for safe keeping and protect yourself from the virus. So here's one of my masks. Oh, thank you. Hello Taco. Yep.
I wish they let us do stuff with our nails here.
Yeah.
And then you were also.
Thank you.
Yeah, have a good one.
You too. So yeah, anytime I'm out in public and I have to communicate with somebody, I wear a mask. Because that's the safe, responsible, ethical thing to do. Even if you don't show symptoms, you can be an asymptomatic carrier. The CDC says that more than likely that the rate of infection most likely is more than like triple times the amount we know because of asymptomatic carriers. So even if you don't show symptoms, you could still have it and be spreading it to people who will show symptoms and could die. So I know we all have feelings about, masks and, ability to do things and freedoms and whatnot. But it's the safe and ethical and responsible thing to do if you are around people and you can't social distance and if you can't stay home, if you're going to work, just please be responsible, be safe, wear a mask. There are different materials. You can make one at home. You can get some at the store. You can order them online. But do something to help protect yourself, protect your community, protect your loved ones, protect your family members. It's important that we all do our part. All right, so here I'm at Walgreens. I'm going to mute you for a second. It's funny with the mask on, I'm so pale that it makes me look like a mummy and I have no face. Okay, so got my prescription. It was my Zofran because, like I said, I take it all the time, and I have to get it filled up. So after I take my mask off, hand sanitizer. You want to take your mask off first. That way, if there's any germs or anything on your mask, when you take it off and you're touching it, then use the hand sanitizer to get any bacteria or germs off of your skin. So I'm just going to clarify again that I'm not holding you. Both hands are on the wheel. Practice safe driving, wear my seatbelt. So back on the road. Got my prescription, got some coffee. Now I'm gonna go get a Diet Coke and get him some McDonald's. We don't eat out much, so anytime I decide I'm gonna go out and get something, I usually get something for Tim because he deserves it. He works really hard. But yeah, it is a crystal clear blue day out here. This is what Wisconsin looks like, at least my part of Wisconsin. If I was out more in the country, it would just pretty much be giant fields of nothing, a very long highway, essentially. The apple orchard, there's several of them. Once we get into fall, I'll probably take you guys out to Patterson's apple orchard. You can't, they pick their own apples there, but they are like the best apples in the freaking area. They make the best caramel apples, best apple cider. It's delicious. I love Patterson's. But because I grew up out in East Troy, there's an apple orchard called the Elegant Farmer. They're pretty famous. Like they showed up on that Beat Bobby Flay show because they bake an apple pie inside of a brown paper bag. And it's pretty famous. Like you can, if you go on Goldbelly, like GOLDBELLY, that's a website where you can like order food to ship it to you from like the most famous restaurants in the world, including like Carlos Bakery from Cake Boss or La Diere or just literally every place you could imagine is on there, and you can order food from there, and Elegant Farmer even shows up on there. Oh, looks like there may have been a car accident. I see a lot of lights. Hopefully everybody's okay. But Elegant Farmer, so you can pick your own apples there. They've got like hay rides and whatever. Seems like the Apple Holler. It's a little bit further away. But Elegant Farmer actually used to have a strawberry patch where you could go pick strawberries, and they were delicious. But they actually got rid of it to build condos, so that was disappointing. I don't understand this, like the dining room thing, like dining room open 11 to 3, like why? What? For what purpose? Like, so you can get COVID between 11 and 3, but not after? Like, why? Who's eating out in the open? I don't know. All right, got Tim some lunch. It's more like dinner. We didn't eat lunch today. it's like 4:30. Anyway, yeah, they got rid of Strawberry Patch for apartments. I think that's so stupid. Strawberries are delicious. But yeah, once we get closer into like fall, I'll probably take you guys around for when I go live on Fridays. I typically, just cover a short case, a more recent case. But I might take you guys around sometime. Obviously, like, Fancy lives in Kentucky. So, a different part of the country. Christina lives in New York, so obviously a super different part of the country. I've been to both states before, and I've been to New York City before, Washington, D.C. I think Washington, D.C. was one of my favorites. Beautiful. But Wisconsin is unique, and I don't think much happens here. I know I've talked about it before, Milwaukee is the most segregated city in the country, and that's a huge issue right now. And it's just due to how society ran back in the day, and Milwaukee was divided between like the Italians, the Germans, the Irish, but then and that was like the city. But then once more civil rights issues started occurring, the white people moved more into the suburbs and left the city more to minorities, and so now our city is divided even more, but now it's to like African American population, the Mexican population, rich white people, and poor white people. So it's really freaking divided and has a lot of problems. But it's still a great city. A lot of great people here. Every place, I believe, has more good than bad. So. Okay, so see, there's a cop car. I don't know exactly how to get out of the parking lot now. Looks like somebody is parked in. So we're going to go around. Hopefully everything is okay here. Looks like that is a police officer there as well. So interesting. See if there's any new developments up on the news later. Who knows what's happening? Could be, maybe they were going to get raptured. Maybe they stopped them from being raptured. Who knows? This roundabout was recently just built last year. I think it's one of the most stupid things that happened in Wisconsin. There's like 2 seasons, winter and road construction. And so road construction happens all the freaking time. But they built this roundabout and there have been so many accidents on it because nobody knows how to freaking use a roundabout in this country. It's a French thing. I don't know why people decided to get them. But the issue is that when you build them, like, it's not like a lot of people are not used to them and maybe got their driver's test like 30 plus years ago and now don't know how to work them and the right protocol. And so they just get into car accidents because they don't know who has the right of way.
yeah, see all the people here? So far, world not ending. So we have a Culver's here. It's pretty much like a Midwest thing, started in Wisconsin, but they have spread. I saw that there's some in Georgia now. Culver's has custard. I hope you guys know what custard is, because if you don't, you need to get on that train. I can't eat it anymore because of the lactose intolerant thing, but it's like silk. It's ice cream, but silk. It's just so delicious. We have pretty much, we don't have ice cream places, we have custard places. See, there's another cop. What is happening? Why? What's going on? Oh, another pulled over. Oh, what is happening? Like I said, road construction all over the place. Fun fact, our Menards up here was actually a racetrack. Like, it was a racetrack. And it doesn't exist anymore, so now there's a Menards there. But it was a racetrack. There's a Japanese sushi bar restaurant up here. We've been there once. I don't like seafood, like, at all. I can't eat it. I don't like sushi. I don't like any ocean things. No fish, no nothing. So, but Tim does, and our friends do. But it's really awesome. It's delicious. But I think my favorite part was that they have kiwis there that are like the best kiwis I've ever had, and they're peeled and delicious. And it's not anything if I have Chinese food, Japanese food. So it was really good. We all worked there once. So I went and got the mail, and then I went to Starbucks, and then I went to Walgreens, and then I got Tim some dinner at McDonald's. So I ventured out into the world today, which is like maybe once a week I venture out into the world. Most likely to go get Walgreens. But yeah, seems like the world is fine over here. I don't know how it is in the rest of the world, or at least where you are, but the world seems to be okay. It's okay out here. I believe yesterday or Monday we had our largest spike of COVID cases in a day. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But like I said, I don't leave my house but once a week, and it's pretty much exclusively to go through a Walgreens drive-through, and I always wear a mask. We don't have visitors. I haven't been able to see my friends or family in months. I wasn't even able to go to my great grandma's funeral because of COVID. It's just it's too risky. So it's been, it's been a challenge. I really miss my friends. I miss my family. I have a godson who I love very much, and haven't been able to see him, which is really sad. I really enjoyed spending time with him. He's my little man, and I miss him. And so his parents, like,
frozen for a minute. Yeah, we just friends, missed our family. We wish this would all get over soon, so we can all move forward. But in the meantime, we're all just trying to stay safe, stay healthy, stay happy.
What happened to you?
Did I
You're
freeze?
gone.
Hold on.
You're just a black screen. I can hear you.
I think it's because I'm getting my phone just hooked up to Wi-Fi because I just got home.
Are you hearing this? What's going around me? Are you hearing it? Holy crapanola. Let me show you. The sky went from really pretty to... See if you can see the sky. It's dark. Dark. It's thundering and lightning and shaking my house. Like, not even kidding you. Is it time? Is the rapture here?
It's beautiful. I swear, I saw a lot of people out. I don't know what's happening. I don't see people dying yet, but...
I don't either, but I'm out in the country, so I might not even know. I mean...
good point. You might know.
And I was
going to... Sky.
Right, I am looking. I mean, it is lightning like crazy, so I have to unplug my computer. That's still a thing, right? I don't know. Rowdy's still here with us. He's coming to say hello. Hello. He says, I've not been raptured. I've not been raptured. He's my bubby. I love him so much. Oh my God. I was trying to nap for a minute and it just, the house kept shaking. Are you still going to pop over onto Tricia's at some point? I don't know what time you're supposed to go over there.
Yeah, I'm gonna message her, see when she wants me.
Okay, yeah. Alrighty. I know she's coming over here at 8:00. So, all right, you go get some rest, and I'll take back over. If you pop back in a little later, closer to the time, then that'd be okay. So
yeah, will do.
All right,
good
bye,
chat, guys.
Bye, sweetheart. Have fun. Alrighty, guys. So I'm back. I'm extremely tired though. I was trying to nap, but Tricia's going to be over here at 8:00. So yeah, I don't know if you guys enjoyed Colleen and talking with her. I didn't even watch what she was talking about because I was so exhausted. I just got some really great news for our company, and I'm really excited about it. Can't wait to start sharing more new stuff with you guys about everything that we're doing. We have hired a publicist, and let me tell you, that man is worth every penny that we pay him. He is amazing, and he's going to really take what we're doing to the next level. I'm super excited about it. So, alrighty. So if it is 5:39. We are another 3 hours and 21 minutes into this. We are, pretty good. Did you guys enjoy it? I hope you enjoyed it. She's a really big history buff. I totally am not. I just am not. I'm trying to get a hold of Cheryl McCollum. I'm trying to get a hold of Cheryl McCollum. She's supposed to come on, but with everything that's going on down in Atlanta, who knows what she's doing? So she may or may not be on here for us. But I mean, it is. Oh, look! I don't know if you guys can see the rain. If I turn this around, oh look! If you look right over there, let me see if you can see it. I don't even know if you can see the rain coming down. It is pouring. Look at it's pouring rain right now and thundering. It's crazy. Oh my goodness, I'm so tired. I don't even know how anybody could ever possibly spend 24 hours talking about anything. Good Lord of mercy, but we have the worst rain coming down right now. So I hope you guys have enjoyed what we have been talking about today. Any more questions? Do we want to cover any more of the case? I was just thinking about the kids. it's so sad. But, I mean, I just want to honor them and think about what they've been through. I'm sure that we only know the tip of the iceberg of what those poor kids endured. Can you imagine being told by hearing someone tell another person that you're a zombie? I can't even imagine being told that. And this monster of a woman thinks she's somehow going to be let out of jail. I just, oh, well, I'm just appearing on misdemeanor charges or just small felony charges. I shouldn't be held. Lady, you're going to be charged with murder. You're going to be charged with murder. Guys, I mean, it is pouring. Holy crapanola. Oh, my goodness. Okay, I'm going to grab a bite to eat. I'll be right back. I promise. I'm not going anywhere for more than just a few minutes. I'm just going to grab something from the fridge. Possibly ice cream. That sounded like a great idea earlier. So I'm going to grab some ice cream, guys. I'll be right back. Just give me a few minutes. Howdy, howdy. Alrighty, guys. I'm actually back here. Got my ice cream. I don't know why ice cream is so hard to get out of the dang carton. What flavor of ice cream is your favorite? Chocolate is mine. Actually, my favorite, I have two favorites. One is double chocolate chip. That's chocolate ice cream with chocolate chips. Love it. My other favorite, though, and I don't know if everybody will know what it is, because I don't know if everybody remembers thrifty drugstores. With thrifty drugstores, used to have thrifty ice cream inside of thrifty drugstores, and they used to sell something called chocolate malted crunch, and it was chocolate ice cream with little tiny malted chocolate balls, white little malted balls inside of it. And it was so good. One of my favorites. Oh, yeah, one of my absolute favorites. I'm going to check in and see what's going over with Tricia.
Hello, everyone. I have something to ask you. Will you add your name to join my campaign?
Missing but not forgotten. And it's from the 2000s. This goes from 2000 to 2010. Okay? I'm going to put a link up to the whole Missing but not forgotten forums. And what I really need you to do, and we'll talk about a few more cases here. We're going to get ready for Danielle and Amy from WTAF. So they'll be calling in, or I'll be calling them in just a bit. But what we will do, what I'd like you to do, if at all possible, is go through, and all of these are mixed in. It's kids, it's adults. Find a case that hasn't been posted on, maybe one or two posts, and needs to be updated, because maybe the person's been found and the discussion thread just hasn't been updated. That's very important.
Whew. So Tricia's over there talking about some of the missing person cases and things like that Websleuths has covered, and we're actually launching something pretty cool. So I know you guys. Todd Namus has appeared on our. He's been on our podcast before. Amazing guy, really cool. Former director of NAMUS, and he and I and the girls are all starting a new missing persons dedicated podcast. So once we wrap up, excuse me. Once we wrap up our second season of the Good Wives Guide to True Crime, then we're going to be probably taking just a short break. And then at the end of, I think, September, because August is going to be all of Scott Peterson. At the end of September, we'll be launching that podcast. So we'll take a little break from the Good Wives Guide to True Crime, and we'll come back. We'll do that's going to be Gone Cold with the Good Wives and Todd Matthews. And then I don't know if you guys have, you guys saw Tori today. Tori is my longtime business partner of 6-7 years now. We've been working on different things, all kinds of stuff, and not just true crime stuff, but other things. And so Tori and I are actually launching an entertainment podcast. We'll be talking about different movies. We'll be talking about different TV shows. We'll interview several entertainment industry people, and we're just gonna talk a lot about. Are you kidding me? He knows I'm recording. Hold on, guys. It's the hubby. Sorry, guys. The reception on my phone right now is just outrageous because of this horrible. It's gotten worse. I don't know if you guys can see still. Let me show you. So there's the rain coming down like crazy. And can you see all that out there, guys? Who's still here with me, guys? I see, the last person commented just a little bit ago. Leah Schmidt, are you here? Robin, are you here? Holy crap, does he not understand to text me? Good God, hold on. Sorry, guys. He's trying to coordinate dinner because we were originally going to have steaks on the grill, but that's not happening. Now with all that rain. Yeah. It is too bad, Robin, that has happened. Well, Lee, I have drive like pretty much nobody else has. In fact, it's detrimental sometimes because I expect people to match my drive, and they really don't match my drive. And so we've had some times where that's been really hard for me because I've had to understand that my drive is not a normal level of drive that other people have. Let me move this bowl out of the way here. My drive is something that nobody else has. Like it's just me, and it's just who I am. And but we've got some exciting things happening. Like I said, the new podcast. We're doing so much. Like seriously, I am busy 24/7. I don't even get to do a lot of the research on the cases anymore because I'm so busy with everything else. Like busy doing interviews, busy editing the interviews, editing our podcast, editing our videos. It's one of the reasons why I'd like to do more live things so I don't have to edit them. But we are, we're really, we really have really big goals. And so, we're here and that's what we're doing. But I really wanted to do this today. And there's no sense in me trying to lay down again. My whole house is shaking every time the thunder rumbles through. So that's not going to help. Now I'm waiting for Cheryl to get back to me, like I was saying before. And if I had thought about this in the beginning, I would have contacted everybody and had them all come on at different times. But I just was so busy with everything else that I didn't even have time to think about that. But anyway, Oh, goodness gracious. So what do we want to talk about now, guys? Do you want to talk some more Vallow? Would you guys like to talk some different cases? We can talk about all kinds of different cases. One of my favorite cases, and it's not like a favorite case, like that's a weird thing to say, right? But I guess my favorite murder, it worked for them. But one of my favorite cases right now that I'm kind of obsessed with is I just blanked. The Delphi murders. So Abby and Libby. I just that is really close to my home. It's just over the border in Indiana. It's not very far at all. And it's a case that is boggling to me as to why it has not been solved. I don't know if you guys know a lot about the Delphi murders. Gosh, I don't have dates and everything in front of me, so I can't give you like full dates and everything like that. Basically, there was 3 years ago, there's a bridge that is like an old bridge in Delphi, Indiana, which is a small little town in Indiana. And the kids all go up there all the time to, walk it and mess around. It's a cool little spot. It's really pretty. Well, 2 girls, teenage girls, asked their parents if they could go, and they said yes, and they let them go. And it was a school day that had been, one of the like in service days. And I'm sorry, I say a lot of when I'm tired, so please bear with me. I don't mean to be like that, but it's my brain moves faster than my mouth sometimes. So these 2 girls, they decide to go down to this bridge, and it's a walking bridge, and they encounter a man. Now, this man has been caught on video. This man has been, there's still pictures of it. We've heard his voice, but nobody has been able to identify him. Yeah, it's a very interesting case. We're actually hoping to work with Joseph Scott Morgan and Stephen David Lampley and our new friend, Paul Haynes, Paul was the #1 researcher for Michelle McNamara's I'll Be Gone in the Dark. He did a lot of the research work. And we just interviewed him the other day, and we are releasing that next week, the week after. I don't know. I don't have my book in here of telling me when things are going to happen. But we're releasing that. We did an amazing interview with him, and he did a lot of the research for her. #1 investigator. So he is looking into working with us in putting together some sort of documentary series on them. It's just a case that I just can't get out of my head. So they encounter this guy on the bridge, and he tells them to go down the hill. So it's this big bridge, and there's a hill that goes down. And the girls were found down there, both of them murdered. And it has not been released yet. If something else happened to them, I'm sure something else happened to them. And it is very apparent that one girl had to watch the other one, and knowing what was going to happen to her, watching what happened to her friend. And it's just terribly tragic. It's just so terribly tragic. It makes me my heart just bleed. It's just, and they've not been able to catch him. They think that they have good ideas of who it might be, but nothing that they can use to really indicate it's him. And we know that somebody out there knows. We even think that there's possibility that there was a second man involved, but it's not 100% confirmed. But the crazy thing is like, if you look at the different not mugshots, but like artist renditions of what witnesses have said, they're vastly different. One looks like this extremely old guy with this, like cabbie hat and everything. And then the other one looks like a very young guy. They're very drastically different. I know that they were doing something on Instagram at the time, and so it recorded him. Now they have not released the entire recording out to the public. I'm sure that some other people might know what it is, but it's a tragic story, and it's one, like I said, that I can't get off of it. There's just you know, we always talk about the stories that touch us. Like that one just has hit my heart. It really, really has hit my heart. And it's one that we're going to be covering soon, you know. And I just think that it's so solvable. Just like Michelle McNamara said that about I'll Be Gone in the Dark, you know, the Golden State Killer. She really felt that the case was easily going to be solved, you know, that this was something that could be solved. Now it takes detective work. It takes a lot of, you know, passion and everything um, to really connect all the dots. And that's kind of what we want to do here. Now, Colleen she is really, really obsessed with Ashley Bible and Lori Bible and Ashley Freeman. I always get the names mixed up. I switch them around all the time. And so it's a similar situation in the fact that it was very solvable. And what we would like to do is something similar to what Jax Miller did with Hell in the Heartland. So she basically, you know, researched the case and took you through it in her investigation of the case. And so we'd like to do something like that as well. It's something that we're looking to do for these Delphi murders. And we're really excited about it. I really think it would be interesting. And knowing the experts that we know with the connection, you know, they have special connections to the families. I think it would be a really great series, and it maybe would help solve this mystery of who killed these two girls. And they were just cute as button girls, you know. And all they did was walk down a bridge. So I personally don't think, you know, some people think that maybe it was just an act of convenience, but I don't think so. I mean, I think that the girls were an act of convenience. I do believe that those girls were not selected beforehand or anything. I just think that they were just there, but that's what that's what the man, and if he had a partner, that's what they were looking for that day. They knew the kids frequented it, and I think they laid in wait. I think they waited and waited and waited. Some people have said they've seen cars. They've said, but they've been given different descriptions. So, and eyewitness testimony is so hard. It is so hard because it's actually the most unreliable testimony there is, because you know, it's so subjective. And what I see outside of my window, you may stand in the same area and you may not see the same thing out my window, because maybe you're looking off to the left, you know, to the right, and I'm looking to the left. Or maybe you've had some other kind of traumatic event that made you see something differently. Or maybe you have an attachment to whatever you're looking at outside. Maybe it's your child that's out there, and so you just see your child and you don't see the other 40 kids out there playing. You know, it just all depends on what you see. And I can guarantee you take 10 people to a crime scene or to any kind of scene like that and ask them to tell you what they've seen, you'll get 10 different stories. Yeah, I think the last rendition might be closer to the way he looks. I think there's more video of him that they won't release. I don't know. No, it's Laura Bible and Ashley Freeman, and it's the series that Jax Miller did was called Hell in the Heartland. She has a book coming out. We're going to be covering it as soon as we wrap up Alyssa Turney next week. The next week after that, we'll be introducing the Hell in the Heartland cases, and that's Laura Bible and Ashley Freeman. They were two girls that their parents were killed, and they disappeared. And nobody thinks that the girls did it. Absolutely not. There is evidence to believe that they were taken, and God knows why and where they are or what anybody did with them. But with the Delphi murders, you know, I think you're right. I think the newest rendition might be closer to the way he looks, but I'm wondering if that other rendition is a accomplice. And I don't know why. Okay, this is something that I've just felt, and I could be totally wrong. I do have pretty good intuition when it comes to these things. I do get kind of like these epiphany visionary things that usually come true. But I just wonder if maybe it's like a father-son or an uncle, you know, an older uncle. So they would have similar like facial structure. But maybe not exactly, some people saw the old guy and some people saw, because it looks like in the pictures that we've seen, it looks like there's one guy up top on the bridge and there's another one down at the bottom. And I just wonder if the one at the bottom is maybe an older guy. And maybe somebody saw him at some point or something. And that is who they're, that's why there's two of these. I don't know. Maybe that's my theory. Maybe it's like a family connection. Or even, it can even be a different type of connection that it's an older guy and a younger guy. But my money is on it being some sort of family connection that they are, if it's two people. And that would explain why there's different renditions of the facial drawings. So that's a case that I'm super interested in. The other case that is just boggles my mind completely, and I truly believe that this is a huge case with way more working parts than anybody is willing to admit. And that's the Roden family murders out of Ohio. So in Ohio, this little town, it's super corrupt. And there's all these other little cases that are very connected to these Roden family murders. Now, the story with the Roden family murders, to the older person in the group, like, yeah, exactly. I mean, maybe he couldn't climb up onto the the bridge. Maybe he couldn't do it. I don't know. Anyway, because I don't know how you get up on that bridge. I don't know if it's like a stairs or if you just pull into a parking lot and it's on one side. I don't know. I haven't been there. I need to go. And I was going to go and then COVID hit. Crazy. But anyway, so the other one that I'm thinking about that I really just am so absolutely obsessed with is the Roden family murders. Now, the story is that out of Ohio, there was a family and another family, and one family killed the other family over a custody battle. Now, I think that is the craziest thing I've ever heard. Not really the craziest thing I've ever heard, but it's pretty up there. Like, to take out an entire another family over a custody battle, I do not believe that at all. I think maybe that might be what they're saying, and it might be partially true, but I definitely do not think that is the answer to the Roden family murders. It's crazy. What the one family fled and they gunned down several. I mean, it's just, oh my Lord of mercy. It is a twisted story. And in that, like I said, there's all these other little offshoots of it that are other cases. And it really looks like a case of police corruption, to be honest. I hate talking about police corruption. I literally hate it. I know that it happens. I'm not ignorant to the fact that it happens. It just upsets me so much because I am such a supporter of, backing the blue and police lives mattering, and not that they matter more than anyone else's lives. I just believe they matter. And we work with a lot of law enforcement people. My dad was law enforcement. My grandfather was in the military, career military. I thought about going into law enforcement when I was younger. I actually went to college for criminal justice, a criminal justice degree. I didn't finish, but I did go. And I'm working right now on some stuff, taking classes over at Oliphant Institute with Stephen David Lampley, who is one of our guests all the time on here. I've also been taking stuff through the Death Investigation Academy. I'm looking into taking some classes from Dr. Laura Petler on staging of crime scenes and things like that. So I'm really seriously into learning more about criminal justice. And I think what these people do, putting their lives on the line every single day is so very important. And I think that anybody who thinks that we should defund the police is completely ignorant of what is going on. Now, I'm not saying that we can't reappropriate the money that they have into better ways of spending it and community action and things like that. But I think anyone who thinks that sending a social worker out to a domestic violence call is asking for trouble. And if you start defunding police or dismantling the police, I believe that it's just the crime rate is just going to rise. So I don't like talking about it, but I know it happens. And a lot of times in these cases, I think it comes down to the fact that it's a smaller town, and either they don't have the resources, or their investigators have never really dealt with a case like as big as is a family murder like that, where multiple people are murdered, or even just a regular murder. A lot of times they're just not equipped because they have such a small town, and they don't have all the resources. So I think it's very important that they early on call in either the State Bureau investigator or the FBI, and work with them, because I think that many of these cases that go cold, a lot of times it's just because they don't do the right things in the beginning, and so then evidence is lost. And hey, Rebel, how are you, girlfriend? So I just think that sometimes that's what happens, and it's not necessarily corruption, but it's a lack of knowledge in what they're actually looking into. I think that happens a lot, and I think that that's what we should be looking at in a lot of terms of helping find a better way for police to be supported, and for them to have the equipment and training and everything that they need. More training across the board. I think all police officers should get more training. I think they should have training that they have to recertify every so many years. I definitely think that there are many things broken with this, but I think that there is a much better way of fixing the situation than what is happening right now. So, but anyway, this case, though, it's almost a clear case in this Rodin family murder of just corruption in the police force that is there. I don't know if it's the sheriff's office or the police, but there is just massive amounts of just wow, unbelievable things that you just know that's what it is. Like, this is a story that was told to me about another case that's one of the littler cases that would be connected to this, and it's these two people who were murdered in their homes, and my dinner is almost here. Oh my God, I'm so excited. My husband's pulling up to bring me dinner. Oh my goodness. I'm so hungry, you guys. You have no idea. And the police were called out. They messed up the investigation in the first place. Then there was this situation with a well, because in this area we still have wells on many properties because of how remote and urban we are. Not urban. Is it urban? See, I'm forgetting words. Rural. That's the word. Sorry, not urban. Rural. It's the opposite of urban. Rural. How rural we are. So, because I'm here in Kentucky, same as Ohio, same as Indiana, Tennessee. All of us are very rural, and so they were called out because weapons. Hold on. Hey, Rebel. Thank you for joining in again. So they were called out to this well because there were weapons in the well. Hey, babe. Did you get me a euro? Are you okay? Yeah, see, Lee, you're on a well. Exactly. So there were weapons that matched the description of weapons that were used in this murder. And the weapons were way down in the bottom of the well. So the law enforcement is called in, and instead of instead of like tunneling down and over, and even like they said that even there was offers from like television studios and things like that to come in, and they would pay for the dig, and they would obviously film it and make a documentary, right? And they refused. They didn't want to do that. And instead of like digging down and over and pulling the things out that way, which would have been the most logical way. And believe me, I don't know all the specifics of this. I'm not a expert on this. I'm just telling you what I know from what I've been told by experts and things like that. Then they could have extracted them, but instead what they did was they thought that they could take a power, like extremely big, forceful, like fire engine, like hose, and stick it down in there and flood the well, and the guns would rise. And instead, what happened is apparently they blew out like the bottom of the well. Now, like I said, no expert. I don't know how that works, but apparently that's what happened. And now no one can get those things out because they've been blown so far down, and there is no way to even retrieve them at this point. Basically, they've just barricaded it off so nobody falls in there. And that's it. And so now they've lost all this evidence because they just didn't do what they needed to do. And they weren't equipped. Thank you. Guys, I'm going to take a few minutes. I'm going to move over here to eat real quick. I will be back in just a few minutes. I just need to throw some stuff down my throat before I pass out. So I'll be right here. I can still see what you're saying. Hey, Brandy. Yes, technically they blew the bottom of the well up. That's what I said. Exactly. See, Brandy knows a little bit more about this case than I do. She has been working on it. She knows a little bit more of the littler cases. I know a lot about the Roden family murders, but she knows a lot more about that one there. And I would bring her on, but she's been packing and moving and doing all kinds of crap. So I'm sure she's not in any shape or form to come on and join us today. But Brandy is working on a new podcast that we're helping produce, and she's going to be working on a new YouTube channel and everything else. So we'll be looking for that soon. I'm really excited. I know that we're working on doing a Diane Downs second episode. She did a first one. We're going to do a second episode, and that's going to be a lot of fun. Diane Downs was one of the actual first true crime cases that I ever got into in high school when I watched Small Sacrifices with Farrah Fawcett. And then I read the book and I was like, oh my God, what is wrong with this woman? How horrible. And that was my first experience with a mother killing their own children. Kind of like this Lori Vallow thing, it's unbelievable. But give me like 2-3 minutes, guys. I'll be right back. I just need to grab this euro. right. It would have been easier to get an industrial magnet in the well. See? That is a smart idea, Lee. But nobody thought of that. No. Let's just throw water down the well and blow the bottom of the well out. Are you serious? Unbelievable. Anyway. That's what I said. It connects the sheriff to the killers. And I think it connects them to the Roden family murders too. And I think it's all going to come out eventually. I just don't know when. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's one that sadly, unless somebody like us, or Brandy or somebody comes along and helps solve it and, blows the lid off of it, I don't think that'll ever get solved because it's too much connection to people that don't want connection. So, yeah. Let's see here. I have not heard from Cheryl. Okie dokie. Oh my goodness, I am. Oh no, don't delete it. No. Oh wow. Anyway, so that's another one of the cases that I really am interested in, have been forever, and really, really want to take some time researching it and really looking into it more. Oh, Tori just sent me a picture of her baby. So cute. Such a cutie. Anyway, yeah, that's a case that's going to be hard. So what do you guys think of the new charges and the dropping of the other charges? Now, I expected them to drop those other charges because now it's not a case of that. It's not a case of missing children and not producing the children or abandoning children. Now it's really heading into a murder case. And I do think that there's going to be new charges coming forward. It's just taking some time. But I think that if they don't do this right, then they're going to walk, just like Casey Anthony did, and several others. Because it's a classic case of who went this way, who went that way, which way did they go? And so it's very classic that, and I just think that, my goodness, I don't know how I hope that doesn't work. I do. I hope that they're able to tie the conspiracy all together. I do think, as I've said many times, I think Lori would be the first one to flip. Maybe tomorrow, when the world doesn't end like she thinks it is going to, which I personally think is a bunch of malarkey. I don't think she believes that at all. I think she made it up. I think they're great cult leaders that were really destined on to, irrevocable damage. But I think that they got too caught up in the fact that they didn't want these kids because the kids were just getting in the way of things. And I think that they got rid of the kids. Just got rid of them because they didn't want to deal with them anymore. And Tylee had seen too many things, and she was starting to get to an age where she would talk about those things maybe with other people. And they couldn't have that. So they couldn't have it come out about Charles's death. They couldn't have it come out about Alex's death. They couldn't have it come out about Tammy's death. Well, Tammy's death was after, I guess, but I think they were plotting Tammy's death way, way earlier. I think that maybe they couldn't have any of that come out, and so they offed Tylee, and then I don't know why they would do it in two different separate situations. That's the one thing that's boggled my mind. I think maybe they thought, okay, well, JJ's young, we'll keep him, and I don't know. I just don't get their method of thought process. Just none of it makes sense to me. I totally get being prepared for, the next war. If the pandemic has shown us anything, that you need to be, well stocked on things. Now, I'm not talking about rushing out and buying up all the damn toilet paper from everybody. I don't think that will happen. I don't think that's a good idea, but I definitely think being prepared. No. I definitely think being prepared for what's to come, it's something situation like we're in right now where we're in a pandemic and things, are happening every day. And I have my own thoughts on the pandemic and I'm not going to, I don't want to get into those, but I definitely think it's important to be prepared. But I don't think that you need to run out and just, stock up on 50,000 rolls of toilet paper. That one boggled my mind. I don't know why toilet paper was such a commodity that everybody freaking wanted. It was so weird. But I definitely see that part of their religious beliefs as being, intelligent. I get that. But yeah, at least she could flip and go for religious insanity. Hold on. I'm on live until midnight. So she she could flip and go for religious insanity. Here's the thing with the insanity plea. I have several issues with the insanity plea. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I think about the insanity plea. First of all, the insanity plea for a defendant, I think should only be used in the craziest of cases. And mind you, this is a crazy case, but it's not the other circumstances around the murder are different. And those things are the crazy things, but the murder itself it's it happens. These things happen every day and they're all tragic and they're all sad and we've seen them all. But it doesn't make her crazy for killing her kids, really. It just makes her evil. But here's the thing about the insanity plea. So insanity pleas, they don't have a time limit. Okay. So you can plead, hold on. Sorry, my daughter's talking to me. Okay. So here's the thing. So if you plead not guilty by reason of insanity, you go to a mental institution. You don't just get to go back out in the world. You go into a mental institution. And they don't have a set period of time. It's not like 25 years to life or 10 years for manslaughter or whatever. They're there indefinitely until a doctor decides that they think they're not a threat to society anymore. Now that can go one of two ways. Now, they can fool a doctor and be let out, or they can be there for the rest of their life because one, either the doctor really thinks that they need to be there for the rest of their life, or two, the facility is milking the system and they need every single patient they can get so that they can get as much money as they can, so you're kind of at the mercy of the doctors in there, and they're not good places. Let me tell you, those people are not going to good places. But the other problem I have with the insanity plea is anyone who takes another person's life, unless it's self-defense, really, are they sane? They're just a little bit crazy, right? I mean, anybody who does that is not in their right mind. It definitely isn't the happenings of a sane person, you know. They're definitely not just, oh yeah, I'm doing fine and I just killed my husband today. No, that is not, that's not normal. You're not sane. You're not a normal mind. But then that would be said for every single person who's ever done it. So then, you know, they would, they're all insane, right? So I don't know. We dealt with this situation in the Gypsy Rose Blanchard case with Nicholas Godejohn. You know, people thought he should have pled insanity. People think that he should have been given a plea deal similar to Gypsy's. I don't think that he should have been given a plea deal similar to Gypsy's. I don't think Gypsy should have got the plea deal that Gypsy got. Now, when I first started out on the Gypsy case, let me tell you, I was very pro Gypsy. I felt like, why would this girl have to do 1 day in prison? This is horrible. She's been just terribly abused her whole life. And she shouldn't have to go to prison. And then I met Gypsy more and more and read more and more of the documents and the medical records. And there is, you know, medical proof that Gypsy was faking of her own volition, you know, faking hearing tests. She was faking the fact that she couldn't swallow. She would pool saliva in her mouth and pretend like she couldn't swallow, and then they would finally get her to swallow, you know. So there was that. And there is all throughout her medical file, there are markers that someone should have caught. And it's not necessarily markers on Dee Dee, but it was markers on Gypsy and the things that Gypsy did and said. And many times it was pointed out and just nobody did anything. There was times where it said, it seems like the patient is malingering. It seems like da 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 da. And if you read any of Dr. Beckerman's files, that was the doctor that went with her was in Louisiana, her doctor in Louisiana, and then mysteriously ended up in the same place that they end up in Missouri. Sorry, goodness gracious. Robin, are you talking about Lori and Chad, that they might have extra victims that we don't know about? Is that what you're talking about? Anyway, so I was very pro Gypsy. My team was very pro Gypsy. Every single person that we brought on was extremely pro Gypsy. We thought that it was terrible. And then, you know, the shiny started to wear off. I think about 3 years in. So 3 years into our investigation and working with the family and everything, I started to pick up on things that I thought were strange, extremely strange, things that just didn't add up. I would ask questions. I wouldn't get the answers that I thought I should have. And then, so right before we got the interrogation video, Gypsy had become involved, and she'd been involved for a little while, but it became very serious with another online boyfriend, which, you know, so it went so well for you the first time, and you're in prison now, and you've never had a life, and you really think that it's a great idea to start a relationship with a guy who you know nothing about really, because he can tell you anything while he's, you know, thousands of miles away, and he can be anybody for, you know, I don't know, 2 days on a weekend, maybe even 3. You can keep up a facade of being anybody. But she started dating this guy. She got engaged to him. They were really going to get married. They were supposed to get married at the beginning of last year, I think, or the beginning of this year. I can't even remember. We have so many things with that case. It's unbelievable. Brandy, if you're still here, you might be able to fill that in for me real quick of when the wedding was supposed to happen. But anyway, she was, you know, planning this wedding in church, and it was going to happen in prison, with no reason for it. Absolutely no reason for her to get married in prison. There was no benefits that she would get. There wasn't like they could have, you know, conjugal visits or anything like that. Nope. Nothing. It was just that he could lock her down. And we really truly believe that he was looking at her as some sort of like, cash cow, just like her mother had, just like, you know, her family kind of does. Her stepmother kind of looks at her that way too. Yeah, you can only cover crazy for so long, Gypsy. Oh God, she is, oh goodness. The number her mother did on her is bad. Don't get me wrong. I am not going to sit here and say that Gypsy is anything that her mother did not create. She absolutely is. The abuse started at 3 months old. She had no control over it, but by 5 and 6 and 7 years old, Gypsy was already willingly participating, and we don't know what was really motivating that. She won't tell us, and her story just doesn't match up. It just doesn't match up. There, you know, there's a 2-year period that they just go missing from Louisiana to Springfield, and 2 years, nothing, no medical documents, no nothing, which is really strange. And we're looking into that kind of right now. We kind of thought we were done with the case, but we're going to write a book. So, yeah, it's a crazy case. But anyway, she meets this guy. She gets together with them. She's going to marry him. The whole thing. Well, her stepmother leaks this relationship out to the press by accident. By accident. I don't believe that anything that woman does is accidental. She plays really good at being, you know, the doting, caring stepmother that just loves her and, oh, she just wants the best for her. She's not. But anyway, you know, she meets this guy, she gets together, they're planning this wedding, the relationship gets leaked out there. So I'm forced, because they refuse to talk to the press and just do the one, you know, interview so that they can be, you know, the press will get off their backs and everything, because the press are speculating everything. And, you know, there was a woman involved that was giving them false information and saying that the guy was, you know, he was a drunk driver and he was this and he was that. And I mean, it just was, it was so convoluted. And basically we came out and we said, you know, hey, you know, we're very concerned. Yes, we're concerned. And not that we were concerned because she was with him. Now I absolutely was, but I wasn't going to come out and say that. That's not appropriate for me to say. There's nothing to do with me, but we were concerned that she was rushing to get, you know, married in prison, and that this is a girl who's never lived a life, you know, outside of a prison. So we kind of got into it over that. They didn't like the fact that Christy encouraged me and Tori to do the article, even though they said they didn't want us to. Christy said, no, I talked with them, and she lied a lot about what Gypsy said or didn't say, or what Ken said or didn't say. Caught her in a lot of lies. And so we had a little bit of a falling out from that. And then it kind of just went downhill from there as we found more things. Well, then about I don't know. Gosh, it was, I don't know when we got the freaking file. It was right about the time that Killer Couples came out. We ended up getting the entire interrogation video of Gypsy Rose Blanchard. Now, nobody has put that out there but us. Well, I'm sorry. We were the first to put it out. A couple other people have put it out now. Same thing that we have, but we were the first to put it out, and we broke that open. We put it out there because we felt like it was, one, important to the case. Two, I kind of felt like if we put it out there in the right way, that we could make something maybe more positive about it. But I'm going to make it more positive. I don't know. But that changed our whole perspective on things. It was very upsetting, heartbreaking. I spent hours in shock. And I was extremely, extremely just devastated. It basically changed the whole thought process that we had around this case, based on how manipulative and what lies Gypsy can tell, and how quickly she can tell them, and how easily she can move from one to another, and, you know, and how vicious she can be. She can be extremely hateful and awful. So, you know, we had this break in the case, and it caused a lot of pain for a lot of people. And I found out that Gypsy, you know, she claims that she didn't have a relationship with her father. She did. She had a fake Facebook, or you know, a different profile than what her mother knew. And she was in contact with her family the whole time. She'd even talked to Dee Dee's side of the family. So she could have easily found a different way out. And we didn't think that was possible when we first started on the case, but definitely know that it is now. So, you know, I just think that that case. And if you guys are interested in seeing the interrogation video, it is on this YouTube channel here at Murder by Design. It's one of our much earlier videos. And then watch that. Then scroll further up and find the interview that we did on with the jailer, so Greene County jailer, and she was also a first responder, and how Gypsy in many ways ruined and helped her life. Kind of what she's done with me. I mean, it was a heartbreaking thing. We went through hell with it. So so you want to see those two videos, and you might have a totally different perspective, maybe not on the Gypsy case. I definitely think that she is what her mother created her to be, but she's very dangerous. She's very dangerous. And it's a scary thing because she has refused to get help. It's not good. But anyway, so alrighty, let's talk some more other things. What else would you guys like to talk about? Tell me some ideas, guys, here. I'm running out of ideas in my own head. Are there cases that you would love to discuss? Is there something that you would love to know about the Vallow case? Is there something you're missing in the Vallow case that I can give you some information on? We have been covering it since the beginning of it breaking. Really very, very early on, we have covered this case since it became something that the public was looking at, but I'm running out of ideas, guys. I can't play music because then Facebook will ding me and YouTube will ding me, so I can't do that. So pick something. I don't care if we talk about the weather or whatever, anything that's not political. I don't do political. I don't like to do political. But what do you guys want to talk about now? I'm not seeing anybody in the chat. Is anybody listening? Hello? 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 Nope. No. Okay, I'm going to check some email real quick. Do 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 Okay, I have to read a couple emails here, guys. Robin Lee Rowe here in Idaho. Remember, there was one of her children she murdered when we were kids. Oh my God. No, Karen, that's terrible. She's still on death row 35 years later here in Idaho. She burned her family in her house down straight from us. Oh my God. No, I need to write this one down. I have not heard of this one. Where do I want to write this down? Okay, I'm gonna use this one. So Robin Lee Rowe. Robin Lee Rowe. Ohio. Oh no, Idaho. Oh, you're in Idaho, Karen? My best friend, and a woman who I just consider to be like my sister, lives in Idaho. She lives in Payette, I believe. Yeah, Payette. So okay, I will look into that one, Robin. I did not know about that one. No. Wow. We miss certain ones because of it just there's too many cases for everybody to know everything on every single one of them. It's an interesting one. Must have been found to kill her infant child years before through arson too. Oh no, I think I might have heard of this. I just might not realize that it's this case, but I think I have. Or could be accidentally still haven't. Yeah, I know. You know what? That's the craziest thing to me too. Like we have the death penalty, but nobody uses it. Like why even sentence them to the death penalty? There's no point in that. If you're not going to use it, you're not going to use it. If you put a moratorium on it, then don't sentence them to it. It's no sense in them sitting around thinking that any day they might end up being pulled to the chair. I don't know. I don't think that's the right way to go about it. I do believe in the death penalty. I just don't think that leaving people on death row for 30 years is the right answer. Well, why did you give them a death penalty? I thought the death penalty meant death. I don't know. It's just my crazy idea. No, I'm not in Wisconsin. Colleen is in Wisconsin. I am in Kentucky. I'm originally from California, though. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Another hour until I call Tricia. Holy crap, Nola. This day is going so slowly. It feels like it's midnight. All right, guys, I am going to work on a couple things. I'll still be here. I'm going to have the chat up. So, yeah, I think that too many appeals are given. I really do. That's a problem that I think we have in this country is that we give way too many appeals. So I'm going to start to do a little bit of research on Jodi. So we're covering Jodi Arias starting next week on the podcast, The Good Wife's Guide to True Crime, where you can find it on any of our, your favorite podcast players. If you go over and you give us a 5-star review over on Apple, then we pick a winner each month when you guys are doing that, and we send you a $5 gift card for either Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks on us. So if I want to go do that, give us a 5-star review over on Apple, The Good Wife's Guide to True Crime. So anyway, okay. No, we're not. Nope. No. So anyway, I'm going to work on the Jodi Arias case. I'm going to do some research on it because I'll be honest with you, when that case first broke, I wasn't a big Jodi Arias researcher. I just didn't pay attention to it a lot. I was more wrapped up in Casey Anthony at the time. But now that I've been researching Miss Arias, and we've talked with Kirk Nurmi, now in our Jodi Arias series, we're going to do 2 or 3 episodes on her over on the Good Wives Guide to True Crime. We'll also be including Kirk Nurmi's interview with us regarding Miss Arias. And then obviously we'll be heading into our season finale of the head-to-head with Scott Peterson. Colleen thinks that he is not guilty. That's how I feel about it. But I mean, she's going to present her case and we'll see if it sways mine or Christina's minds or any of yours. Yeah. So we are working on Jodi Arias right now. So I am going to do a little bit of research. I am reading Christina says the storm is getting close to me just in case you can't find me. So I'm going to work on that for a little bit, guys. I will still have the chat open here. I'm going to be on camera. I'm just going to go grab my book and I will be happy to answer questions as we work on that. I'm also going to wear my tinfoil hat with the bunny ears because you guys haven't actually seen me wear that one yet. So tinfoil hat going back on. And we've got these bunny ears are weird. My husband made these bunny ears. I think they're strange, but that's okay. It's kind of strange, like rabbit ears on the antenna. There. Maybe it's a big bow, but I don't know. There, bunny ears. There we go. Bunny ears. See? Bunny ears. Yep. 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 Bunny ears. Okay, got my tinfoil hat on again for you guys. I'm going to go grab my book on Miss Arias that, funny enough, so crazy story here, guys. This is interesting to me. So Kirk Nurmi, the defense attorney for Jodi Arias, was disbarred for telling, a tell-all book that he wrote, or 2, that he wrote about Miss Arias. He got disbarred. He felt it was necessary. And now Juan Martinez, the prosecuting attorney, come here, baby. The prosecuting attorney in this case, oh, I know you, true sweet boy, has been disbarred as well for misconduct and possibly sexual misconduct. But he has been disbarred. And we'll never know what he was actually disbarred for or, the real true story behind it because, of course, he took a plea and allowed them to disbar him instead of, being prosecuted for it. So, hey, there's that. Alrighty, guys, I'll be right back. Stay right there. I'll be right back, okay? I'll be right back. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. My legs are killing me. Whew. I got cold. So I got my my bathrobe too. I am right directly underneath a ice cold vent, but if I turn it off, then the rest of the house gets outrageously hot. It's crazy. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, here we go. My goodness. It's just tick, tick, ticking away. Tick, tick, tock. Tick, tick, ticking away. Tick, tick, tock. Yes, I can leave that one. Oh shit. No, I don't want to call it. No, stop. Okay, good. She's talking about being loopy, and I am so loopy. So loopy. Oh, so loopy. We could be. Definitely could be. We could be the bad people left behind. Alrighty, guys. I'm back over here. I took my hat off. I'm listening to Tricia. She's cracking me up over there. She's getting loopy. I'm a little loopy my damn self. But I don't have the wrenches she has, like, to keep the chat going. So Tricia's going to be over here at 8, guys. We're really excited about this. Let's see. So it's 7:30 here, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30. So we've got just under 4.5 hours left in our discussion here of the ring in the rapture. End of the world according to Lori Vallow. Nope, not really. Oh, hi, Debbie Deshias. How do you say your name, love? But hello and welcome. Oh, dang it. Well, like I said, guys, we're starting to, come into the last 4 hours here of this craziness. Oh my goodness. It seems like everybody's having crazy day to day. I'm getting a bit tired, but I think once Tricia comes over here, I'm listening to Tricia. I got to take off these headphones. I can't listen to Tricia talk while I try to do this. It's hilarious. She makes me want to crack up. And you guys have no idea what I'm talking about because you can't hear her. But anyway, so I think once Tricia comes over here from Websleuths here in the next half hour, I'm going to do a little bit of time with her. And then I think I'm going to take a snooze for a little bit. I'll be back around 10 o'clock at that time to bring in the last 2 hours of this. But I'm getting a little loopy. I have literally had maybe 2 hours of sleep. I tried to lay down earlier to take a nap, and the house was rocking and rolling and thundering and lightning and everything so much that I couldn't do it. So I am here, but I've had maybe 2 hours of sleep, so I am exhausted. But I think it's been a great day. We've had a lot of fun today working with you guys and chatting about different cases and seeing what the world is bringing around. We saw some of Wisconsin. We saw some in New York. We saw, a little bit here from my home and Tori down in Lexington. We've had a great day. It's been a lot of fun. So I've really enjoyed hanging out with you guys. But don't go away. I'm still here, and we're still going to have Tricia on at 8. My girls will be in here to chat with you in the chat room. I'm hoping, a bunch of you guys will be over here to keep the conversation going. So let's see here. Anyways, guys, I was gonna do some research, but I can't put my mind around it. I'm so tired. I think Colleen was discussing Darlie Roudier over there on Tricia's channel as one of the cases that I have been interested in for so long. I'm really like fascinated with moms who kill. This is why this story itself with Lori has taken me by the horns. I have watched it from the very beginning. Same thing with Leticia Stout, although she's a little bit different. She's a stepmom who kills, but same thing, still a mom. I have followed the Andrea Yates case. I've followed Susan Smith back in the day that drowned her two kids, Diane Downs and Lacey Spears, Lisa Snyder. I mean, I don't know what it is. I'm just fascinated by it, I guess because I'm a mom. And for me, it is so hard to even begin to fathom that these poor kids that a mother would take their child's life like this. I just it's just heartbreaking. And as a mom myself, I just can't wrap my head around it. I don't understand moms and dads who are abusive to their children. Children are such a blessing. They're such a precious piece of our life, and they bring you such joy. I mean, yeah, children are frustrating, don't get me wrong, but the joy far outweighs the negative of having children. And I can't imagine my life without my kids. My oldest daughter, literally, I think she saved my life. I was very depressed and kind of, I really think I would have ended up, I was in the entertainment industry as a young, 20 something. And I was kind of pissed off at the world at the time. I mean, nothing's really changed. No, I'm kidding. I'm not nearly as pissed off at the world as I was back then. But I was kind of irritated with the world at the time, and I found out I was pregnant with her, and I left the industry for 20 years, and for a long time that bothered me because I never thought that's what I was going to have to do, and I did. But and I never complained. It's not like I regret. I don't. Because I think that she put me on a good path, and now is the time for me to do all the things. Oh my goodness, my bunnies are here. Oh, if they get closer, I'll put them on the camera because I love them. I have two little bunnies that come in my neighbor's yard and my yard and play around. They chase each other, they hop and they run. It's super cute. I love it. But yeah, I mean, it's just the moms who kill. I don't know. I don't understand. My oldest and was just such a good kid, and she saved me, from a life that I just think would have been a bad life. And all three of my girls are most amazing humans, just amazing humans. Hey, Rebel, woo woo, Rebel's in the house. Do 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 do, Rebel's in the house. Uh, so, but I I'm thankful for all three of my girls. They have given me such immense joy and pride in them, and they have all become amazing, just amazing human beings, just incredible human beings. And I'm about to be a grandma. I'm going to. I know, crazy, right? And I'm about to have my first grandson. We've never had a boy in the house other than my husband, and he is a boy, but I've never had another boy in the house until my husband, other than my husband. So we're going to have our first grandchild, and it's going to be a little boy, and we're super excited about it. I can't wait for that. It's coming in. He's coming in November, and currently planning a baby shower through a pandemic. It's kind of weird because we don't know if we should have people gather or not gather, or if we should have small groups or not small groups, or do it all virtually online, which seems kind of, I don't know. I think you can do part of it online. I don't think you can do all of it online. And the funny thing is I used to run a not an entertainment, but event planning service. And one of the things we did was online events like that. But we, oh, okay. So this, I mean, we had to still have some in-person things. Really interesting, Hippie. If maybe you could share some tips, because I know how to do it if I'm having like, you know, a crowd and then we invite a couple people to be there by that, but I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do any of this stuff. Like, this is crazy that this is what we're doing right now. It's amazing to me. This is what we're doing right now. I just, whew, it's something, that's for sure. Oh, somebody yawned. You didn't see that. You didn't see that. You didn't see me yawning. I was not yawning. I promise you I was not yawning. I was totally yawning. Okay, so Tricia will be here in just a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I think that these cases of these moms who kill are just, you know, oh, and Maggie Boswell. I mean, it's just astounding to me. I just don't understand. I don't understand these women. I don't know how they can do this. I don't know how they can live with themselves afterwards. It's just, oh, awful. Just awful that they can do this. To the monetization situation on Facebook is really, or in YouTube, it's really killing me. I'm sorry, didn't mean to say that out. They ended up doing it 2 nights because it took so long. Well, yeah, that's interesting. Playing games they could do on Zoom. See, when we did it, what we would do is we would send like a package of stuff to them beforehand, and then sorry. We would send a package to them beforehand, and then they would get like all the stuff, and then they could play all the games. Like, so if we were going to do like the toilet paper around the belly game, we sent them the toilet paper. If we were doing like a baby food jar thing, we sent them like baby food in like Ziplocs and stuff. It was really cute, cool little idea. But yeah, I guess some games that we could do on Zoom would be fun. But I really think, I know she wants to have at least one in person for people who maybe you know, Elaine, beginning to think this was all a ruse. Really? Did you really believe it, Lori? Did you really believe that the world was ending? Or did you go to a calendar and go, that one? I think that's what you did. I really do. I don't think you had any sense of when the world was going to end. I don't think you even believed that the world was going to end. I think you just thought you were going to get away with it because you're a smug bee. That's my opinion. She's a smug bee. I want to smack that smile right off her face. So I'm hoping that the next time that we see her in court, maybe she won't be so happy, because you know what? It didn't happen, Lore. It didn't happen. And now you look like a complete nincompoop. Nincompoop. Total and utter nincompoop. Yeah. I don't know if it's a power trip. I definitely don't think she believed it. I think that she really just thought she would get away with it. I honestly think I honestly think maybe they went to Hawaii thinking they would lay low for a little bit, not be found. Dateline freaking found them. I think that maybe they were waiting on a passport for Lori. I don't know if she had one or not, but that's possibly, maybe one of them didn't have a passport. They were waiting for a passport, and I really think they were going to fly the coop. That's what I think. They were going to fly the coop. I'm not sure. I mean, that's just the sense that I got of it, and I just really do believe that that is, what will happen. Wow. Good for you guys. Wow. Screw you people. Not you guys, other people. But yeah, I mean, I don't think it was necessarily a power trip. I mean, I think for him it might have been. I think that he got off on being some culty little leader, and that's what he got off on, and then he got himself, he upgraded because let's face it, Tammy was nowhere near the looker that Lori is, although I'm sure she had a very kind and sweet heart. She just was not nearly as pretty on the outside as Miss Vallow. But my grandmother used to tell me pretty is as pretty does. So she's a pretty evil, ugly person. So, and I look at her and I'm just grossed out. I don't know. I look at her and I just want to barf. Want to barf. She makes me want to barf. But oh yeah, I know, Rebel. He was asked about the kids and he said they were fine and safe. Well, in their definition, they were fine and safe because the children had zombies inside of them, and so they freed the zombies and the children were gone on to the 144,000 that they were bringing home to God, right? Or are they gods? Oh wait, they're gods. So were they bringing them home to them? No. Oh, okay. You mean the real God? Oh, okay. I don't think God takes too kindly to you calling yourself a god, but that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. But I really do hope. I know that it's been a long time since the death penalty has been used in that state of Idaho. I am really hoping that they decide to enact this in this case and they get it. I hope they get it, and I hope that instead of giving them 90 bazillion years, 90 bazillion years. I hope that they get a swift justice, maybe one appeal and done. I'd sure like that, but I doubt it'll happen. I'm thinking more like life in prison without the possibility of parole. I'm thinking that's probably the best we're going to get on this. And I'm not even sure we're going to get that. It just depends on what the evidence is that comes down the lane, because I mean, oh my goodness, the evidence in this is all going to be very convoluted. They'll be very convoluted. So I think that it is a weird situation over there. So oh goodness gracious. Okay, what time is it? Is it time for Tricia yet? No, we still got 15 more minutes before Tricia comes back or comes on. I want to be made an example of so people know they can't get away with this. Exactly. That's what I think too. I would love that. I think that that's exactly what should happen. They should be made an example of. It is bullcrap that they are just, hey babe, they are. That's 4 outfits that I've had on today. Yeah, it is. What can I say? I'm just a fashionista. Yeah, my husband just laughed at that one. Fashion diva. Isn't that the same thing?
Saying that someone's a diva means that they're a spoiled brat kind of thing.
I am not.
Saying that you're a fashionista is someone that observes and participates in hot couture.
Are you hearing this? You guys, he just called me a fashion diva. I am so not a fashion diva. Do you know how long it has been since I actually bought new clothes for myself until this year? Holy crud. Like years. Not fashion diva. Not fashion diva. You're a butthead.
Yes, ma'am. Hey, don't forget to put these steaks in the refrigerator later.
So put them in the fridge now. You're standing there. Oh my God, you're so annoying. Oh, Rebel, you have no idea. I don't take crap from that man. I've known that man since 7th grade. Ooh, we've been around and around. Don't worry. I get him later. Hold on.
Tell them how you would eat if it was. Or like how you would.
Yeah, right. Oh, 18 thumbs up. Hit the like button. Show some love for MBD. Yes, please. We appreciate it. We've also got our super chat running. You can do that. Send us a super sticker. We'd love you. We do run totally on donations and the kindness of you guys who tune in and check us out. We do have our Patreon club and our membership over on our website too. But any little bit helps and counts for us. And we are going to start rewarding people who are our top, contributors and things like that. We'll be sending out gifts to them coming up here. So I know this is the weirdest case ever. Can't figure out the true motive. They can't be that nuts, right? Exactly. See, that's the thing. Like, I can't figure out the same thing with Gypsy Rose Blanchard's mother, like Dee Dee. I can't figure out what her end game was. We definitely believe that there was going to be a murder in 2015. It didn't matter whether it was me, Gypsy, or Dee Dee. It was definitely going down. But like this same thing too, I don't understand their end game. Like, you really cannot possibly believe that June 22nd of 2020 was just your day that everybody was gonna go and we're all zombies and I'm here to usher in 144,000 people. Like, I mean, I guess they can. I mean, thumbs down because Rebel made the damn zombie trolls mad. Oh, well. Oh, here's Colleen. She's back.
Hi, guys.
Okay, let me put my headphones back on so I can actually hear you. I'm about to fall asleep. I can't even take it anymore. We've got what? Oh my goodness. 9, 10, 11, 12. 4 more hours, guys. Just a little over 4 more hours.
That's not too bad.
No, it's not too bad. I'm exhausted. I have not had sleep. Oh my goodness. I have not had sleep. That is for sure. But it's been a crazy day. I saw you were out in the world. What happened out there in the world in Wisconsin?
Well, sunshine, 80 degrees. Walgreens was still open, so was Starbucks. So far, people are alive.
I'm doing something here, but have to keep it hidden because it's grossly inappropriate. But
yeah.
It has been rainy and gross and strange here all freaking day. What is your cat doing? Oh my goodness. So where'd you go? You went to Walgreens and you
So I went to Starbucks. I didn't think they were open. They've been closing at like 2 p.m. my time. Since for the last couple weeks, but they were still open when I left. So I went and got an oat milk honey latte, and then picked up my prescription from Walgreens, and then I got Tim some lunch at McDonald's.
Oh, nice. My husband brought home Arby's.
I used to like Arby's, but I do not anymore.
I like their gyros. She said she had a doctor appointment. I think she snuck into her bedroom for another couple of hours. That definitely deserves to get to be put up on the screen there. That's funny. Well, she'll be over here in about 10 minutes with us, and we're looking forward to talking with her now. Colleen, you were just over there. You were talking about Darlie and Andrea Yates and all kinds of things. I can see your ceiling. I can't see you anymore. There you are. What were you talking about over there?
So we were talking just a little bit, moms who kill their kids, or parents
Yeah.
who kill their kids.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about.
And so, like with Andrea Yates, kind of talking about how I do not blame her for what she did. I blame her husband. She found all 5 of her kids, but she was suffering severe postpartum psychosis. And she sought help many times, and he did not want her to have that help. And he pretty much forced her to watch these kids, even though she had said, "I'm going to hurt them." And
that day, she actually said it that day, and he just was like, "Oh, well, peace out. Have a nice day." Like, so, I don't know. He just, douche nozzle, man. Douche nozzle.
Right, so I do not blame her whatsoever. And then with Darlie, like I was talking about how there's no way she cut herself, whether her husband cut her or there was a third party, but she could not have cut that injury to herself. And
the more and more I have looked into it, I don't think Darlie did it. I truly believe that her husband framed her.
Very possible.
I think he is a jerkoid, and he was very strange. His answers to questions were strange. His whole story has been weird this whole time. I have always thought that it was just a strange situation with him. Like, I don't know.
Right. It's
either he did it or he hired someone to do it. I really truly believe that's the case. Yeah.
Right. There's no way. Like that injury, if it was like a centimeter to the right or the left, it would have cut her carotid artery and she would have died. So there's no way that she was risking that on her own. I think that the plan was for her to die as well.
Yeah, I do too. I think
she survived, but I don't.
I think she woke up in the middle of it, and I think that she, that's how it all happened. Like, I truly believe that she was on the way to death, and she woke up, and I think that she doesn't remember that, because who would? I mean, if you've been through such a traumatizing situation, a lot of people can't remember things from it, and I think that is definitely one of the situations that she is. I really truly believe that, really honestly, that he did it or he had someone do it. I don't think she did it. I also don't think she knew anything like that. I really think that it was a total surprise to her.
Well, I'm still pissed, and I always will be pissed about the media making the whole big deal about the silly string. That's what he would have wanted. It was his birthday. He was a child. She was remembering the love for her child, and to blow that up like she was celebrating was horse crap.
Oh, it was. And if they had shown the 30 minutes before that, the woman was inconsolably crying. And it wasn't even her idea to do the silly string. That was her mother's idea. And her mother said the same thing you just said. The kids would have wanted it. That was all they cared about having for their birthday party. And she was doing it. And as a mom, I understand that. I don't care. Lots of people say, as a mom, I don't understand it. As a mom, no, I totally get it. That she was trying to celebrate their life and honor their wishes as what they had wanted for their birthdays that she was robbed of having with them. And I truly believe that was just everybody copes differently, and I totally get, maybe I wouldn't have done it, but I totally get what she was going for.
Well, right, and you can't judge somebody's ability to grieve in different ways. Some people uncontrollably laugh when they deal with pain. Some people cry. Some people go mute, silent. Like some people literally pull their own hair out, where other people, they just go about the normal business. And losing 2 of your children, almost dying yourself, and being lost and already being kind of villainized and being blamed for this. Yeah. And there are some people, like, adults or teens and children who are terminal ill, like they have, their plans for their funeral. Like I don't
Yes.
want it to be all black and sad.
My
I
mother-
want it to
my-
be a celebration of my life.
My mother did too. She had a whole idea of what she wanted to do. She didn't want us being sad. She didn't want us crying. She wanted us to be happy and celebrate the life she lived and not the death she had, you know? And I totally get that. And other countries do. Many other countries, that's how they celebrate. That's how they do deal with death. They don't grieve in the way that we grieve. They celebrate life and the what you've left, you know, what you left into this world. Now I'm going to go grab a drink of water real quick before Tricia calls in here, guys, but I'll still be able to hear you, Colleen. I just won't be able to answer until I get back over here, but I will be right back. I just got to grab some water.
Yeah, so
Clear some of these
different-
dishes away.
different countries have different ways of grieving. One of the most interesting ways I find that some countries grieve is like, so in Korea, and specifically more North Korea, when they are dealing with grief and loss, they wail uncontrollably, like super loud scream wailing. And that's just something that they do to express their remorse. And so it's like, if you ever saw The Interview, which is a hilarious movie, they kind of do it, but that it's not just a joke. Like that's how they respond to grief. But like other countries, you know, it's that celebration of life and, you know, expressing the love and joy that you've always had for people. And, you know, we aren't, you know, people to judge. You know, we all grieve differently, and especially somebody who you know and love, and like losing your kids. If you've never lost a kid, you don't know what that feels like, so we can't judge other people for how they grieve. But there's ways that you know it's suspicious. Hashtag Lori Vallow and Chad going on vacation to Hawaii when their kids are missing. That's when you know it's screwed up. That's when you know that there's stuff to look at. But celebrating, you know, your children's birthdays, you know, shortly after they pass away in the way they would have wanted, to me, not suspicious. Going on vacation, suspicious. And like, there are just different things you do and don't do, and that's like one of them. Don't do suspicious activity, like going on vacation versus grieving. So yeah, Fancy, I was telling them about how.
Yeah, I heard.
Grieving.
Yeah.
And just how, you know, there's ways to grieve, but that is just one of the ways you don't go on vacation.
Right. So Tricia's going to be a little bit late, guys. She's over there with Cheryl McCollum, I guess, calling in. I've been waiting for Cheryl all day. I don't know what happened, but maybe she's just now free, and maybe we'll still get her over here before the night ends. But yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, another one that I would say would be extremely telling of, you know, a way that you don't grieve is Casey Anthony running around and partying, and her baby is missing, and her baby's freaking missing for a month, and you know, she's just partying it up. That's fine. That is not a way a mother grieves. I'm sorry.
Right. Going out and partying half naked, out getting tattoos about, you know,
right.
What it was like Serenity or some
yeah.
Crap. Like no.
Bull crap.
Do you
know that woman wants to try to have a baby now? Like, are you kidding?
Right. No, I don't trust even at a park, let alone having another child of your own. Absolutely not standing.
I wouldn't trust her to babysit a dog, much less a human. You know?
Absolutely not.
Right. Rebel, in New Orleans, they had a parade and they go down the street dancing. Exactly. That is, you know, that's a definitely different way of celebrating. And I think that's beautiful. I really do think that that's a beautiful thing. I think the celebration of life is important, but I also do believe that people have to have the time to really process their emotions. It took me 5 years to get through losing my mother. You know, I've talked about the web series that I wrote about it. You know, it wasn't necessarily 100% all my true story, but I wrote a whole web series about battling depression, being a single parent at the time, because my husband and I were split up, and trying to deal with the loss of the only parent I had. You know, I was not close to my father ever. Still am not. In fact, I told him off this weekend, and I probably will never speak to him again. And that's just the way things are. I pretty much told him off in an epic fashion too. I won't tell you the words I used, but it was pretty bad. So But anyway,
Right. It's just, we all grieve differently. Like my
Yeah.
papa, I was very, very close to him. He passed away when I was 12. And, I still tear up anytime I deeply think about the memories that I made with him and his life, and how I was the only grandchild he got to meet. He passed away before any of my cousins and brothers were born. And
Aw.
I will always have those great memories, going to the park, going to movies, going to the library, going to museums, and, all the love that we shared between each other. And, it's just things like that. And my Nana, yeah, she does
Your
this.
cat is killing me. I love it.
My Nana is like my best friend. And, I've missed her a lot. We haven't been able to see each other since the pandemic started. But I talk to her all the time. And she's,
Right.
in her 60s. I told her, though, after she hit 65, she's not getting another year older, because I would let her retire as a nurse, but that is it. She doesn't get to get older. Not allowed. And, it's one of those things, like, my brain doesn't even go there. I can't.
Yeah.
It won't. It can't. It's one of those things, like, my brain is like, haha, nope, not ever going to happen.
Right.
But I know we talked before about this case briefly, but we couldn't remember the name of it. But I remembered it, and I've been looking at it and how crazy it was. It was the Ronald Gene Simmons. That was the guy who killed 14 of his family members.
Oh, yes.
And so I wanted to briefly talk about this. So shortly before Christmas, 1987, Simmons decided to kill all of the members of his family. On the morning of December 22nd, he killed his wife, Rebecca, and their eldest son, Gene, by shooting them with a .22 caliber pistol, and then killed his 3-year-old granddaughter, Barbara, by strangling her. He then dumped the bodies into a cesspit that he had actually forced his children to dig. And then he waited for his other children to return home, because they were all coming home for Christmas. And so he waited. And after the arrival, he told them that he had presents for them, but he wanted to give them one at a time.
Oh, my God.
And so he then killed his daughter, who was 17, by strangling her and held under the water in a rain barrel. And then he killed his other 3 children that way as well. And then about midday on December 26th, the remaining members of the family arrived. And the first to be killed was his son, Billy, and his wife. They were both shot. And then he strangled and drowned their 20-month-old son. And then he shot and killed his oldest daughter, Sheila, whom he had sexually abused, her husband. And then he strangled technically his grandchild, but also his own daughter, because he had a baby with his daughter. So incest. He strangled the 7-year-old granddaughter. And then finally he strangled his 21-month-old grandson.
Wow.
He laid all the bodies of his whole family in neat rows at the lounge. All the corpses were covered with coats except for Sheila, who was covered by Rebecca's best tablecloth. The bodies of 2 grandsons were wrapped in a plastic sheeting and left in abandoned cars at the end of the road. After the murders, he went to get a drink at a local bar, returned to the house, apparently oblivious to the corpses lined up around him, spent the rest of the evening in the following day drinking beer and watching television.
Huh.
And that's not even it. So then the next day, or the morning of December 28th, so 2 days later, he drives into Russellville, walked into a law office, killed a receptionist who he previously had a crush on, but she rejected him. Next, he went to an oil company office where he shot a man, wounded the owner, and then drove onto a convenience store where he had previously worked, shooting and wounding 2 more people. Afterwards, he then went to the office of Woodline Motor Freight Company, where he shot and wounded a woman. Simmons then simply sat in the office and chatted with one of the secretaries while waiting for the police.
Wow.
Insanity! Like,
Yeah.
you literally killed
Yeah.
your entire freaking family, and then rando people, but like, your entire family, all of your children, their spouses, your grandchildren, and
For what reason? For what reason? Is there a reason? Was he
No.
pissed? What the heck?
No.
I don't know. That's so strange.
To me, I think, like, so obviously killing 14 of your family members and then some random people is crazy, but the fact that he sexually abused his daughter, had a child with her.
Just a bad person all the way around.
Yeah, and then killed that child who was 7, which I don't even. So that case to me is just wacko.
Yeah.
14.
Absolutely.
Like, I mean, we know of families who, like, somebody who kills everybody in their family, but like, that's a lot of family members.
There's a lot of family members. For one person to kill that many people, like, gosh, it kind of reminds me of H.H. Holmes and the murder house, like or the whatever, the murder hotel or whatever that they did. And they did a season of season of American Horror Story on it. And there is a couple movies coming out. I think Leonardo DiCaprio is in one coming out, but H.H. Holmes has always fascinated me with that because it seemed same kind of thing. Like, I feel like it was like, he brought people in and he had them, down the chute and out, and the next one in, like, it just, there was also another one that I remember that was like a doctor who would have these patients in and he would kill the women and then get rid of them and just bring the next one in, and kill her and then bring the next one in and kill her. Like, it just was like a crazy situation. I can't think of the name of that case. I know that I've read about it somewhere and I was like, oh my God, how does this even happen? But he would just kill his patients and get rid of them and nobody was none the wiser. But the same thing, like having each person come in there and, oh, geez.
Well, there's 2 cases that I'm probably going to be talking about on our podcast, like historical ones that I do, because they're more of the dark ones. One is there was a female doctor, or a doctor who treated females. He was a dude. And he would perform abortions for women, but usually the women lived, but he would screw it up so they wouldn't be able to have children in the future.
Yes,
and then he kept the fetuses in jars.
Yes, I think that is the one I was thinking about. Maybe he wasn't killing the women, but maybe that's exactly, that is what it was. And he was keeping these fetuses in jars. It was so weird. Yes, Rebel, bringing cattle to a slaughterhouse, exactly like that. Hey guys, I know there's more of you on here than just Rebel. We'd love to hear from you. Chat with us in the live chat down here. We'll be glad to answer questions or talk about specific cases or whatever. But yeah, that's a crazy case. That one is wow. What's the other one?
It's one that you guys definitely don't want to talk about. Albert Fish.
I know the name.
So he
what
was
did he do?
An older dude. He looked like an old sweet grandpa, but and so he was going around and telling kids that he has a niece that's having a birthday party and that he'd love to take this girl with him and other kids, and he would kidnap them, take them to this house out in the middle of nowhere, and then he would kill them, rape them, and then eat them.
Oh my God. Oh no, Lee. I hope you guys got dried off. You guys to New Jersey got the heavens opened up and rained on. So
no.
Maybe the heavens are crying for Tylee and JJ today,
But Fish was so messed up because he reveled in the fact that he did it. He would write letters to the parents of the kids he ate saying I cooked her slow and her sweet blank tasted so good. Yeah.
No, I don't want to talk about that one. I don't want to talk about that one.
Yep, I told you. You not.
There's a lot that I mean, there's a lot that I do like to talk about. I do get into some more gruesome things. I don't talk about them necessarily here on Murder by Design because YouTube hates us.
Yeah.
They refuse to allow us to, monetize anything because God forbid we say something about a murder ever. Like, do people on ID channel not advertise? Does Oxygen channel not have advertisers? What's up, YouTube? I don't understand. Why do you not allow us to monetize our channel? Sorry, guys. That's my little rant for the day.
Well, right,
I'm in the last 4 hours here, and I've passed the loopy stage to the I'm kind of aggro stage. Sorry about that. I will after Tricia's going to be delayed just a little bit because she is talking with Cheryl McCollum. So, which I'm really still hoping we get Cheryl over here tonight. Which means I won't get to go to sleep if she does. But once Tricia gets over here, I think I'm going to take a snooze. I don't know if Colleen will hang out with you or if you guys just want to chat amongst yourselves, but I need some sleep. I'm literally going on about an hour and a half to 2 hours of sleep. That's it. That is it. I tried to lay down while you were on earlier, and my whole house was rocking and rolling and thundering, and my dogs were running around barking at it. It was a disaster. Total disaster. So, yeah.
We're going to see my
not
ceiling.
fun at all. Okay, I'm going to see your ceiling.
Yeah, I'm still here. I just have to set the phone down.
Yeah, but I was talking about moms who kill earlier too. I was talking about it boggles my mind. I don't understand moms who do this to their children. Children are so precious, and it's just,
it's sick, it's sad, it's depressing, and there's different reasons. It's there's the moms who have the mental disorders like Andrea Yates. Then there's the moms who don't want kids anymore and they're a burden, like Casey Anthony. There are, and there's the people who kill their children and their spouse because they don't want to be with them anymore and want to be with somebody else, like Chris Watts.
But I see a contributing factor in a lot of these cases, and that is it's about another person. I'm
still here, Rebel. My camera's at the ceiling for a minute.
No, I hear you. I know what you're saying, but I'm seeing a contributing factor here of, it's while each one of these are different in different ways, they all have like one factor, and that is that the people want to be with somebody else or do something else. Have you guys talked about the pig farmer that killed prostitutes and fed them at his biker park? No, Lee, we have not talked about that. Wow.
I know we did talk briefly about the case where some parents who abused their son very severely and had him on cameras for abusing him, and then when he died they fed him to the pigs. I know we've talked about that.
Yeah, we did talk about that briefly, but nope, this is a pig farmer.
Are you talking about Robert Picton, Leah?
Maybe that's what you're talking about.
I think that is he decided that he wanted to kill up to 50 women, and in 2002 he confessed that he had killed 6 women, and he killed them and fed them to his pigs.
Reminds me of American Psycho.
I don't think I've actually ever seen that movie.
Oh my God, we can no longer be friends. That's it. That's
the drawing line.
That's the drawing line. It's not COVID or anything else. Nope. It's not your political stances, my political stances, a case, the fact that I think you're horrible. No, I'm just kidding. None of those things. It's that you've never watched American Psycho.
I mean,
you've not watched a lot of things that I'm surprised you have not watched. But I mean, you are only 25. But yes, Rebel. Go ahead.
I watch more documentaries versus movies.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't
Like,
know.
I know about American Psycho because I watched Don't F with Cats. Like,
yes, Rebel, we talked about this the other day, that pigs will go through everything, including bones. They will go through bones.
yep.
So we
So
talked
in
about
the
that.
search of Picton's farm revealed DNA evidence of 26 missing women.
Holy crap.
So we got away with about half the number he wanted to.
Well, and who knows how many he fed to pigs, and there's no sign of.
Well, so they found the DNA in like the pig's poop.
Oh. Yeah, but I mean, if pig's poop has been gone, there would
Right,
still be,
you totally don't know. There could be worse. It's super, super horrible. It's one of those things where like you don't really know because there's no like full on evidence. So like when we were talking with Joseph Scott Morgan about cremation, and like how to fully cremate somebody to get rid of the body, you need that sustained high heat of 2,400 degrees minimum for a long period of time, and even that, the body will burn, but it's still going to leave like chunks and bones and stuff that then you need to pulverize to really just make it into a full dust. And that's why, like, if you look at stuff from the Holocaust, like when they open up the cremation, in the gas chamber, like there are still people's bones in there because they just kept shoving bodies in there.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
It's super sad. And so I talked to everybody about this earlier today about my historical obsessions. But I think about it a lot because it's a lot of the time similar to modern day war crimes, is that when there's so many bodies, like when they were cleaning up the concentration camps, they used bulldozers to shovel bodies into pits because there were too many bodies. And so they just used, trucks with, the lifts on them to push them into the pits. And it's very, very sad because you're just seeing, hundreds of people's bodies just getting tossed into pits. But it was, there were so many of them who, there's not enough people to, take care of it. And but I did really enjoy that the Allies had the German people who were in those towns help bury them,
Yes.
At least like make them own up to it. Like, you can't say you didn't know. You can smell the smell. It's been here for years. You knew what was happening, and help us now dig these graves and help bury these people that you allowed to continue to be killed. And
right.
I think the right thing to do. And so when I was over with Tricia at Websleuths, they like that I talk about when I was talking about the war crimes, they like that. And then they brought up a war that I didn't talk about, but I do know a lot about it, which was the Bosnian War. Which is fascinating in itself. It's, we think of genocide and, we think about the Holocaust. We think about Japan and China in World War II, though not as much as we think about the Holocaust. But there have been genocides all over the world, throughout history.
Yes.
And some of the, there has been a lot in recent times. So the Serbian-Bosnian War, which was in the 1990s, when the Serbian people really wanted to take over the Baltics, and they did. And they did so by killing and wiping out almost an entire population of Muslims, which were the Bosnians, at one time. And that's kind of how stuff happened with the Baltics, including the Chechenian War, and because that's the same thing. And that's what pissed off many, many people in the Middle East, and why they started sending people there, because it was systemically killing Muslim people. And so that was a big issue. But then also in the 1990s was the Rwandan genocide, which was like the quickest and harshest genocide I've ever seen.
Yes.
And it was like they happened all at the same time, which is just crazy. But the Rwandan genocide happened in against the Tutsi people in Rwanda and Africa. It happened between April 7th and July 15th of 1994. That's
Right.
it. So just like 3 months, they killed between 500,000 and 1,074,016. For like April, May, 4 months. 4 months, 1 million people. Insanity. And there's so many wars that happen in Africa that we don't really cover anywhere in the world because it's kind of like we don't. There's a lot of different cultures and religions and states that always change. And the Democratic Republic of the Congo, a big issue in the later 2000s and early 2010s going forward was Boko Haram, which was the African ISIS, and how they were just killing people. And so Africa has been super crazy, and I'm not saying that in any sort of like racist way. It happens all over the world when there's changing political boundaries of countries, and the getting rid of certain countries like Kyrgyzstan and making it different countries. The people don't change; the borders do. But so when the borders change, the people are still there, and over time it gets challenging and difficult, and tensions keep rising, and then it's just politically butting heads in different cultures and people, like like the Sunnis and the Shiites. Like that is never gonna get fixed. Jewish people and Muslims not gonna be fixed. Those are just things that it's not gonna work. And when you try to force people to be together, I think that's when it gets worse. Like we just and I get it. That's why Palestine is really crazy, forever, but especially right now, because in all religions, Palestine is, the holy grail spot of where religion began. And it's that way for the Jewish population, and it's that way for Muslims and Christianity. So that's the zone, and everybody wants it, but all those religions don't get along. So it's one of those things where it won't be right, and no matter who wins there. Like, another issue that similar-ish is like Crimea and the annexation of that by Russia, and the Ukrainian war with Russia. There's just been, and now there's the issue happening in Venezuela. Political upheaval all over the world has been happening forever, but it's now that we have technology, I think that's what, bringing it to light more, because people are able to see what's happening.
Yes. What on earth was that noise?
My cat.
Your cat sounds like a baby?
Yeah.
Oh, fun. All right. Okay.
Meow.
Meow, 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 meow.
Meow, meow,
That's
meow.
funny. That's hilarious.
Well, it's better. You sound. You heard what Samson sounded like. Sound like a freaking goat.
Yes.
Meow. So she's like my Samson / replacement. She cuddles me just like he did, and then her meow is like an angry little meow.
Right.
Colleen is studying all these different genocides. Do you see any specific pattern in human behavior leading up to these events? Yes, I do. So the behavior goes from, people who were repressed for some reason at some point in time, at some place in history. It doesn't have to necessarily be where they currently are, but for some period of time were disadvantaged and had issues, and eventually it becomes just too much, and there usually is an event that sparks just utter chaos. So like with World War II, and then going into the Middle East, like Archduke Ferdinand being killed, big issue. The Romanovs getting killed in Russia, huge issue. Pearl Harbor, big issue. Why we Nagasaki and Hiroshima. For Germany, it was after World War I, Hitler blamed the Jews instead of, anything other reason why Germany became disadvantaged after the First World War. He blamed the Jews for the economy, and people took that and was like, yeah, it's their fault that we're all poor now, and went with that. And in the Middle East, it was, at least the recent Middle East, for like Syria, it was Bashar al-Assad becoming more in control. He was only president for like a couple of years before he became more of a dictator. His dad was a full-on dictator. Like, Bashar al-Assad is an eye doctor. Like, he studied in Europe. His wife is English. Like, so you wouldn't think that he would be as cruel, if not more cruel, than his dad. But his older brother died, and so then it became his responsibility, and he didn't want to lose power like his dad, and so he became more evil. And so then when just children, like 11 years old, spray painted a building with "Down with Assad," his people arrested those children, tortured them, killed them, and then sent their bodies to their parents in body bags, which just sparked complete outrage of the people. Like, they knew how horrible he was, but to do that to kids with no shame about it, that's what really set the people off. And then there started massive protests, and instead of responding effectively, he just started arresting everybody, torturing and killing them. And then at the same time, and I talked about this earlier today too, so that started the civil war in Syria. And then in the U.S., when we went to Iraq and Afghanistan after 9/11, we used depleted uranium and uranium missiles in Fallujah, which at the time, like, obviously killed people, but there weren't lifelong effects that we knew of at that time. Well, now we're seeing that the children who, lived there when they were kids and then would play in areas where these bombs went off, they are now suffering consequences of that uranium, where all the babies that are being born have birth defects, like severe birth defects. But because when we went into the Middle East in the 2000s, we also made incorrect decisions by just arresting pretty much any teenage boy and older it was of fighting age. We detained them and put them into these black site camps. And like, it was not the smartest move, because many of them were innocent, normal people, but we put them into these camps with people who were radical terrorists. And then those people radicalized they radicalized just civilians. And then we created an entire population of people who really, really did not like us, including Abu Baghdadi, the leader of ISIS. We had him in one of our prison camps. We did that. And then, we let him go. Well, we pissed off an entire population of people, and I just then took it in. Is that Tricia?
No.
And then ISIS took control by having the Syrian civil war was like an opportunity for them. They stole that revolution as a point to advance their political agenda. And so there's usually some spark. There's some event that happens that sparks outrage on both sides, and eventually it just gets so severe. And that's, I believe, in like Rwanda, one of the political people was shot and killed, and they blamed the Tutsis.
Yeah.
So there's usually something that sets off, and yeah, so when people go through something like that, we have to think of what are the consequences in the future. people at the time of the Iraq War knew it wasn't going to be a good idea because what happened after the Gulf War. We knew it wasn't the smartest decision. We had little evidence of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, when in all reality, the dangerous people were from Saudi Arabia and Pakistan. And then we created a problem that now is creating hundreds of problems later on. So I feel that what we do now, in 10 to 15 years, you will see the response, the negative outcomes of what happened 10 to 15 years ago. So 2020, we're seeing the negative consequences now of the issues that happened in the early 2000s.
Yes, we are.
Just like with pretty much every major issue ever happens, you see the effects later on. Like World War I, okay, well now 20, 30 years later, World War II.
Yeah.
But those ideas were planted at the time of the war, of World War I, and then they have these ideas planted, they fester, things don't get better, so you need to blame somebody. Well, blame the scapegoat.
Yeah.
Preventable. Time after time, people do the same things to each other, expecting different results. Yes, 100%. Almost all of these situations at some point are preventable, but it's, we do the same thing expecting a different outcome, which is dumb. It'll never have a different outcome. History always repeats itself. Yes, Rebel, always. You literally can look at forever in a history, the Crusades back, thousands of years ago. Different religions. We don't like that. Everybody needs to be Catholic. So we're just going to kill anybody who's not Catholic. Oh, you're a woman who speaks her mind? Okay, well, you're a witch, and now I'm going to drown and burn you and kill you.
Right, exactly.
If you speak out about anything and it's not acceptable at that time, you're going to be punished. The civil rights issues of the 60s, in the 80s and 90s of gay rights, and we still see these kind of consequences today with like the Pulse nightclub shooting, these mentally deranged people who kill for, I think, no other reason but kind of like the thrill, like the mass shooting in Colorado and for the Dark Knight movie, Sandy Hook, the Las Vegas shooting. Oh yeah, Leah, I talked about this earlier. So we had all thought World War III was going to happen with Iran in January after Soleimani was killed. But no, it literally, I 100% believe that we're going to be going to World War III with China. I think, I don't think we'll get into a war with Russia unless it's definitely close because there's been many adversarial things that they've done, not just to our country, but to other countries as well in the recent years.
Right.
And again, it's that we messed up in the past,
Yes.
And everything kind of rears its ugly head 10 to 30 to 40 years from the past. So, the Cold War and embargoes on the Soviet Union were not good. The United States wasn't that thankful to Russia for helping defeat the Nazis, even though we could not have done it without them. And now, the current leader of Russia, he was a KGB agent. He knows what happened between other countries and Russia. And so it's their game to play of how they respond later in the future. And essentially the same with China. It's that, we did a good thing by helping the Chinese in the 1940s to help defeat Japan. But since after that, it's been, we've had issues and concerns and, security issues and, things just kind of get worse over time. And another thing, going back to Iran, is that whole thing is our fault too. We got rid of we overthrew their democracy. Legit, we literally helped destroy their democracy and put a new person into power. And there are pictures of Syria and Iran from in the 70s, you know, women are wearing short skirts and glasses and going to school and, you know, normal society. And then we freaking overthrow people's governments, which we do all over the world. And now they hate the living crap out of us.
Some people are asking for zombies yet. Nope.
Oh.
No, not zombies yet. I don't, at least I don't think so. I mean,
No,
I don't know if you really know if you're a zombie. I feel okay. My face is not falling apart. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and patch in Miss Tricia from Websleuths right now. Let me go ahead and give her a call. Put her on speakerphone so she can talk with us. Hello. Is this the zombie Tricia?
This is zombie Tricia, and I'm actually queen of the zombies. I'm away. They're running away from me with this hat.
Oh,
Perfect.
yes, I know. I had mine had different accessories this week. I had a unicorn hat or a unicorn horn. I had a little bow, and just recently I had bunny ears on. So mine had interchangeable accessories.
See, I got a
Well, that would scare not only zombies, but normal people too. So that's good. That's very good.
I'm going to take me off of this real quick so you can hear too, Colleen. We can hear you chat too. So Tricia can hear you. Hang on one second.
Yeah.
And everybody, I just put up in the chat room the link to Murder by Design, where I am broadcasting on their channel now and on this one as well.
Fun.
Let me ask. Hey there. Is that Fancy?
This is Fancy. Yes.
And I'm here too.
Fancy and Colleen. Hi, ladies.
Hey.
I'm just looking at myself wearing this tin hat with the pink bow and the squeezy cheese on it. And I'm thinking, you know, what if a sponsor decides to come check me out right now?
Yeah.
How quickly will they click on it? Is what I wanna know.
Well, I'm in my bathrobe and Colleen's in her bedroom. So, yeah, I think but you know what? People have to know. I mean, like, I think that we've been really dedicated with this whole thing, you know? I mean, really dedicated. Hey, Avalon. Hey, Hippie. Everybody, welcome as you come over here to listen to Tricia talk with us for a few minutes here. Now, Trish, you started a little later than I did last night because you're doing Mountain Time. I did Eastern, but whoo-wee, it's been a long day. I am starting to fade, girlfriend.
Oh, me too. I'm starting to get wacky.
Yeah.
You know how you get loopy, and that's how I'm starting to get. And believe me, I make huge mistakes when I'm loopy. So I'm just trying to be normal.
Yeah, I said I hit the wacky phase a little bit before you did, and now I'm kind of in my aggro, angry phase.
Well, good. It'll be interesting to see how we end up tonight. But I was just telling everybody that, you know, we did this together this year, and I think next year we're gonna have a lot more people, and I think this is really gonna grow.
Oh, I do
and it
too.
will always be, in the name of JJ and Tylee, but it can be about missing people that don't get the exposure that they deserve.
What?
But thank you for doing this together. I think that's great.
Oh, I'm so happy to be doing this together. We are so thankful for the people that we have on, as our guests and friends in this industry that we just never thought that we would get. I mean, it is amazing. The funny thing you say about that missing persons things, yes, I would love for us to do that as well. But we are starting a podcast with Todd Matthews from the former director of NAMIS in September. Yeah. And so he'll be coming on. We'll be doing a weekly podcast with him as we go into hiatus for The Good Wives. We'll be starting Gone Cold with The Good Wives and Todd Matthews. And we're really excited about it. We'll probably be covering some of the more obscure cases. We will have some popular ones in there, of course, but we're going to be covering cases that maybe aren't necessarily as given as much media attention or talked about, so that people will, hear about those. We did just talk with Cheryl McCollum and Karen Greer and Honey Malone's family. That was a tragic thing that went unsolved for a long time with them, and we're going to be premiering that pretty soon here. We did a whole thing with them and talked with the mother and the sister and Cheryl and Karen Greer from CSI Atlanta. It was amazing. And we just want to do more of that, you know, getting the word out there for these things.
Well, and that's the thing, is you can do so much just by helping, you know, getting everybody talking about it. You can really make a difference.
Right.
And that's what's cool about doing it. So good for you guys. I think that's great.
What were you going to say, Colleen?
I'm super excited for us to start talking about Laura Bible and Ashley Freeman, which there's a documentary called Hell in the Heartland. We did an interview with Jax Miller, who's the investigator, very similar to Don't F with Cats, kind of becoming very invested and looking at the case and trying to help solve it, because Laura Bible, Ashley Freeman have not been found. And
right.
It's a very, you know, disturbing, upsetting case that we're going to be covering, and it's one of my favorites. And so super excited to talk about that. We just finished our short wrap up on the Oakland County child killers. We'll be going more in depth with that next season. But
that case threw us for a loop, man.
Yeah.
That case threw us for a loop. It was crazy. The Oakland County child murders, I mean, good Lord. I think you could do 10 days on that and still not have covered everything with it, because it was just so insane. But
Exactly.
But, you know, so what do you think? I want to get your opinion. What do you think is happening in the jail cells right now with Lori and Chad? What do you think?
I've been thinking a lot about that today, because today is the day that they predicted that this would be the end of the world with the 144,000 followers that Chad and Lori would raise up and start the new world order, if you will,
right,
with these people. And now, again, I'm sure Chad started to believe his own publicity. He sent his wife Tammy Daybell on some wild goose chase before she died, saying, he told her, I had a vision and your family's in trouble, or your mother or something.
Yeah.
And to hurry and go down there. She went in her car, jumped in her car and ran down there. And then he kept saying she was going to die in a car wreck, and she didn't.
Right.
So, yeah, I think he was believing his own publicity. I think that he thought that maybe it might happen. Right now, I see Chad pacing like an animal, and his big fat head sweating like crazy.
Right.
And Lori just laying on her bunk, not saying a word. And,
right.
I really, you know, normally I would be appalled at the behavior I'm about to suggest, but I really hope the guards are giving them crap. Like somebody said in our chat room, you know, I hope they're going in and checking them, saying, "You okay? End of the world here yet? Did you get your portal open?" You know, just reminding them that how humiliated they should be, and how they should be totally dismissed from society because they're child killers.
Yes.
So they should be humiliated for believing such a bunch of stupid crap. And for Chad, I'm sorry, it was just a way to become a big guy on campus that he never was in high school.
Exactly.
And so he's just, I'm sure he's just never dreamed that it would come to this. They were so arrogant. Fancy, they were so arrogant. They thought they could get away with this.
I wanted to smack her smug smile off her face so many times. Oh, I don't know if I'm more irritated by the fact that I know it's under the mask or that I can't see it anymore. You know, like, or it's just
right. Right, because everybody remembers that picture of Lori Vallow walking by Kay Woodcock, who was JJ's grandmother, and they wanted. His grandparents, JJ's grandparents, wanted him so desperately. Right. And that's who Lori was playing her games with and keeping JJ from them. Yes. And rather give them JJ, she killed him.
Yes.
And and when she walked by and Kay gave her that death stare, I mean, man, that thing would kill 1 million people. And good for Kay. But Lori was smirking, and it was a big smirk. I mean, it was a smirk where you just wanted to literally rip her lips off, you know, and it was awful. I mean, here she killed She killed this woman's grandson, in my opinion, and she's smirking at her.
Yeah.
What a disgusting piece of, wasted meat of a human being. Really.
Yeah.
What a
No,
waste.
I think for me, the worst part that I really got angry at this case, just infuriated, was when they were in Hawaii and she's in her little mini skirt and her little, her bikini underneath and her holy little shirt, and they're walking holding hands, and and Dateline shows up and they're like, where are the kids? And she's like, no comment, we're not talking about that today, no comment. Yeah, no comment, because you don't have a comment, because you know where the hell they are. They are in the ground at your new hubby's house. So it just made me so mad, because you know what, that made me even more mad, because she wants to talk about being an LDS or whatever. Well, that is not how LDS people dress. They don't dress like that.
No.
They're not in public wearing mini skirts and a bikini.
They dress like Mormons.
Right, you're right.
Right.
They didn't really believe in the LDS faith. They used it as a way to get to other people and try and convince other followers, and they did.
Yes.
And Melanie Gibb is one of them now. She did finally talk to the police, but I still am so furious with her, because I think at the very, very least, Tammy Daybell could have been saved.
Yes.
Even maybe she could have saved the kids when she heard that Lori was saying the only way to cure the person that's become a zombie is to kill them. And then she said her soon-to-be ex-husband, daughter, and her son were all zombies.
Right.
She didn't say anything.
Right.
She didn't do anything.
No, she didn't do anything. She could have saved Charles, in the fact that she was at the mental health hearing for Lori when he tried to have her committed, and she was there, and he could have literally, yes, Avalon Apples, I am fired up. She could have literally said, hey, my friend thinks that her husband is a zombie and that with the end of the world is coming, and I'm rather concerned. And she said nothing. And I truly believe she knows way more than she is telling. I think there is
100%. I think that, I hope they're on suicide watch today.
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you.
I know. I don't know what's happening. Yeah, I'm on speakerphone, but she is on my computer, because we didn't have you come through the thing, which we should have. Colleen, I don't know how to make you louder.
Can you guys hear me better?
Yes, much better. Yes, much better.
So I hope that they are both on suicide watch today, because they should not be able to get out of justice by killing themselves. Because, if there was one prisoner who he had killed somebody outside of jail, but then when he was in jail, he killed 2 other people and ate somebody's eye. But he's in England, and they actually made him a prison cell in the basement of a jail, like Hannibal Lecter, with a glass wall, no blanket, no pillow, a bed made out of cement, completely caged off, no interaction with anybody. If they can do that for that guy, these people, I do not want them escaping justice and pulling an Epstein. Cough, cough, he didn't kill himself. But if Ghislaine Maxwell can have, paper sheets and a paper thing.
I'm so sorry. I can't hear Colleen at all. It's just breaking up.
No, I'm so sorry.
Totally great. That's okay. I mean, she sounded like it was something really interesting, and I feel terrible.
Yeah.
It was breaking up and just really, really, really quiet. So I'm sorry. What was she saying? It sounded great.
Well, she was talking about how where was it, Colleen? Tell me so I can let Tricia know what I'm saying.
So there was a case in England where a guy.
Okay. Yeah, in England. So there was a case in England that she was talking about how she hopes that Chad and Lori are on suicide watch, because she does not want them to escape the justice that they deserve by taking their own way out. Just like either Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell or any of those. They don't deserve to take the easy way out and in their lives and not have to not have to face the music for what they've done. And she was talking about a case in England where I guess they did like a cell in the basement and basically treated him almost like the whole Hannibal Lecter thing, where they built a cage of glass and everything so that he could be watched and not be able to take his own life, because they wanted to make sure he got justice. Basically, that's what she said. We're calling, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. That's basically what she said.
Well, if they need to put those two in glass cages and on stretchers wearing hockey masks, I'm all for it, because you're right. Maybe
Yes.
not. Chad and Lori are so narcissistic that they just, and maybe they're just convinced themselves that they are invincible and they're going to get out of this somehow.
Well,
They're not going to. But
I think
what scares me.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. What scares you? Yeah.
What scares me is that they haven't charged either of them with any murder.
Yes.
Now, they've had Tammy Daybell's autopsy, first autopsy after 2 months of being buried.
Yes.
And they should have the results of Tylee and JJ.
Yeah.
And what is they have not charged him with murder. Now we know what the defense is going to be. It's going to be Alex did it all.
Yeah.
And I don't know how Claire's going to get away with that, since it's all on his property. But that's what Lori's going to say.
Well,
I
do believe that that's why they came up with the conspiracy charges, because I think there has to be some text messages or some emails or phone calls or something that they have that is going to link these three together to sink the ship. Now, I don't know why it's taking so long. We did talk with Cloyd Steiger, retired homicide detective, a little bit back, and he said that it can take some time, especially with all the moving parts in all the different jurisdictions and counties and all that stuff in different states, that this might take a little while to really get those charges in there, which is why I think it is so absurd that Lori is trying to shirk her way out of these charges and ask for a bail reduction because, I no longer am being charged with child abandonment. No, ma'am, you're not being charged with child abandonment. You're going to be charged with child murder.
Yeah, that's why. They're no longer considered abandoned because you murdered them.
Right.
So, yeah.
Well, it's like
the arrogance of these two is absolutely beyond anything I have ever seen. Now, we heard something today. You know who Annie Cushing is? Joseph Ryan's sister. Somebody posted in our chat that he is no longer going to be posting like she has been.
Right.
Documents and talking about because of the Cox family trolls, is how she supposedly put it. I haven't seen anything like this at all. Have you heard anything about this?
I have not heard about Annie stopping. Of course, that's where we got a lot of our information early on, was from her wonderfully laid out timeline. I mean, detailed down to the minute. I could not believe how detailed she was. No, I haven't heard that. But you know what? I swear to you, if that happens, I'm going to get on the biggest Annie Cushing bandwagon there is and tell everyone to go and troll the Cox people, because those people are disgusting. Sitting there talking about how they talked to JJ in November. Oh, you did not. And then talking about, our Lori is just such a great mom and she's so wonderful and sweet. Oh my goodness, we've got the Wild Wild West up in here. Like, she's such a sweet mom and she was so good and she would never do this. Oh, get the hell out of here.
All right, Casey Anthony.
Well, now, are you guys familiar with the Cox family trolls? That doesn't necessarily mean it's the Cox family trolling, just the Cox family trolls.
Right.
I don't know anything about the drama that poor Annie has been going through.
Yeah.
Do you know what she's been dealing with?
I don't. I really don't. I haven't heard her. I have not seen her talk about it. Of course, I haven't been on her blog in a little while. Since the arrest, we kind of were getting the information from the court system, so I hadn't really looked at her blog in a bit. But even if it's not the Cox family, obviously it's in support of the Cox family, and that is just disgusting. And that family, in my opinion, is the strangest family. I still think that there's suspicion in and I can't think of her name, the youngest, the other daughter that committed suicide or starved herself to death. I don't remember the exact story, but the other sister, Lori's sister that passed away when they were younger. I still think there's suspicion there that something happened there with that.
Oh yeah.
I believe something happened at the Cox home. And Jancy, I am so sorry, but you're breaking up now, and I can't understand you except for that last little bit. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
It's probably my internet, because my internet is literally from the 90s. It's copper wiring. Really, it's the worst. And I can barely do what I do. It's just crashing. So it's probably me. I am so sorry. I really can't hear you.
It's okay, Tricia. We'll check in with you right around the time that we sign off, okay? And then you'll take us on home for the last little bit, right? So
absolutely, for the last 2 hours. You got it.
That's right.
Thank
All right.
you.
You too. Thank you for doing this with us all day. We really appreciate hanging out with you. So thank you so much. What a great idea.
Thank you.
All right. Bye, honey. Well, guys, that was Tricia from Websleuths. She is just an amazing person. She has done so much in the industry for true crime reporting and, web sleuthing. I mean, obviously she is Websleuths, right? So, and she has done so much with her forum and now the YouTube channel. Colleen, we can barely see you. Like we can see.
I know.
Are you eating?
My hands are tired. So holding my phone up.
You're holding your phone up. I get it. Well, we'll let you go here in a minute too. But
no, I'm good. I'm good.
Oh, they all think you're in the portal potty, so just be careful. Let us know every once in a while that you're still here. You're still here.
I'm here.
But yeah, it's just man, she has done so much, and I'm so glad that we formed this bond. So many YouTubers out there, they fight and they argue and they say nasty things about each other, drama constantly, and we have really worked and strived to, after what we went through last year with all of that, to really avoid that. We are trying so hard to create this community of YouTubers and podcasters and true crime professionals, law enforcement and psychologists and doctors and, analysts, all of those people, to create this much more, unified thing, because there is enough YouTube and podcast and blog time to go around for everyone, and we can all be happy and friends. So I'm so glad and thankful for her being over here. And really embracing and taking us. She helped us get to our 1,000 subscribers, and she said she would help me work on monetizing the channel better, because obviously we're doing something wrong, because we keep demonetizing our videos. But anyway, she is an amazing, and I'm getting hot. This is what happens. The air conditioner comes on, I freeze to death. Then the air conditioner goes off and I'm hotter than heck. It's crazy. But it just unbelievably, I love the community that we are creating here.
Right. What I really like is that, we all have our own different opinions on pretty much every single subject, but be able to discuss those topics with each other in a respectful way and have disagreements. Like, obviously I'm on the weird zone of Scott Peterson, but we still can, agree on certain things and have constructive feedback and arguments where we can get, along and figure out, our different opinions and learn from each other on different topics. And unfortunately, we see so much in the, society of YouTube podcasts, people not getting along. If somebody has a different opinion, then like immediately stab you in the back about it and dox you about it.
And so, and I mean, what I think is really great is, like, we're not just creating this. We have all of our experts that come on and we share them between our channels. Cheryl and Joseph and all of them, they make the rounds between us and Cheryl and a couple, Nancy, Grace, and all of those. And I think that is amazing too. And Nancy, we're calling on you. We'd love to hear from you sometime. We're getting closer. So in getting closer, I wanted to tell you guys about something we have going on this Friday. So we are actually going to be live again with Lee Egan from Crime Online. Now, Ellen Killerman is not going to be able to join us. She thought it was going to be Thursday and not Friday, but she's going to come on another time. She also is on Crime Online. They work together, Lee and Ellen. But she's going to come on and talk about a couple other cases. But this Friday, we're going to be talking about the Gannon Stauch case again. And I believe the Vanessa Gillian case a little bit more than Lee has been covering those. So she will be here live with us at 8:00 on Friday night. We're super excited about that. And then we were supposed to talk to Dr. Laura Petler tomorrow afternoon, but she's been called into court this week. So we're going to have to reschedule for next week with her. But we're extremely excited because she's actually going to come on and talk a lot about something that I really am interested in. It's a part of true crime that I really find interesting and strange, and that is staging of crime scenes. Yeah. So if you guys have watched the new Unsolved Mysteries, the very first case that they show is the case of Ray Rivera. And it's a guy who was a major professional guy, got called out to what he thought was some sort of meeting or something. And it's very strange. He left the house in a hurry and ran down and went to where he was supposed to be, and then ended up, thrown off a building. Now, I don't think he was thrown off the building. Let me just say that. I'm going to say that right now. But she's going to be talking with us about that and staging crime scenes and how that is, something that she is a specialist in. That is absolutely what she is, a specialist in. I just love that she's going to be joining us. We also, like I said, Ellen Killerman was going to be coming over, Lee Egan. So we're just building and building our little nest of people. And I'm so excited about that,
Right. Bringing on the different experts is it's super enlightening because obviously we know a lot about the cases, but we can always learn more, and hearing it from the different perspectives of the different experts, like Joseph being, a forensic death investigator, and Cheryl being in law enforcement, crime investigating, Cloyd Steiger being, part of what he does, just literally talking to, we just talked with an FBI agent last week.
Elaine Smith, that was amazing. Hey, yeah. Patricia, or I'm sorry, Jesse, Colleen has some problems with her hands sometimes, and so her hands are hurting from holding her phone. So she's still here. You just can't see her because she's pointing up because she's trying to take a break from holding it. So,
yeah, I've been on for a few hours today.
Yeah, well, not as long as I have.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, the sky is beautiful right now. I don't know if you guys can see us. I'm going to try and turn it around and see if you can see the colors in my beautiful sky.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Can you see the blues and the purples and the pinks? It's hard because of the light shining, but it's majestic. I mean, if this was the time, I would say this is the time because it is just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
But right, so I really like getting to talk to so many different experts about so many different topics. Getting that compliment from her last week was one of the proudest moments of my life. Because she said I was probably one of the most knowledgeable civilians to talk about the war in the Middle East, and obviously I've been talking about it all day. So it's being told that from somebody who worked for the FBI investigating that was probably one of the most proudest moments of my life. It was super cool. And we get those kind of compliments from our experts all the time about how knowledgeable we are and giving them a platform to share their knowledge, especially right now when there are so many cases happening at the same time. But because of the pandemic, the amount of media coverage is different. And, it's been different. So being able to actually communicate with our experts has helped during COVID because they have a little more free time at home to have the opportunity to join us. And so that's been super awesome. I do not have a shoulder thing.
Yeah, no, but yeah, and that's one thing, you guys, we pulled this off on a spur of the moment kind of situation. There, that's better. Are you still holding it, or did you find something to prop it up on?
I'm propping it up on my laptop screen.
Fantastic. I did that the other day. When I went live on Instagram. Guys, we pulled this off in such a fast way this time, kind of what Tricia was saying. We just threw this together without planning, without an idea. We just decided, hey, we wanted to do this. We wanted to really, first of all, I wanted to highlight the asshatedness of, Chad and Lori. But on the top of that, we wanted to really honor JJ and Tylee and show that they're, that we care. Maybe their parents didn't care, but we care, and
Right, there are people out there who
mhm.
we're remembering them in the way
Yes.
that they should have been, and we care about them the way they should have been cared for.
Yes.
And we hope that wherever they are, we all have different religions, but wherever that they are, that they have peace and they can rest knowing that people do love them and care about them and
Yes.
are going to get justice for them.
Yes, and I think, but anyway, but what I was saying is, we kind of throw this together fast. So next year, which we will be coming back next year, and we want to make this a thing every year that we do, and on the anniversary of the end of the world. Hey, maybe they got it wrong by 1 year, but hey, whatever. But we will, and we'll have more information next year, and maybe Colleen will then have a little standing thing. And I think next year we're gonna really. What I think we should do next year is kind of plan like hours of the day with different people and have special guests and different topics that we're going to talk about at this time and that time and I think that'll be so much better than just trying to wing it like we have, because I know there were hours of this day that I was just like, what am I saying?
Well, right, like we can have the Cheryl McCollum 3 p.m. hour, and just power hour of this person to that person at different times, and have different guests come on, and and like I told Tricia, I'm hoping that by next year we'll know more information
Yes.
about the case, and it'll
Have
be a
some
little bit more
resolution,
advanced,
maybe. Yeah.
right? Have more information, and
what's funny is it's also around the same time that Maxwell's case.
yeah, I was just gonna say
Maxwell's
that.
case, Miss Ghislaine Maxwell's case will be going, so
Thank you, Leah.
thank you so much, Leah. Colleen, you're black. Where'd you go? Oh, there you are. So, okay. Hey, I just heard back from Cheryl, so let's see if we can get her on. Can you join us now? Yes, please. Just a quickie.
Yeah, early or late June, early July of next year is when Ghislaine Maxwell's case is supposed to start up, and we are all going to be watching that like a hawk, because we are all going to be waiting to see what stories she has to tell. And I just hope they keep her on suicide watch until that happens, or somebody give her a press interview, have her write a book while she's waiting, so if something were to happen to her, she spills the deets. Somebody spill the deets, because
yes, definitely.
Now that the judge there was attempted murder on a judge this week, or it was on Sunday. A judge who took over the bank case about Epstein, somebody tried to kill her. They did injure her husband severely and killed her son. And pretty much everybody in the Epstein case ends up dead. And so clearly powerful people know that they have dirt and could expose them. I'm not saying who, but somebody knows that something's going to happen and wants to shut them all up so that they can't talk.
Right. Now, Cheryl's going to come on. We're going to talk about the case that we talked about a little earlier tonight, or earlier in the day, that I shared about the 3 fishermen who were gunned down in Florida. She's going to share a little bit of about that with us, and we'll talk maybe a little bit about the Vallows, of course. But she's going to be here for a quickie, guys, and we won't get to see her, but we'll get to hear her. So, but exciting here, and we're waiting for her to call in. I just sent her the link, so she should be along shortly. We absolutely love Miss McCollum. I'm telling you, she has dedicated so much time to helping us and getting us to where we are, and really providing such great information and connections. And she is just, it kind of started, we started off with Laura Jacqueline Brand, we loved Laura. She's a great girl, I'm wonderful. But when we got into Cheryl, when we ended up having her as a guest, I think it just blew up from there, of just all these different people that we got connected with because of our connection with her. And we just really can't thank her enough for everything she's done for us. We really appreciate all the time that all of our guests,
Yes.
they really give to us. Joseph Scott
So much
Morgan has given
time.
us
I know,
more
I'm just-
time than anyone in the whole wide world could ever give anyone.
Like every time we talk to him, we're like, okay, like 15, 30 minutes, and we end up for like 2 hours.
To the
So
point where he's just like, oh, I can't give you any more.
So we appreciate his time that he does.
We do. We appreciate.
So awesome. And with Cheryl, we really started talking to her about.
Here she
George
comes.
Floyd. Oh,
here she comes.
Hey.
Hey, can you hear us?
Perfect.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
And you sound good tonight. Your audio is good. That's wonderful.
Fabulous.
Well, hey ladies. So I'm sure you've had a busy day today. But we just wanted to have you on quickly. So we talked briefly earlier today about the three fishermen, and I know you and I talked about it earlier in the week.
Yes.
So we wanted to kind of have you on, and you can kind of talk a little bit about that case from a different perspective than just us looking at news reports.
Okay. Well, you and I did talk, and early on, I thought it looked like hate, revenge. I thought it looked like he had to have crossed paths with that killer because he stopped somewhere like a convenience store, liquor store, gas station, something. And the only reason I theorized about that when you and I were talking was, I mean, I come from a family of fishermen. My father, my husband, my son, they all love to fish. My brother-in-law. I've never once been on a fishing trip with them. They didn't have to stop for something.
Right.
Whether it's beer, bottled water, sunscreen, something. So I thought, well, this is probably pretty, common for most fishermen. They've got to stop and get worms or bottled water, something, to be out on the boat for several hours. And I just thought that's the most appropriate thing. Now, at that point, I didn't know what might have transpired or what might have happened between the two of them. But then when you look at their trucks, to me anyway, when you look at the crime scene, you see the one truck facing one direction, the white truck is facing another. And then you see a black truck behind both of them.
Yeah.
And in the dirt, you can see where it looks like one vehicle turned around. Like I would call it a K-turn. You go back up, back and forth, to get out.
Right.
But Sheriff Judd has done such a magnificent job.
Yes.
In being slow and methodical and compassionate, yet very deliberate in what he says and reveals. I adore him. And I think that the way he explains things and then he'll define it and then give an example and then he pauses to make sure everybody's with him. And if it's real important, he repeats it. He has just been flawless, in my opinion. And, he's a sheriff that knows his county and understands his county and knows his people and loves his people. And I think the most important thing he said about his detectives, when he said they approached this case as though these three victims were their own brother.
Yes.
And that, to me, is how all of Florida has done. I mean, the crime lab, they couldn't have done more. Crime Stoppers, the Sheriff's Association, the Chiefs of Police Association. What do you need? And, you two, y'all know my mantra. Everything on every case, every time. It shouldn't be we only reserve the MVAT for a high-profile case. We shouldn't reserve the crime lab 24-hour, bring it to me tonight for a special case. Everybody should get that.
Yes.
That's how you solve crap. And
Mhm.
you know, one thing that I love is he threw everybody on this thing. Everybody.
Yes.
Not just detectives, but he had his crime scene folks out there. He had his crime analysts on it. Hell, he had code enforcement on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Run this down.
Mhm.
And
And he did. And
that's
he did.
what makes the difference.
Right. And that's
You
one
know,
of the
I'm
things.
fortunate. I mean, I'm really fortunate. I work for a chief that sees.
I'm sorry, love. You're breaking up. You work for a chief that sees what?
Okay.
Did we
y'all
miss
not
you?
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Maybe.
Nope.
Maybe not.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't hear y'all. I don't know if y'all are talking to me or not.
We are. Can you hear
I
us?
don't know if I need to call them back.
Or can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Okay. You're back. Don't move.
I can hear you now.
You know, you're right.
Okay.
And I think that you said you're
I
very
was just saying,
fortunate.
I'm very fortunate that I work for a chief of police that polices the same way. Everybody from court services to code enforcement to CID to crime
Right.
scene. I mean, if you've got something you can add to a case, he lets you do that. And
Yeah.
it makes all the difference in the world.
Especially in smaller counties and smaller departments. That's one of the things. Like, I have a horrible time. I'm having a horrible time with this whole defund the police, because I don't think that's the answer. What I think is the answer is to look at where the financing is going and what are we investing this money in and what can we do better. You know, how can we make this money more effective? How can we help and support our communities, our officers, everyone to be, you know, a better organization for everyone everywhere. You know, I don't think defunding the police is the answer. Maybe reappropriating the police, you know, reappropriating funds. If there is a department that's really heavily getting something and they don't need it, then fine, you know, of course. But I don't think the answer is across the board. Let's just do away with it.
Well, I mean, we've talked that it's not going to happen.
Well,
Mac, did you hear me?
here's the thing that I've learned.
Uh-huh.
Everybody has got. I don't know what's going on.
Oh no, what is happening? It's the zombies. It's got to be the zombies. Oh, she's gone. Let's see. No, Rebel, there's no lightning happening. It's just crappy internet during a storm in the middle of nowhere. We're good.
No, it's sunny still at my place. But I'm in Milwaukee, so it's different climate zone.
I think she's going to try again, guys. So, hey, babe, what you doing?
I'm just on my belly.
Hanging out, waiting to become a zombie?
I've done about everything. I've had the apocalyptic milkshake, the apocalyptic beer. I don't know what else. I had the steak. And
Right. So, I mean, we're yeah.
I'll celebrate it out.
Yep.
I'm just waiting for my apocalyptic nap.
I was trying to get one of those earlier, and the house was rocking and rolling while you were over at Uncle's. Yeah. Okay, she's back. Let's try it again, guys. Add to the stream. All right, Mac, let's see if we can hear you now.
Come on.
Cheryl?
Yeah, y'all, it sounds
Okay.
like you're skipping.
Colleen, I think something's happening with you because I can hear
I'm
some
hanging
like. Here, hold on. I'm going to mute you real quick, Colleen.
Okay.
Okay, Mac, can you hear me better now? Cheryl?
You're perfect.
Okay. I think there's some interference going on in
Perfect.
Colleen's situation. So, okay. So, you know, you were hearing what I said and you were responding to me talking about it's not the answer to just disband this whole thing across the board, you know. Mac, you there?
Yeah, they're not going to disband anything across the board. There's no way to do it.
No. There's no way for people to police themselves. That's not going to happen. Uh-oh, we lost her again. Dang it. Darn it. No, Megan,
I think
you
it's probably a storm down by here.
Yeah. Are you having storms up there too?
No.
But she is down in Atlanta. I think they're having storms down there too. Nope, Megan, you didn't miss the rapture just yet, unless we're all the bad ones and we got left behind. I don't know. Well, I guess we'll find out tomorrow on the news if Miss Vallow and Daybell are gone. You know, I don't know. I don't
Better
know.
not be.
I
Somebody
know,
tells me
right?
they got raptured, I'm gonna punch some people.
It's not the rapture I want for them.
No, I mean,
No.
and I know what Cheryl was gonna say, that it's not gonna happen. They're not. I mean, like, I know there's some calls for, defunding, but I think it's most people want to appropriate funds better.
Yes.
There are the more
Right.
radical ones who are like, defund the police, disband the police. But majority of it, and it's on both political parties, is appropriate the funds better.
Yep.
More training better. Give more funds to certain departments so they
Yeah.
can have more training.
Yeah.
And that's probably the biggest thing, is like nobody actually in power wants to completely disband the police. It's about just appropriating funds appropriately, disciplining when needed and in a timely fashion, and allocating funds to more community services, because if the community is better taken care of, then, and there's outreach programs and community resources, it is shown that over time that reduces crime rates in cities, which means you don't need as many high lethal law enforcement. If you have more resources in the community, there's less risk of actual crime.
Yeah.
And so I think it's mostly just about how do we move forward in managing funds and creating a better community environment, while also when people do wrong things, that they get charged and arrested for that, and not let off the hook. Like with Drew Peterson, like he was let off the hook because he worked for the law enforcement.
Right.
Well, like anybody else, he would have been arrested.
Right. Well, like what's going down in the Roden family murders in Piketon. I mean, it is a clear-cut case of real kind of police corruption down there, and that's the Good Old Boy Network. It is a very small little town, and that is all there is. So it's a crazy time down there. Yeah. All right, guys. So I have a special little friend over here tonight. I'm gonna talk on her a few minutes. So Megan Schmitz is one of my dear friends, and I actually was her babysitter, which is funny. I've stayed in contact with them all these years. I've been out of high school for way too long. And she used to ask me if I could stand on my head, and she had Dalmatian doggies that she took everywhere, and she was one of my favorite little girls, and her brother to babysit. And it's so great to see her as an adult now, being a part of friendships and things. I'm really happy to have her, and that she's tuning in tonight to see what we're talking about. But no, Miss Megan, you did not miss the rapture. However, you have 3 hours more to worry about than we do.
Well, it's 8:22 my time, so
well, it's 9:22 here. Miss Megan lives out in California, so she's still out where I was, growing up. I don't think Miss Mack is going to make it back. Cheryl says that she doesn't know what's going on, but she can't figure out why we're not able to hear her. Colleen, I don't know what it is. Is it it's like a clicking noise? Are you doing something?
No, hands here. It's over there.
That is the bizarrest. Maybe your cat playing with something?
Nope.
Super bizarre.
See, I hear it when you talk.
I don't hear it when I talk. I just hear it randomly.
Wait, I'm wondering. Let me see. Try doing this. See if it helps.
I'm going to put my headphones back on. Maybe that'll make things better.
Is this better?
Hang on. Let me put my headphones back in. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, and it's much better. I think that's better. Hopefully, it'll be better for everybody else. Yeah, I
Yeah,
know, Rebel. I hear it all the time too, and I never have figured out. We've never figured out what the noise is. It's like a clicking. It's like click, 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 click. I don't know. I don't know.
So I wanted to show you this picture. So as I talked with my Nana and Papa, I have this picture on my wall.
Oh,
That was their wedding day.
so cute. Look at them. She looks so much like you.
Yeah, I look a lot like my Nana.
Yes, yes, you do. That is so interesting.
But
Interesting.
they, married young. I had, well, not young. I think they were in their 20s. They had my dad, and then my two uncles. And my dad had me when he was 16.
Yeah.
My mom was 16 as well. So I was, that's why, so I was the youngest one in my school, in my grade. Because I started kindergarten when I was 4, where most kids start when they were 5 or 6. Because my birthday's in September, and soon I will be 26, so another year older, hopefully better credit score, just because I'm getting older.
That's funny.
But I was always the young one. Like, I was the last to get my driver's license. When I moved out of my parents' house into college, I was still 17.
Do you want in your chair? Okay, Mama, come here. Oopsies. Here you go.
So earlier today, I told everybody how I kind of got started into history based on my great-grandparents, but I don't think I talked about how I really got into true crime. So
that was me. No, just kidding.
So my dad is a paralegal, and he, when I was in middle school and high school, worked for a company that did crimes for like waste management, so like the garbage trucks, and if they accidentally compacted a person, or he did stuff for the railroad, so if somebody got hit while they were on a railroad track and died that way. And so he had these like textbooks, paralegal textbooks, crime textbooks in our house. And when I would get home from school when I was a teen, like I was like home alone for a couple hours every day after school before they got home. And so I read the textbooks and saw really gory images. And that's when I kind of started looking up at true crime. And then I started getting into the history aspect of true crime. And then, and as an adult, just kind of started watching more documentaries, learning more about true crime and paying attention to the crimes that were happening around, like Casey Anthony and stuff. And then after I wasn't really involved on the online social media true crime stuff until Gypsy.
Yeah, I hadn't been either. I didn't even know it existed. I have to run to the restroom, guys, real quick, but Colleen will hang out with you for a few more minutes. All righty.
Oh my goodness. I'm in Wisconsin, and so obviously that I am where Nick Godejohn is from. I have some friends who knew him, and I worked at Children's Hospital as a nurse, and we started talking about just true crime cases, because I think everybody in the medical field actually really likes true crime, because we treat people who are victims of true crime. And we were talking, we had a patient who was, we suspected Munchausen by proxy, and one of my coworkers had said, "Oh, you need to watch this movie. It's on Hulu." And so I went home and I watched it, and it was fascinating. It was the HBO documentary "Mommy, Dead and Dearest." And then I joined some of the groups online on Facebook to talk about the case. And then when I got involved with by proxy and met everybody on the team, and then when they were looking for people, nurses specifically up here in Wisconsin, to get some more records about Gypsy and Nick and get more information from up here. And I interviewed, I applied, and I got it, obviously. And I've kind of like worked my way up from just being a investigator in, person gathering information, up to partner with the company. But once, the act came out, and then when we released the interrogation tapes, is when we just broadened our horizons on the whole case and started having, different discussions about guilt and innocence and the case itself. And, we originally went into it with kind of Gypsy, but then, in the future we wanted to talk about different cases. And we did our entire first season on Gypsy. And then the second season, we've gone into more cases, a couple ones that are shorter cases, some of the ones that are longer. We're going to be, in August, we're going to be doing our head-to-head, me versus Fancy on Scott Peterson. Obviously, I have shared my opinion that I believe that he's innocent, or if he did do it, he doesn't deserve the death penalty. And I hope I can convince at least some of you that aspect after that. And then, we did the Oakland County child killers. We did several other major cases for a long time. Fancy and I cover a lot of our more recent cases, or a couple extended episodes, like the Alyssa Turney case over on our Murder by Design YouTube. And the Good Wives, we do more of our longer case series on our podcast, Good Wives Guide to True Crime. But we're super excited about our upcoming cases. Our Gone Cold podcast with Todd Matthews is going to be excellent, and I can't wait for you guys to listen to it because it's going to be super, super fascinating, getting to talk about the missing people. And like I mentioned earlier, Laura Bible and Ashley Freeman case is super fascinating. Jax Miller, it was an honor to talk to her. It's very much similar to the investigation with Don't F with Cats. And when we got to talk to J. Reuben Eppelman about the Oakland County child killers, he did the documentary Children of the Snow. Amazing opportunity to speak with these people. They are so intelligent, so knowledgeable.
Okay, can you move over to the side, my darling?
Thank you, Water Girl. It was a very much in-depth experience.
I know you guys love me. I know, Mama. Mama!
Diving into the Gypsy case. And, we'll be coming back to that case, later on with some more updates as we get more updates. But it took us, years of research and then a very long time to process all the information and explain it well out. I know when I did the medical episodes, it literally was like 3 or 4 long episodes going year by year.
2 and 3 hours. 2 and 3 hours.
Yeah, just going full in depth on, year by year. But it was necessary because there's this mischaracterization by certain people that, 7 surgeries is the same as 1 because it was all the same. But it's not. That's not how medical procedures work.
I really think that is one of the most absurd statements I've ever heard in my life. With everything, oh my God, you guys have got to see what my dog is doing. She is hilarious if she'll keep doing it. Move my water bottle. Watch her. What are you doing? What are you doing? Well, what are you doing? What are you doing? Well, yes. Oh, are you? Yes. Oh my goodness. That is too much. Into a zombie? She is. No, she does this every night. This is her nightly thing. What are you doing? And she'll paw and she makes noises. She goes, ow, ow, ow. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. I hear her doing it sometimes during the day. It's hilarious. I'll be over here and she'll be in the living room and I can hear her. And I go, Bella, what are you doing? And she'll, it's really funny. That's Bella, guys. That's Bella. Hey, Water Girl. Nice to have you.
Bread
by the way,
guys.
Who's eating bread pudding?
Water Girl.
Oh, no,
you can't
banana
share?
I don't like bread pudding that much. I like banana pudding. What are you doing? You're going to fall, ma'am. Sit down. Relax a minute. Chill. Relax. This, by the way, for anybody who's counting, I know that I think, I don't remember if it was Robin who was counting. One of them was counting. This is the 5th outfit today, but it'll be the final outfit because it is the jammies that I will stay in for tonight and probably most of tomorrow. Except I do have to go do labs at the doctor tomorrow. They're trying to figure out all my stuff with the fibromyalgia and what else I have, and it's just a heck of a time.
But right, the it was the most absurd statements we had ever heard about that. The 7 surgeries is really the same as 1 because they happened, they were about the same subject, like on her teeth. No, that's not how surgery
No, that's
works.
not how it works. It's not. No,
It
you
doesn't
don't get
matter.
to count it as. I'm sorry, 7 trips to the hospital, 7 doctors, 7 anesthesiology things, 7 IVs, 7. You don't get to count that as one. It's not some endless day of surgeries. Like,
Right. It's
oh,
every time.
wow. Oh my
every-
goodness. Go ahead. I was going to say something about Water Girl real quick, though.
Go ahead.
Oh my God, Water Girl, I am so excited. So Mama Ty gave you the idea for the bread pudding. I'm so excited because
will love that.
this gives me, now you went down. You wanted up, now you went down. What is your deal, dude? Are you a zombie? Really? I think she might be, guys. Okay, so that is so exciting, guys. You know why I want to tell you what is happening. So I just talked to Mama Ty yesterday, and she was talking about how to find more recipes and things, and she's been asking you guys to send them in. She has her own little email that she gives out now at the end of our podcast when she's giving the final part of the recipe. But here is something special. So she is moving back down the bayou. So she lives up the bayou at the end. So now she's moving back down the bayou to be closer to family. And once she gets settled in, she is going to do special segments on the YouTube channel of cooking with Mama Ty. And so she's actually going to be in the kitchen. She's going to cook up some of the recipes that she talks about. She's going to then, she'll detail them in our Patreon account, and she'll talk about them on the blog and or on the podcast. And she's also going to go back and do a couple of the recipes that she did when we first started all this stuff. So she's really excited about it. And like I said, she's moving down the bayou. So, I'm super, super excited about her doing that. And you guys are going to love her. She is, oh, wait, it's a plane. My bad. Luna, I'm going to put, that is hilarious. I see Jesus in the clouds. Oh,
no,
plane. A plane. My bad. Nope. Well, now, I don't know how I'm going to see anything. It's pitch black out now. So if it's going to, I guess it'll light up the sky. If they're ascending and we're descending, then I guess that's,
that's life.
Right. Or descending and us is, they would be descending and we would be ascending. Sorry, got that backwards. But
we love Mama Ty.
Yeah.
She's a sweetheart and that's super exciting. I'm glad you were able to use one of her recipes. I hope it turned out delicious.
Yeah, me too.
Love Mama Ty.
But yeah, she's going to be here with us. It's amazing. She's very excited about it. She was kind of feeling like she was in a little bit of a slump lately, feeling like, she's getting down a little bit. Mama Ty has been through a lot of medical stuff in the last year of her life, and so it's been really hard, but it's been amazing, getting to know her and being with her and all of that. Like, she is a great person, and you guys are going to really enjoy having her do these cooking segments with you guys. It's going to be so much fun.
Right, she reminds me of an even more Southern Paula Deen. Like,
yes,
just very,
but not as, but definitely not as annoying.
No, she's very sweet, but that warm, inviting. You want to love them. Like, you just already, like, you see him, you're like, oh, I know this food's gonna be delicious, and you have a delightful personality.
It's so funny that you mentioned Paula Deen. I absolutely cannot stand her. I know, I've got a story, like, so her voice, just whatever it is, it just grates on my nerves. I can't stand. And then she goes, hi, y'all. And I can't. So one night I was laying out on the couch after I had my shoulder surgery, and I had left the TV just running, and somehow her show came on. I don't know how I got to an episode of her show on whatever I was watching, but it popped up, and she screamed that out. Hi, y'all. And I shot straight up, and I screamed, and I was like, what the fuck was that? I was like freaking out. I was like, where is that? Where is that coming from? Because I couldn't, my TV had like done the little screensaver thing. I was so freaked out. And so, yeah, she just, I don't know. I've just never cared for the woman. It's not anything specific. It's just that
The
way
voice.
she talks. Yeah, it's the voice. It just kills me.
That's
It
how I
kills
feel
me.
about Emerald.
Oh, and see, I love Emerald.
The
Bam!
band thing pisses
I love
me
it.
off.
Bam!
Pisses me off. And so when I was like I've said many times, my
Paula
watch
Dean
history,
Rebel.
my watch history is consistently between cooking competitions, like baking more competitions than cooking, and true crime, history, crime stuff. But the cooking stuff, I took a pause because I was watching so much historical stuff. But I switched back. I'm rewatching Hell's Kitchen for the 7th time.
Love it. I love Gordon Ramsay. Love
yes.
him.
Well, so
You know, go ahead. You finish your story, and then I'm talk about what I have to say because I think he's hilarious.
I do too. But so there's 2 cake shows on the Food Network: Ace of Cakes and Cake Boss.
Yes.
I am a Ace of Cakes person. I love Duff, and he's the judge on Spring and Holiday Baking Championship and Kids Baking Championship.
I like him.
Really funny, and he's not obnoxious. I want to
No problem, Rebel.
I want to like Cake Boss. I want to like him.
I do too, and I can't.
I can't. He's too arrogant. He just makes me want to smack him in the face.
And the way he treats his wife just makes me angry. I don't like it. I don't like it.
But I watched Buddy versus Duff season 1, and I just finished Buddy versus Duff season 2. Great show, but like,
I don't know if I could do it.
It's nice because Duff like makes fun of Buddy, which is great. But it's just the arrogance of Buddy just pisses me off. It's like, have some humility. Like, you're not all powerful. Like, and to me, like, I feel like he thinks he's so much better than he is, and I don't think his food is probably that great. Like, you can order his food on Goldbelly. I mentioned that earlier today on when I was on, because I want to order stuff from Goldbelly to try food from all over the world. But you can order like his cakes and stuff off of there. And I haven't. But I don't think it's going to be like so spectacular. Like, I don't. To me, I think it's just going to be a normal cake that I might even like, a Walmart cake better. I don't know. I haven't tried it. I can't say that for sure. But I think the attitude is bigger than the skill versus like Duff. I think I haven't had Duff's food either, but like he's more humble in personality about it, and he doesn't brag about the taste of things and how amazing it is and better than everybody else. He he does, I think, better at sculptures and crazy cakes. Yeah. And when he goes on the other shows like Holiday Baking Championship and he talks about food and rates food, like he sounds professional and elegant, and it makes me want to eat the food. Where Buddy just makes me want to smash the food in his face.
Yeah, absolutely. No, and it's really funny. So Gordon Ramsay, so I used to think he was a colossal dick. Douche. Like, just literally, I was like, this guy is an asshat. But I had never watched Hell's Kitchen. Oh no, where did Colleen go? Well, that was interesting. Colleen just went away. Let's wait for her to come back, possibly. Uh-oh. You know what? Did she get raptured, guys? Oh no, she's back. She's back. Okay. Whew. Worried.
I hit the chat. I hit the chat and it accidentally hit the leave button.
Oh my goodness! I thought you got raptured for a moment. Oh my god.
No, we're still here. We're still here.
I know. I did. I said, I'm thinking you were gone.
Yeah. Like Gordon Ramsay beamed me up.
Right. So, I used to think he was totally awful. But I had never watched Hell's Kitchen. I didn't understand why he was yelling all the time. Just yelling at these people, mercilessly yelling at them. But then I saw him. I actually saw him on a show that was. Yes, she can. Let's see. Yes. Call me at 424-303-3468 in 2 minutes. Okay, so Cheryl's going to try to call back in. But okay, so the funny thing is that the first time I saw him on an actual show was when he dealt with the kids. And I was like, oh man, that's amazing. You know, Master Chef Junior or whatever.
Yes.
Well, then I went, I was like, okay, well, this guy's not bad. I'm going to go ahead and go talk to him over, I'm going to go ahead and go talk to him, go see him. I'm sorry, I'm thinking about talking to Cheryl. Go see him over on Hell's Kitchen. And then the first time that he did an episode, like, these people couldn't cook chicken. And these are supposed to be, it's not like these are home chefs. These are not people like you and me and even my husband, who's a good chef at home, you know, and he's a great chef. He used to be a sushi chef, everything. Okay. It does not mean that these are professional chefs that are vying to be executive chefs in a 5-star restaurant, and you can't cook chicken?
Yeah.
Like, what?
Right. So like, they deserve the insults.
Yes. I was like, oh, well, now I get it. With that, that now I get it. Now I get it. I understand why I would be that angry too. Like, and then he yells at him, get the hell out of here, you know? And I'm like, yes, if they can't cook the chicken, go.
Right. I love Kitchen Nightmares. I wish there was more. Kitchen
I have
Nightmares
not watched those.
Oh my God, they're amazing. Like, he goes to these like failing businesses, failing
Yeah,
kitchens.
I know what it is.
And
I just haven't watched it.
The most interesting part to me is after he enjoys a meal there, which he never enjoys the meal, then he's like, okay, I'm going to help you. And then he goes and looks in their freaking kitchen. And then he and the rest of the restaurant, but like, he'll go in the walk-in and be like, this is mold. This chicken expired, last year. This is moldy zucchini. Like, what the hell is all of this? No wonder. Like, and then he like sometimes throws up because of how disgusting it is. And it's like, that's my favorite part of the entire show. That I honestly, after that, I don't really care. But I find it fascinating, and I think it's hilarious.
Rebel, you didn't take a very long break, your girlfriend. That's like me last night saying I was going to bed, and then at 6:00 in the morning I was still awake. Yeah. That was fun. That was real fun. I can't even. Do you know what happened to Tori? Dude, Tori slept through. Okay, so Tori has these alarms that you have to do like puzzles to like set the alarm to turn the alarm off. She, in her sleep, set off 3 alarms with the puzzle, turned down her ringer at some point in time, and missed 21 phone calls from me trying to wake her up so that she could go and do her job. And she was 2 hours late to getting to drive the papers. I was like, oh my God, what in the world? Like, Tori. And then she was even on, her on Facebook at one point in time. I was like, girl, I see you on Facebook. And she's like, I was not on Facebook. I do not know what was happening. I do not remember any of that.
Zombies. It was Zombie Tori. But I think she's okay now.
Yeah. I saved her.
We were able to pull her
saved
back.
her. I pulled her back. I was able to pull her back from the, portal potty. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yep.
Earlier today when I was out, I had somebody mention when they were watching me that they really liked my nail polish. So this is my nail polish. It's it's hollow and unicorn skin. And I'm gonna brand pitch their brand because I love her so much. I found her on YouTube and it's awesome. So she makes Hollow Taco.
Ooh, cool.
It's Simply Nailogical on YouTube. She was originally just doing nail art videos and then transformed into more comedy, and then she created her own nail polish brand. You have to order it online, but they're awesome, and
it looks pretty.
I'm obsessed. And like in sunlight and like an iPhone camera flash, like all the holographic sparkles light up. Yeah. And then I put a unicorn skin on it, which is like these like flakes that shift colors from like one right now is like purple to blue. And that you see better in normal lighting. So Yeah.
So, Water Girl, to answer your question, I know you said that you listened to our Gypsy Rose Blanchard series, which was the first season. If you haven't checked out the second season, I mean, we've covered everything from Adam Walsh to the Oakland County child murders. So, I mean, it's everything in between, and we've had amazing guests that have guested on there. We're getting ready to wrap it up because we've actually done already 30 episodes for season 2. Guys, 30 episodes, season 2. Amazing. It's incredible. But a lot of that has been that we've had these incredible, amazing interviews with people each time we do a case. So, so we're finishing up. We just finished up Oakland County child murders today. It dropped at 9:00 in the morning. They always drop on Wednesday, usually at 9 a.m. as long as I am able to edit in time. But we are doing, yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I'm so sad about Rodney Reed. It's heartbreaking. So we are starting this next week will be 2 to 3 episodes on Jodi Arias. And we have an amazing interview with Kirk Nurmi, her former defense attorney. And I'm still trying to work on a couple of, I'm hoping we might get one more on that. And then we're going to do our head-to-head with Scott Peterson. We're going to take a break for September. And we're going to start a new podcast with Todd Namis he's the former director, or not Todd Namis, Todd Matthews, the former director of NAMIS, which is, a missing persons database in unsolved cases. We're going to do a Gone Cold with the Good Wives and Todd Matthews. That'll be a couple episodes, maybe 8 to 10 episodes, and then we'll try to come back again for oh, look at the babies. We'll come back again and start our new season with a lot more stuff. But we'll still be here on Murder by Design every week on Mondays and Fridays. And then we do our lives Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, our 15-minute tidbits, true crime tidbits. NAMUS. It's N-A, then capital M, or N-A-M capital U-S. That's what it is, NAMUS. It's a national database of missing and unsolved cases. So he's the former director of NAMIS. And then we're gonna, we're launching a entertainment podcast. That's going to be me and Tori, who was here earlier today. We started out in the industry as actors and writers and producers, and so we kind of got into podcasting in a crazy way. So we are doing an entertainment podcast that'll be starting up here real soon too. And then I have something really cool, and I haven't even told Colleen or Christina this. I got to talk to Tori about it a little earlier because she happened to call me right after I got off the phone call. But our lovely PR person has hooked us up with something, and we may be going on live tour, guys. So keep watching for that, because we are working. That's something that was one of our goals for the year, was to get to start a live tour, and it will be social distancing friendly.
Yay!
Yes.
Social distancing for sick Colleen.
Yes. So we are working. We're going to work through it this week. We have some things to talk with this person about, but I'm super excited. So. Yeah, so that's what we've got going on, Water Girl. I mean, everything. Yeah, I know. Christina's amazing. Isn't she amazing? Love her.
We love all of our people. Like, we have some of the best people, and we've all grown together as a family. Like, we're more than friends and business partners. Like, we are all very close, and we wouldn't be able to do what we do without having the support of each other. And that's like the best thing, is that, we have our disagreements sometimes. We have different, case study ideas and theories on cases. But at the end of the day, we're all very close, and we respect each other's opinions. And we always can talk to each other no matter what we talk about.
Right.
And so it's been a great, I've been with you for almost a little over a year and a half. It was March of 2019 that I started. And so crazy how long it's been. It doesn't feel like it's been that long.
No, it does. It does. Not because of you, but because of what we went through in 2019 and what 2020 has. And then 2020 said, oh, yeah, hold my beer, bitch. You know, like, seriously.
Yeah, 2020 seriously needs to calm the fuck down.
Yeah,
like,
definitely.
Every single day, I'm like, okay, apocalypse now. What the hell is happening? Somebody tell me what happened. Why? I thought 2012 the world was supposed to end, and it didn't end. Today the world was supposed to end, but it doesn't seem like it's happening. But 2020 really wants it to happen. I don't know what the hell. Like, literally, 2020 started off bad for me on New Year's Eve because Samson, we had to put him down at like 11:30 on New Year's Eve, because he took a fall in like that week. He was older, he was like 15, and he was walking funny. And then we had a party going on New Year's Eve here, and he just wasn't his normal self, and so we took him in, and he had kidney like stage 2 kidney disease, but we had been treating him for over a year, but he just wasn't getting better, and he was in kidney failure, so we put him down that night, and ever since then shit has hit the fan so hard.
Yeah, we thought that I mean, we really thought 2019 was like the worst year of our lives, and then and I have to say, like, 2020 is a mixed bag. It has been hellacious in many ways, but professionally, it has been incredible.
Yeah.
And it has been, it has just been incredible in what we've been able to accomplish, the people we've been able to get together with and work with and, join forces with and create content with. That has just been incredible. Still looking for an editor. If anybody would like to volunteer for that position at this point right now, we are a little tapped out on funds with social media and PR person. But if there's somebody that can edit audio or video and they'd like to grow with a company that's going to love you, hit us up at goodwivesdish@gmail.com, because Fancy could really use the break.
Especially if you're a student and you need an internship or know somebody who needs
or
an
a portfolio or something.
We're here for you.
Because let me tell you, I am the only editor in-house, and I'm not the best at it. I mean, I'm good, I'm okay, but I'm not like stellar.
It's what she spends almost all of her time doing.
It's what I spend most of my time doing. In fact, so that I I can't get time to research or really spend time on these cases. I am, however, spending time after this. I will go to bed, but tomorrow I'm going to be spending time reading this, which is the prosecuting attorney that just got disbarred for misconduct. This is his book about Miss Arias. Let me tell you, that case is so strange. That girl is wicked. Oh my God, yes. I had not followed the case when it broke because I was following Casey Anthony, and it broke, and I was just like, I just thought it was another deal of a boyfriend or a girlfriend killing each other, whatever. But Travis is actually from my hometown. And funny thing is, I tried to talk to this about with my best friend, who I consider one of my sisters, because we've known each other like our whole lives. And she was like, I know him, right? And I was like, no. Because she was 2 years behind me in school, because I was actually 1 year ahead. So she was really only 1 year younger than me, but 2 years behind in school. And he was a couple years behind her, so I didn't meet him. Your cat's butt, that's nice. I never met him or anything, but she did. She knew his family. She knew him because she was she became a Mormon in high school, so she knew him. I haven't read this book yet either. But when I watched the documentary, I watched a documentary over the last couple of days. It's been 3 episodes. And when they got to the 3rd episode, I was just like, are you kidding me? Because they got to the part where she's on the stand, and holy yeah, you're still here. Holy cannoli. That girl is so insanely crazy. Like,
yes. I mean, I feel like all the cases that happened around that time were so similar. And
yes.
there were so many big ones like Casey Anthony who happened at the
Uh-oh.
same time.
Colleen, did you get sucked in? I can't hear you. You're frozen. Oh, no. Oh,
Can you
no.
hear me?
Yes. Okay.
We're here. We're here.
We're here. Let me show you. See the nails. See the nails.
Yes, that there was just so many big trials happening around the same time, and
Yes.
it's sort of like what's happened now. At the same time, we had Evelyn Boswell, Leticia Stout, and the Vallows all happened around the same time. All moms killed their kids,
Yes.
And so we have been covering.
And Snyder, don't forget Lisa Snyder. We've almost
we covered
forgotten
that too.
completely about her.
Well, right. There's too many moms killing their kids.
It's just crazy.
It's
like,
absolutely
what is going
insane.
on right now with this? I just don't understand.
Lisa Snyder will always be such a crazy case, like blaming your son that he killed himself and his little sister, but also then she was having like bestiality with a dog, like
wow,
recording the videos and photos of her participating in bestiality. Like, what the? That to me blew my mind. Leticia Stout's abnormal amount of lying about how, he ran away. Oh no, I was raped. Oh no, XYZ, several different cases, but no, you killed him, and
yeah. And then you hear her actually try to tell her horrible story. And like, okay, so they keep making, they made this thing. And we got to talk to Kirk one more time, because I'm going to tell you what, he put on a defense that was crazy. And I don't know how he stood it. Like, he had to have known that clicking noise is back, whatever it is. Bizarre. He had to have known that was a load of crap, and she starts to talk about the sexual tapes and the things that he says and the different things. And I'm not saying that the guy was a saint, let me tell you, okay, but I just wonder, it just seems a little too convenient to me that she had all of that for a defense, and I just think that maybe, what if she was sending those things because of the fact that she was really trying to Lisa Snyder. I was like, excuse me? Okay, yes. That what if she was trying to lay her defense from the very beginning, because like from a long time out, because I think she was planning on killing him for a long time. I don't think it was, yes, I do not think it was a spur of the moment thing. I think she knew what she was doing. I think she began to set it up when he told her that she was never going to be his wife material. And I think that she began creating the narrative that she was going to lay out. And when she sat up there and she just talked about, he brought up, this was the thing that ticked me off the most was, okay, so I was, for a certain amount of time, I was a network marketer and became a network marketing coach. I still sell my little, CBD oil and CBD products and stuff, but I don't really talk about it that much. If somebody wants it, they know that I sell it, and that's all. It has made a amazing difference in my fibromyalgia right now that I've just been diagnosed with. Since I got a new bottle, because I had been out for a while. But anyway, I did that. So we know all about, like Tori and I both did this together. We know all about the law of attraction from doing that. Now, I learned about it a long time ago in sales as a retail manager, but they really push the law of attraction in network marketing. So, no, I agree. He was using her. I agree, Mia, but it doesn't mean that he should, be killed for it. But anyway, she was talking about how in her journal, they said, Juan asked her, why is none of the stuff that you are claiming here of being, sexually abused and physically abused, which, hello, you live thousands of miles away. You know how you stop that from happening? Don't drive there again. Right. Just saying. But he was asking, why was none of this in your journal? In fact, all that's in your journal is how much you love him and think he's this amazing guy and he's the one for you. And you did. And then, she says to him, without skipping a beat, she begins this crying act, and she covers her face. So I don't even think she's crying. I think she just makes the noises and covers her face so they can't see the tears, because that's what you do in acting. If you can't really pull tears, you cover your face. Yeah. Anyway, so yes, Megan, I can send you the information on the CBD oil. Be glad to. And usually it's in our show notes too. So if you ever want to check it out, but I definitely can send it to you and we can talk about what would be the best option for you. Anyway, so she talks about the fact that the reason why she didn't put any of those negative things in her journal that she talked about him incessantly in is because of the law of, it's called the law of attraction, and you don't put anything in writing or words or speak it or think it, because that is what will come more negatively into your life. And I get that, don't get me wrong, but bitch, please.
Right.
Like,
it was just an excuse. Like it was just trying to justify that behavior, which she knew was wrong.
Yeah.
I also, the case that reminds me so much of Jodi Arias, what Pamela Smart.
I know.
Like,
but you know what? Okay, I am, after talking with Diane Diamond, which we will be putting that out here in a little bit. She is an expert on so many things, and I talked to her for a long time about different cases. Mostly, we talked to her about. I talked with her about the West Memphis 3, which I want to do like a huge thing on the West Memphis 3.
We definitely.
But I talked with her.
I love that case.
Yeah, I talked with her about Michael Jackson. We talked about a couple different things, but she brought up Pamela Smart, and her thought process on Pamela Smart really made me think about it. And it's like, okay, so the guys that actually pulled the trigger and killed him, and I don't remember if they slit his throat. I think they slit his throat and then shot him. I don't remember. But whoever the guys are that did that, the kids, they're all out. But Pamela is stuck there for life in prison. And she doesn't get an automatic appeal like she would if she had gotten the death penalty, because you get an automatic appeal if you get the death penalty. There's no like question about it. You get an appeal, and you can file it at whatever time you want to file it, but you get an appeal. With life in prison, without the possibility, that is not the case. You have to really have major cause for an appeal. So she's been sitting there over and over and over again for years and years and years and years with never getting an appeal, and she will never get out, and she really believes she's going to die in there. And Diane said she's not even convinced that Pamela did it, but she's not convinced Pamela didn't, but at very least she deserves to have an appeal. Because everybody else is already out, and she didn't even actually do the crime. So I think that that's a super sad story. Like, and after listening to Diane, I went back and watched, a documentary on it, and I really kind of feel for her in a way. So, but yeah, it is very similar except that Pamela didn't do it herself.
Right. I completely agree. Like, I think it's similar. So again, these cases that happened like the 1990s, just, I think that it was a lot of, true crime becoming more accessible to the public and like fascinating, with OJ and Scott Peterson and
crazy.
So many cases like that, but it's like, Pamela Smart, I mean, she's not the one who did it, but she, ends up in prison. Charles Manson, crazy dude, but he's not the one who killed people. His followers did, and they were let out. So it's like the people, the masterminds, get life in prison, but the people who actually do the crime don't. And to me, that's crazy. But like, it's so weird, and I feel for her. And especially, prisons right now are a hotbed of COVID. And like we talked about how, the people on death row who are getting COVID, like, too bad, so sad. But like, we're not going to say them. It's a shitty way to die. But I mean, they were already on death row. But for like average prisoners, like, it sucks, especially if there are ones that were non-violent crimes, and maybe only got like a year or 2 years or even 5 years in prison. Like, even if it's for just like marijuana selling or whatever, that they could die in prison because of COVID right now. And that's why, like, I feel for certain people being released from jail. But I do not believe violent or sexual offenders should be. If you were in jail for, stealing something, smaller, or for selling, small time weed or something like that, like, to me, that's kind of one of those things where, like, okay, you're gonna go home, but on surveillance, ankle monitor, you have a probation officer.
Well, there's people in the states that have legalized weed. They're still doing life in prison for weed.
Yeah, to me that's nuts. If you to me, I believe that marijuana should be legalized, especially for medical purposes, and that it shouldn't be an issue where, like, so both Tim and I have medical conditions, and honestly, my doctors believe it would extremely help my gastroparesis if I could smoke or ingest marijuana, not just CBD, but marijuana, and because it's been proven to help with GI stuff, and it would help my nausea exclusively, especially with me already taking like a maximum dosage of anti-nausea medications. Like I'm even on a nausea med that's used for chemo patients because of how severe it is. But because I'm a nurse in Wisconsin, it's not legal, that if it was in my system, I would be fired. And even in the states that have it, legalized recreationally, like there's not a stance for, employers, across the board to say it's okay that it's in your system. Like, I don't believe you should be smoking at work, just like drinking at work. But like, unlike drinking, the alcohol wears off after a few hours. You'll still have marijuana in your system, depending on how much you smoke it, forever. And like, especially if it's in your hair and you've been doing it for a long time. And so, to me, I think there needs to be a better standard of testing, for impairment. Yes. But, I believe that people shouldn't be able to be fired based on something that is legal, especially in states that have recreationally legalized it.
Right. Well, I don't think people should be in prison for it either. But here's the thing, like, you're right. I don't think that people like that should be kept in jail. But with this whole COVID thing and releasing prisoners, there has been an uptick of them reoffending immediately.
Right. That's why there has to be like a limit on what prisoners.
I actually think the case in Florida that Cheryl was talking about with us and that we showed earlier, I think he was one of those released people. I don't know why I think that. I heard somebody say it somewhere. It might have been Cheryl say it somewhere, but I don't know. But I think that it was something to do with that. But I know that there's been several sexual predators that have been let out that have reoffended.
Like that one guy in New York.
Immediately.
Right.
And he told them he was going to do it, and they still let him out.
It's one of those things where, like, there needs to be, a limit. People, non-violent offenders, or, that's something to talk about. But sexual predators, absolutely not. Because we already know that there is no rehabilitation for them. They will offend again. And, there's just not enough ability to monitor those people. And, if you go on that like website where you can search your address and people around you, and it's disturbingly sick and frightening how many people are, we lost her. So many people who are sick and gross who live nearby you, and it makes you rethink, who your neighborhood and, who your kids know. Yeah, you left.
I know, by accident. Hey, are you able to turn the volume up at all?
Me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me better? Okay.
I can.
But yeah, it's super sick and disturbing how the people who live near you are these offenders, and they're supposed to be not within a certain mileage of places where kids are. But I mean, there's no way to really monitor that, especially when there's constant building of new subdivisions and new schools, and if somebody's already living somewhere and then they've said, we're going to turn this abandoned area into a playground, and it's like, well,
thank you, Rebel. I not that I don't agree with you, but you can't put that over here or they'll get mad. So Yeah.
And so it's disturbing. And we had a situation where we have like a halfway house kind of thing for offenders, and they wanted to put one near near my town, but it would literally be within a few miles of a school and a park and residential neighborhoods, and the community was like, absolutely not. But like they really were like trying to fight to put it there. Like, the community does not want this. Like, what are you doing?
It's terrible.
Not okay.
Tori and I were just talking about it I think 2 nights ago, because I'm sorry guys, I needed a snack. I was starting to get real low. I suffer from diabetes as well, guys. So so sorry if you hear me crunching my little pretzel sticks here. But Tori and I were talking about that the other night, and talking about how I said, I think they definitely need to be medically castrated. Yes. Because I do not believe that they can be rehabilitated. It's something that that it's an obsession. They cannot turn it off. There is no stopping them. They will do it any opportunity they can, and many of them have no idea why. They just do. And she was like, screw that. I'm for, actual castration, like full on, because then they can't do anything. Right. And so, I definitely think something should be done. It shouldn't just be like, oh, you got 5 years or 10 years or even 20 years. And by the way, now you're out there again. Are you kidding me? And last year we were dealing with a woman who was a registered offender, and she was on Facebook under her children's name. And she would go into these groups and start all kinds of crap and say all this stuff. And she is a sexual predator. And then when anybody would call it out, she'd be like, you don't understand the situation. Excuse me, ma'am. I do understand the situation, because I read the actual charges against you. And it wasn't a mistake, because it wasn't once. It wasn't twice. It was 3 mistakes. Are 3 mistakes really 3 instances? No, ma'am. No.
Right. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. No.
And she justifies it as, well, it was my husband's son, not my son. I'm like, that does not justify. That makes it worse.
Right. It's disturbing, and I completely agree. And I don't know if I'm really for like actual castration. I think chemical castration is better, because if you cut somebody's stuff off, like they still have the feelings. They just can't really do anything, but they could still hurt children, not with themselves, but with other objects. Versus like with chemical castration, not only are they like impotent, but then they can't, they don't have like that desire.
Right.
And so I
Rebel,
think that's better.
I have been making smoothies. I haven't been using tofu, but I have been making smoothies lately. But I'm not a big tofu fan. I don't know if I can taste it. I'm not going to want it. But thank you for the help. I've gotten my sugar levels pretty much under control for the most part. It's just because of today that I've been sitting here doing nothing and barely eating, that I was just feeling low. So,
but it's super interesting. I know there's another case, and it's, I think I believe the case. I don't believe like there's rumors about the hysteria over it. And to me, I don't think there's not enough information out there, but about the McMartin preschool trial.
That is one of my major cases.
Freaking fascinating. Like, so if you guys don't know the trial, so there was a daycare sexual abuse case in the 80s in LA, and that this McMartin family, they operated the preschool, and they were charged with numerous acts of sexual abuse of the children in care.
Hey, RB, welcome. Okay, go ahead, Colleen. Sorry.
But it's like the case lasted like 7 years, but there were no convictions, and all charges were dropped in the 1990s.
Right.
But it was actually one of the longest and the most expensive trials in American history. And that the case was they said that the case was part of a daycare sex abuse hysteria and a moral panic over satanic ritual abuse of the 80s and 90s. But to me, like to me, it's more than just like parents telling their kids what to say. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I completely
Mhm.
believe that this happened. And it to me, it's crazy, but I think it happened. But sexual abuse has been happening literally forever, you know, and some.
So wait a
parts-
minute. So wait a minute. You think that the actual abuse happened?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I don't disagree, but I'd like to know what your is there a certain amount of evidence that you are basing that on? I'm not disagreeing, totally not disagreeing, but I'd just
Well,
like to know
so-
your thought process.
Yeah, so it was reported that one of the women's sons had been sodomized and by a teacher at the preschool,
Mm-hmm.
and many of the students had the same kind of situation and same happenings that they were experiencing, and there was like an allegation made that, oh well, the parents were telling other parents what one kid said. But I don't think that's true, and I don't think that the parents then could coach all of the children to say similar things. And so, there was this like criminal investigation regarding the sexual abuse, and let's see, so there was like these investigation of criminal acts, including oral sex, fondling of genitals, buttocks, and chest area, and sodomy possibly committed under the pretense of taking the child's temperature.
Right.
Of the children naked, and
It's kind of like this. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
Yes,
I agree with you. I don't think that all the children could be coached. Do I think that maybe it happened to all of them? No. I think that maybe there was a mass hysteria among the parents that, started asking their kids in a very, very leading way of, did this happen to you? Did they do this to you? Did they do that to you? Because Katie says that this happens, somebody said on my audio, I can hear Colleen, but her voice sounds like she's on helium, and Fancy sounds fine.
My voice is high pitched, guys, so that's totally normal.
So, but yeah, I mean, I definitely think something did happen. I have never thought that nothing happened ever. But this was during a period of time that there was the whole quote unquote satanic ritual going around everywhere, which there was never any proof of, absolutely no proof of satanic rituals in the United States at that time. And to this date, there's still none. Except for maybe the Vallows. Hey. But there was no real satanic rituals happening. No babies were being sacrificed. Nobody was gathering in, basements and drinking blood. And that wasn't happening. But it was a pandemic of people thinking it was and freaking out. And I kind of feel like these types of cases like this, like the McCanns, or I'm sorry, what is the name again? I know it, but I can't. My brain is foggy.
Leah, is that video still up?
Yes, I saw that, Leah. I saw it.
It was a video of him raping children?
I don't think it was the video of him raping them. I think it was the video of his arrest.
Okay. I'd be like, Jesus Christ.
Oh, no. She said a video of him in the process was on Facebook Live. It's terrible. I just saw the headlines about him being arrested. I didn't actually click on it because I couldn't deal with it at the time.
I mean, there's too many of those cases around, but
the pedophilia, it really
no.
What?
That's horrible.
Oh my God, yeah. No, the pedophilia really gets me more than anything. I don't. It's hard. It's something that is just. It gets me every time. I have no sympathy for those people. I wish that we could just. And now there's these TED Talks about how it should be included in the LGBTQ community.
No,
Are you serious?
Absolutely not.
Are you kidding me? No, it's not an alternative lifestyle. You're a freaking sick fuck. Sorry,
right? That's
but
not.
You are.
It's not a disorder. It's
No.
you do not deserve any part of society that is not. It's
No.
not, a sexual attraction thing. This is you're a horrible pedophile, and you do not
Right.
deserve to be.
And I
around
feel
children.
I feel like it's been covered up in this country and many others, I'm sure, but in our country for a very long time by the the elites and powerful people.
Yeah.
And I think with Epstein, if Miss Maxwell can survive to her trial, knock on wood, because I really hope she does, I think it's going to break that wide open.
Yeah.
I just think, and I think it's going to be connected to too many people that people are just going to be just devastated by it being connected to those people.
Right. I think that there's, I talked about that earlier today when I was live about how there's, not everybody that they were friends with was in on it, but definitely a lot of people were, and it's going to be too big to shut down.
Yeah. It's gotten too out there now.
Yeah. It's too many people know. Like, if she ends up dead, we all know that she did not kill herself. Like this, we all know it.
I do, however, think that many of them are going to take a plea deal and we'll never hear about it.
Yeah.
They'll take a plea to turn evidence, and we'll never hear about it. But I mean,
I'm hoping somebody will talk.
Yeah.
It's
I think it's coming.
Right. I think it's one of those things where all it takes is one person at one point to tell. Somebody's gonna get in trouble and rat. And that case is just disturbing, and it's unfortunate that it happens all over the place, and it's been happening forever. Back in the Greek periods of time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Grecian
all the way
history
back
when it was
it
was normal to have sex with children, and it was like normal.
We've given you a 40-cent raise, Peyton. Congratulations.
Sorry.
I can still picture that exact
won't
moment
be quiet.
when my boss.
So, yeah.
It's disturbing. Oh no.
I just saw a couple of weird things on Facebook or on YouTube. Something about JJ Vallow being heard on one of the podcasts just a couple days before he disappeared. Ooh. And then I just heard that Tiger King's original will was found.
I mean, he's not dead.
Don Lewis's original.
Oh, Don Lewis. I was going to say the
Don Lewis's original will was found.
Oh shit!
Are there more trolls, Rebel? What's going on? All right, Water Girl, have a good one. Love you, girl. Thank you guys for tuning in. We are in the last hour and a half of our broadcast here for 24 hours. No signs of the rapture yet. Interesting. What are you doing? You, what is that? Is a wand?
Oh, I'm peeling my nail polish. I have a peel off base coat.
I see. It looks like a Harry Potter wand.
I have one of those. It's in the living room on a stand.
My daughter has one too. She got chose to do the wand picking ceremony.
That happened to me when I went to the Harry Potter world at the Discovery World Museum many years ago. But it sounds like we need to have his lawyer back on.
I don't think I told anyone to shut up, Rebel. I don't know. Maybe we're all tired. I'm punch drunk at this point. I'm really considering grabbing a glass of wine, but I don't want to pass out for the last hour and a half.
Might pass out.
I think I'm going to grab one at 11. I can nurse that thing for an hour. And then I'll pass the out right afterwards.
If they found his original will, I think we need to have the lawyer back on.
Right?
Be like, hey,
right?
All right, you said the original will did not have that, and now you found the original will, and I bet it doesn't have that. So does this mean we're going to maybe see an arrest? Some better interviewing? What are we going to see?
No, Rebel. I was trying to swipe down on my phone, and I accidentally clicked on a freaking video, and it was talking. I was like, no, shut up. Because I didn't want it to be talking. I didn't want you guys to hear, an ad on YouTube. I don't need that. So, but yeah, I mean, I think the pedophile thing, I have no sympathy for it. I literally none.
To me, those are
Absolutely
the
not.
worst. Like
Mhm.
literally, murderers are awful too. But to me, like
Mhm.
sexual abuse of children damages that child forever, and
Forever.
leads to more, criminal
Mhm.
acts, because a lot of times then they abuse children when they're older. So it's so damaging to so many people, and
Mhm.
I think
Well, I've talked about that before because, like, if you're murdered, okay, yes, it's tragic, and your family is left behind to deal with the grief and everything, but you have no idea. You're dead. You've gone on, and if you believe that you go 6 feet under and stay there, or you believe that you've gone to heaven, at either way, you have no idea what's going on anymore. So you are no longer here. A person who is raped and left alive carries that, and it's a death inside of themselves
forever.
for the rest of their lives. And I think that's even more awful than, than being killed. Because
Yeah.
being killed, you're done. Okay. I go on to my
Right.
maker, or whatever you believe, you get reincarnated, or you go into the ground and pollinate the flowers. I don't freaking know, whatever you believe. But either way, any which way you look at it, you're no longer here. So it's not affecting you anymore.
Right. But
That's why I always say, that grief is for the living, because the dead don't know. So
right. And hopefully, like, that's a piece. And to me, like, I think one of the hardest things in terms of, like, when you rate different sexual abuse is when it's incest. Like that, like, completely F's you up forever. Like, you never have a normal relationship with relatives, or even if you choose to have children down the future, you're always going to be scarred with that. So not only is it, traumatizing pedophilia, sexual abuse, but then having to deal with, like, family relationships, in the future is horrifying. And, it wasn't true, but so, okay, the other part of television I watch is, like, trash TV. Like Jerry Springer, Maury, Steve Okos, because it makes me feel better about my own life.
It's 99.999% chance that you are the father.
Yeah, pretty much. It just makes me feel good about my life, and how it makes me feel like I'm not as messed up as people.
That's why I watch true crime.
Yeah, pretty much. It just makes me feel better. But so I found out when I was a teenager that so my mom left when I was like 3 or 4, and wasn't really in my life. Well, I found out when I was older that her mom, so my grandma on her side, had actually coached me to say that my papa had sexually assaulted me.
That's so sad.
And she then custodial kidnapped me, and that's how she lost custody, because she did that.
Right.
It wasn't true. They did all these home studies. It wasn't true, and she eventually had made it up. That he had made it up, and so, it's damaging, not just for me, but also for the community. I mean, once you accuse somebody of that, even when it's proven guilty, it really never goes away. And Steve Okos talks about it all the time, when it's people make things up like that, like, that will always stay with them. They pretty much have to move, because it's forever with them.
Well, and a lot of times I have friends that are DAs in California. In fact, one of them works in the SVU division. And thank you so much, you guys. The mods, absolutely, you guys. I am so happy for Rebel. She has been with us the whole time today. Unbelievably wonderful. She's one of our only mods that isn't part of our actual executive team, and I just cannot thank her enough. She came to us and asked us if she could help us, and we love it. And if anybody else is willing to wrench for us, we'd love it. So because she can't always be on, but we love it. We appreciate her so much. But anyway, I was talking with my friend who is a DA in the SVU division, has been for many years, and we were talking about the likelihood of whether family would or would not bring charges against another family member. And many times the family would rather bury it and pretend like it didn't happen, because it's too hard for Mia, well then hit us up at goodwivesdish@gmail.com and we'll talk with you about it. It's too hard for the family to actually do it, because they have to relive it again. I can see like your eye. That's about all I can see. And your cat.
You get to look at cat.
Okay. They talk, the fact of the matter is not only do they have to live through what they lived through, then in court they have to live through what they lived through again. And so many times if it's a perpetrator within inside their family, then they don't do it. Well, Megan, thank you so much. I mean, we've been here for 24 hours almost. We are in the home stretch, guys. It is 10:30 at night. We are going to be here till 11:59. Oh goodness, I don't even know. Amanda's just asking a bunch of questions that I didn't even see all day long in Slack. But post a link for me, please. Yes, here. Let me give you our email. goodwivesdish@gmail.com. There you go. Yeah, it is worse when you have to go to court, because then not only do you have to talk about what happened to you, but then you've got lawyers who are trying to break you down. Well, what were you wearing? Well, what were you doing? Well, did you do this? Well, what? And when you're talking about a child, it just pisses me off. Like, the child did not want this. No matter what, the child did not want this. But what was your mother coaching you? Did your mother tell you to say that? I mean, and in your case, maybe it was true, obviously, but but in a lot of cases it's not true, and it is true. That's what I mean. It is true, and it's sad because they have to live through that scrutiny on top of talking about what happened to them, on top of living through what happened to them.
Well, right.
So he said a lot of times that's the families just decide to deal with it inside, and that's it, and they hide it.
Because they,
Colin, we can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I think it has to be so hard because people not only have to tell their story once to, the police, but then they have to tell that story to their attorneys and go through their story many times. And
the advocate and the SVU detectives. And then they have to tell it again because people have to make sure that it's right. And the district attorney. And and then they have to testify
you have to
in
record
court.
Depositions. And then you go into court, and even children, they get cross-examined.
Mm-hmm.
And, I get it. Attorneys are meant to, defend their people. But a lot of times, the defense attorney can get real nasty with the kids.
Yeah.
And, there's a lot of objection, Your Honor, relevance, objection, badgering the witness, so many things.
And these are 6 and 7-year-old kids. They don't know what the hell is going on.
Right. They're just trying the best they can to keep it together. And you have to think that some of these kids have gone through horrifying circumstances. Mm-hmm. And they don't, it's hard for them to have to recount that. And it's hard for the family too, because now, their private business is now exposed to the entire community and sometimes the world, depending on who's watching the case. And, that stigma will always be with that family. Even if, it's a mom who reported it to the police and is seeking justice, that mom is still going to be getting looks and judgment from people in the community and around the country.
Yeah.
Even though she...
No, I think it's her nails. I think it's her nails, Rebel. She asked if that was your toe or your nails. It's her nails.
Oh, my nails.
Yeah.
I have weird shaped thumbs. That's why.
Okay. I have totally strange little hands. They actually slant like this. Like they're deformed. They go like this.
Weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got my dad's hands. My normal fingers are fine. But my thumbs are they look like
weird.
But Megan Fox and the Queen have these thumbs, so it's cool. I'm also in my wrists. I'm double jointed.
Oh my God, that's gross! Stop doing that.
One of my friends can do that to his shoulder blade and literally bring his entire arm like that. It's gross as well.
I've seen it. I've seen it all. I used to be a dancer. Trust me, I've seen it all.
But it's much shame that gets put, on these families that it never goes away, and the whole country and world has to hear their, the pain and the struggles that they have to go through, and
Right.
I feel bad. Oh, you guys all have not seen my laptop. So I got my sticker here, Wisconsin, home of cannibal killers and happy days, because Jeffrey Dahmer.
Right.
And then I've got our Good Wives.
Our old logo. Yeah.
Yep. And Murder by Design.
Design. Yeah.
And then I've got a cat
Cute,
that says
cute.
Savage.
Savage.
Zelda Triforce.
Did you get the where is our hashtag love wins?
Oh, it's not put on yet. I was trying to find a really good spot for it, because everything is like put together, and I have a couple
right
more
there
that I have yet to put on.
Yeah,
so
right there.
I wanted to make sure I get it in a good spot. But yeah, got my stickers on there. I did get my shirt, but I have to wash it because it does smell like vinegar.
What is that about? They don't smell like vinegar now, but they do when they first come out of the package. So you just got to wash it.
Told me that, and I was like, that can't be, that bad. And then I was like, oh my God, I just got slapped in the face with vinegar.
Vinegar. I don't even understand it at all. I don't know if it's like the dye. I don't get it. I don't know because the first one I got did not smell like that at all. The serial killer one, the sadistic serial killer, that one it did not bother me at all. Nothing. Put it on that day and was like, yep, it's fine. The other one, oh my God, vinegar smell. I don't know.
It was literally
but I just threw it in. It's overwhelming. But I just literally threw it. So if you get one, and I do suggest you do, because they're super cute. I'm wearing mine, but it's all dirty right now. Because I've been in it all day. But if you get one, definitely open it in your laundry room and just throw it right into the washing machine, and it'll come out and you'll never smell it again, so it's fine. But you definitely should get it. All right, are we at, nope, we're not at 11 yet. Oh my God, I feel like what in the world else could we possibly talk about at this point?
Oh, I have other cases that I want to talk about.
Well, you just talk, and I'm just going to sit here because I am getting tired.
Because they're short cases that most likely we won't talk about.
Okay.
But I find them interesting that I just have to mention to our viewers if you're interested in looking up these cases. Hold on. Sorry. I have like my Twitter notifications show up, and every time they pop up when I'm trying to click something at the top of my screen. Then I accidentally click it, and then it takes me off the camera for a second.
Yeah, that's what happened a second ago when Rebel thought I was yelling at trolls.
Okay, so these are like some more disturbing cases.
Okay.
They're not going to be too gross, but disturbing. So the first one was in February 1957. A college student stumbled upon the remains of a young boy in the woods of Philadelphia. He was called a boy in a box. The boy was found badly beaten, and he was laid to rest in an old bassinet box, and his identity was unknown. The police were not able to verify anybody's testimony. One woman claimed that her abusive mother bought the boy, and under their roof he was subjected to physical and sexual abuse. What made the police interested in that story was that her knowledge of details that had not been released to the public. She claimed shortly before the boy was beaten to death, he ate baked beans, which corroborated the autopsy. So obviously she knew things.
Yes.
And that she also claimed that he was bathed before his death, which matched the coroner's finding of his fingers being pruny. The issue was that she had a history of mental illness, so it made her like an unreliable witness.
I see.
But it was a case that, it's 62 years later, the case is still never been solved. It's gone cold. Facial reconstruction technology has provided a mock image of what he might have looked like, but nobody has ever come forward to claim him. They also did DNA and dental testing, have been attempted, but with no success. And he's unknown. And so, it's just one of those cases that, found bodies that aren't ever solved. And it's super sad, especially since, it was that long ago. Like, obviously, most likely we'll never know because most likely the people are dead. And unless somebody, commits a crime and gets their DNA taken and put into CODIS, that, you know, might never know, and it'll be like familial DNA. But even then, you know, we might not know. There were a lot of cases about people who were adopted or born and not wanted and just kind of like abandoned, or people who are adopted and don't know who their families are, and super sad. We see that a lot with babies, and I recently learned about a case that was up in Canada, and I'm going to share that with you guys in a second. But the first one I learned about was in Ireland. I want to pull up the right name because I don't want to say a wrong name. I think I saw the documentary on YouTube, but it was also on Netflix. It was the Tom Mother and Baby Home in Ireland. So Ireland had a really big issue where there were a lot of women becoming pregnant out of wedlock, and obviously a super Catholic society, that's totally shameful and shouldn't happen. So they had these mother and baby homes. So women would go there when they were pregnant and hide away from the rest of the world and shame from their family. And they would go here, but the issue, so these nuns and stuff, there were many hundreds of babies who were born, and those babies like were sold in like adoptions to people all over the world, especially, you know, I want a really cute, you know, white baby girl. So they'd go to these homes, and so a lot of people in the United States are actually from there, and they just don't know it. But a lot of the women, you know, have said that their babies were just taken from them. They didn't get to hold or see them. Some of them were told that their babies died. Many of them did get adopted, but, you know, they weren't ever information about it. But they also killed a lot of the babies. And there was, you know, a report that they actually went to the Tom baby home and found like it was like a septic tank almost on the property where they were able to find a lot of different remains of different aged babies that were there. So super disturbing. So they had death records of over 796 children. 796 kids who had died. But
what?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
There were no burial records, but they had them written down. 796 infants were killed.
Wow.
And then
so just letting you know, Cheryl may call back in right now, but we'll see. Okay. But if you want to keep going for right now until she calls, and then, yeah.
But yeah, I saw that, and, you know, I learned a little bit more about kind of the selling of babies. There was a documentary on Hulu. It was about how a doctor's office was supposedly performing abortions and then selling the babies.
Yes.
That was really interesting. Similar.
Yes.
But so I knew it slightly happened in America and it happened a lot in other countries, but I guess nobody ever thinks about Canada a lot. Usually Canada's like, it's there, it's nothing, it's peaceful and whatever. But Canada has a lot of issues too that we just don't talk about. Obviously, don't F with cats. There was the
Carla Homolka. Yep.
But so the home, it's called the Ideal Maternity Home. It operated from 1928 to 1947. And it opened up as like, you know, maternity home for women who have their babies. But they sold these babies on the black market for up to $10,000 per baby.
Oh, wow.
A ton of money at that time. And what they did, there's a movie made about it that's based on a true story. It's called The Child Remains. There's also a film called The Butterbox Babies. which
Oh
there's
wow.
a book about that. It's very expensive and trying to find it, but it's like $1,000. So it's kind of
Oh
like
my
the Ted
gosh.
Bundy book where, and the Jeffrey Dahmer book, like when only released once and then not to be re-released. So it's like old copy. So in the time that they were open, they had between 800 and 1,500 babies born.
Oh my.
So not as much as the Tuam in Ireland, but what they did was, I think, a little bit more disturbing.
Sure.
Which obviously, so the murders were called the Butterbox babies, and what they did, so the babies who were unmarketable or unsellable, they would actually feed them just water and molasses and starve them to death.
Wow. That's awful.
Yeah, and so then they would put the babies in butter boxes and bury them. And so any deformity or serious illness or this dark coloration would often seal their fate. They were disposed of in small wooden grocery boxes, typically used for dairy products like the milk boxes. And then they were buried on the property adjacent to a nearby cemetery.
Wow.
And I'm trying to look at the number, but there were a lot of killed babies. But that happened like Nova Scotia, Canada.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so between 400 to 600 babies were deliberately killed by starvation or deliberately refused medical care because of that they were unmarketable. Craziness. 400 to 600 in Canada, and then the Tuam baby home and mother and baby home was, almost 800 babies. But there were so many mother and baby homes all across the world at that time because of how, it was becoming more freedom for women to have, sex before or without marriage. But it was still shameful. So they, hide your children from shame and then have these babies. And so it was, it's just disturbing to think, there are probably, I would say probably almost 1 million dead babies from situations like that.
Well, that's like, everybody's up in arms over all kinds of things, but like, where have 800,000 children gone? Seriously, that's a real number, folks. 800,000 children missing right now, like currently, right this second. That is disturbing.
Right, and it's those things like, you don't know. We don't know where they are. Where are the children?
Where are the children? Okay, so, oh God, what was I going to say? Something about the Epstein Island. Oh, so you know how Joseph has asked, where are the children? Where are the children? Where are the children? What if the children never left the island?
That like they're buried on the island? Yeah, I've been thinking about that too. I think that's or I think they're buried in the New Mexico property.
Right. Well, I mean, we're dealing with some really sick, depraved people, and I wouldn't I wouldn't put it past them to do some sort of ritualistic thing, or just to get rid of them, to be honest, but a ritualistic kind of thing, or what have you, because this is some sick, serious, weird stuff, guys. Like,
right.
I am astonished. I'm waiting to hear what is going to happen when that that stuff comes out. I'm hoping that we get to actually find out. I hope that not everybody will just take a plea and walk away, I don't know.
When I was over on Tricia's, we talked briefly about it, or at least I did.
Right.
In the her chat. Because people ask me where are the children. I'm like, well, I have that same question, and so does Joseph about the Epstein kids. And somebody had said, well, they're older now. I'm like, but, these girls that, 13, 14 years old, even if that was in the 90s or 2000s, they were still kids then who didn't speak
Right.
English, who were then released into somewhere. I doubt they took them home, and released somewhere with no support. And that's if they were able to go home or go.
Because I really believe if they had been taken somewhere and alive, we would have heard from some of them at some point.
Right. I don't think they're alive. I think
Somebody would have said something. They could have been threatened within an inch of their life. I get it. And they would be scared as hell because of what they went through. But I think somebody would say something just somewhere anonymously, what have you. And we have heard nothing. Oh, Colleen, you're gone again. Where did you go, Colleen? Did you hit the button again?
I did.
You went down to the porta potty again, right?
Yep, I did.
Isn't Colby's baby handicapped? I don't know a whole lot about Colby, Rebel. I've seen him on a couple of things. I do think he is, or she is. I don't even know. Damn trolls, Rebel. But I don't know. I'm not sure about Colby's baby being handicapped. I can look it up real quick. Let's see.
Who's Colby?
Is Colby? It's Lori's oldest son, Colby Ryan's child handicapped. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that says specifically, so I don't know. And I didn't get to watch the whole episode with Colby where he was interviewed on Dateline. I watched the Melanie Gibb one and got so pissed off that I decided I couldn't watch anymore for a little while. So, yeah. So yeah. So there's that. I don't know what's going on with Cheryl. She's like, now? And then I'm like, sure. And then she doesn't drop down. So who knows? It's getting late. Who freaking knows? It's only 5 more minutes to the last hour, guys. I'm going to die.
You'll be sad.
I'm not going to make it. I have literally almost been up for 24 hours straight, plus some. Okay. Okay, we're having trouble streaming to, okay, so this has happened before. I have to delete Facebook.
Okay, so anybody who's on our chat, I need a short, quick poll. So I took off my nail polish because I have a peely base, and it allows me to change my nail polish very quickly. So now I'm trying to decide what color I want to paint them. So, because I have to have nail polish on my nails at all times because otherwise my nails break, and my nails are really long, and I work really hard on that because I used to bite my nails, and I still would if I wanted to. I have OCD, and I'll do it. And so by having the nail polish on, I don't bite them. But so I'm going to show you my nail polish collection, and I'm going to need you to tell me what color to paint my nails.
Lee, I did get your message, love. Holy crap, Colleen, that's a lot.
So there's a red and a reddy orange, and then orange, yellow, green, medium blue, purple, magenta, light blue. This like purple. Where'd the camera go? This blue.
That's purple.
It's bluey purple. And then rose gold. So.
Yeah, Rebel, I actually have been up longer than that too. I took a quick nap for an hour and a half, but that was it. Okay, so what color should Colleen paint her nails? There's red, orange, yellow, green, a blue. Is that purpley?
Purple, and then magenta, and then
a light blue, a darker blue, like a royal blue, a gold. That's it. Yep. What color should she play? Come on, guys. There's 19 of you on here. Somebody can choose some colors. I vote purple always. That's just always my vote. It's always going to be. But a slight second runner-up would be that very pretty light blue there.
This one?
Yes.
That's the one I just had on my nails.
All right. So we've got one yellow, one magenta, Come on, Lee. What'd you get? What do you say? Come on. I know you're there. What color for who? Rebel, it's for
me.
for Colleen's nails. Poor girl. We're all okay. She says, okay, so Rebel says dark blue. So there's magenta, dark blue. I say purple. Come on, guys. Somebody's got to break this three-way tie we have going on here.
All right, so these are the 4 that we're kind of going to go between. So royal blue, blue, purple, magenta.
Oh, Lee Schmidt says orange.
Orange. Orange and yellow are up here, guys.
We are not getting anywhere, guys. This is not helping. Rebel says to do a rainbow.
Ooh, I can do a rainbow gradient, but I'll have to do that after we're done on camera and I can post it.
You just got all funky. Say it again? Yes.
Okay, I can do a rainbow gradient, but I most likely will do that after we're done because it takes some time. It's where you put the nail polish in like a color gradient on a makeup sponge and then you dab it on.
No, I think what they're talking about is like one nail pink, one nail purple, one nail green. I've done that before. I like that when I do that. That's always cool.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I do have 10 colors.
That is perfect. You should totally do that.
Ooh, but then, so, okay, the issue is I have 3 blues. Would the light blue go after the green, then this blue, and then purple? Where would the magenta? Magenta go up by red or right before blue?
Right before blue.
Right before blue?
Yes.
Or after blue?
No, right before blue.
Right before blue.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think it should go right before pink, or right before green. So it should go, or okay, here it should go red, orange, then pink, then yellow.
Nah.
Yeah. Then those. Yes.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, she's decided to do rainbow, guys. She's going to do one color for each nail. I love your cat. What is this cat's name?
This is Faith.
Oh, this is Faith. What's the other one's name?
So there's Hope, which is her sister, which she's in here somewhere. Hope, and then Candy. Candy's Tim's fat cat. And Maple. Maple has been a beast lately. She's like jealous. Oh, see, there's Hope. Let me see her by the door.
I thought you said something about one of yours being named like Killington or.
Oh, so Faith, come here. Hope, stop meowing. Faith has a Kittler stash.
Oh, yes, that's what I was thinking. Kittler. I heard you say it. I thought it had to do with something with Hitler, but I didn't think you would be like naming your cat Kittler. I didn't think that, but now I get it. Kittler stash. That makes sense.
So we call her Kittler sometimes.
I only heard it in passing as you said so. All right, guys, we are officially in the last hour of this bitch of Rapture. That is not going to happen, obviously. Knock on wood. Sorry.
I was going to say, we're going to freaking now get raptured because you said it.
Well, you know what? I'm good with God, so I'll be fine. I will be fine. I won't see my dad there, but that's okay.
Oh, okay. I'm going to do it. So I get a Universal Yum Box, and Tim says I should unbox those for our channel because I'm funny about it and they're cool. And there are a lot of unboxing videos like that, but I need a brand deal first before I do that.
Hell yeah, you do. You actually need to reach out to them and tell them, hey, I'm going to unbox these for you, but you need to send me a brand deal.
So I love trying new snacks from around the world. It's my jam because I'm super picky, but I've been trying to try more food. Yeah. Sometimes I eat weirder stuff my stomach handles versus normal people stuff. So we got a box from Colombia like 2 months ago. And there's these chips, guys, called Toast Tacos. They're like a corn chip, like a Frito, but they've got this like seasoning on it that's spicy, and it's delicious. And I don't
so kind of like Takis, but corn chips.
Yes,
because I love Takis. I mean, I love Takis.
So I want to like them, but I don't like chips that have like a lime or a lemon flavor. I'm not a fan of those flavors. Like a lot of times tortilla chips will have with lime, and I'm not about that life. But these, it's like a nice heat, and it's super hard to find them. They don't make them here in the United States, so I have to like order them on Amazon if I want them.
That's funny. All right, guys, I'm going to go pour my wine and turn my air conditioner back down because now I'm burning up. I get really hot at nighttime. During the day, it freezes me out. During the night, I'm like, can you make it like burr cold in here? Like I want frost coming off my face. Like that's how cold I want it when I'm sleeping.
All right, I'm looking at the chat. Guys, guess what temperature I keep my house at? I'm still here, but
You're still here.
I'm still here.
72.
Oh, absolutely not.
Higher or lower?
Lower.
67.
Lower.
Jesus, you keep it lower than I do. 65?
Lower.
Holy crap, Colleen. 62.
In the house, yes.
Wow. I get mine down to 68, but it is freezing cold in our house when it's 68.
Well, like, so typically I keep it set at like 66. Typically 66, but for some reason, I think it's because it's been hotter outside. I moved it to 62 like 2 nights ago, and I keep a running fan.
I have a running fan in my bedroom at all times. So I do 67 at night, and I do 72 during the day. So, but we have a huge house. My house is almost 3,000 square feet. So it makes it really, really cold in here.
See, I'm in an apartment, so I don't have that.
Yeah. All right. I'll be right back.
Oh, and so you guys think that that's too much nail polish? Haha. I'm going to show you what too much nail polish is. And I don't have that much nail polish. The person I Simply Nailogical has over like 1,000 nail polishes. So I have move the camera again. So I have this case of nail polish, which is not hollow top. These are my normal nail polishes. I do have some like ones that are holographic or iridescent. But then my normal polishes, but like this one is like a lilac periwinkle. And like, so just different brands. The other side of that one is empty. And then move. You're gonna get squished. Come on. And then I'll flip the other one around for you guys because there's another side to it, of course. They're dual boxes, so one side is one and the other side is another. So you guys saw the hollow side. Well, this is the top coats and base coat side. So these are like the Hollow Taco normal colors. So a black, royal blue, royal tea blue, white, another gold, and then these toppers. So there's a unicorn skin toppers, and then holographic toppers, and then base coats and top coats. And just a lot of nail polish. But I used to bite my nails literally to the nub, like super low. Like I broke a nail on this hand. So see how low that nail is? I would bite my nails even lower than that. So I prevent me doing that by painting my nails an obscene amount of colors. So I probably paint my nails twice a week. Sometimes I keep it on for longer. If I use a smoothing base coat, so like this one, it's like a smoothing base coat. So it keeps my nail polish on for like a week to 2 weeks. Versus I have a peely base coat where it allows me to remove the nail polish by peeling it off. And I can show you guys what that like looks like. So it literally like peels off and looks like a nail. And I have nail polish and I keep it in a peely bag like she does. She's so funny. Again, she does not sponsor us, but I love her. Simply Nailogical 15. She's in Canada, so I support small businesses. Also, she's really cool. She donates to animal charities with the money she makes. She sends money to like those no-kill kitten shelters and animal shelters, and she is really big about education. Like her Simply Neological, both.
No. I went whew because I bit into a frozen mango and it like hit my tooth weird.
But they donate. They're really big into education, so they've paid for people's like semesters of colleges. And during COVID, she has put up money into like local restaurants and places for first line workers to be able, like nurses and doctors, to be able to get a free meal from a restaurant. So she's really great with the community and humanity stuff. So I like to support her as a business and her as a person, and the nail polish is great quality.
We should reach out to her for our hashtag Love Wins campaign.
We should. She did a video recently of Pride nails. She's really big on just community and advocacy. She's awesome. Oh,
got my wine. I put little I'm making sangria. I put fruit in it. Now I make a sangria at home. It's amazing. Everybody loves it. Everybody comes over for it. I think they come over to sangria more than they come over to see me, but hey. Come here, Bubby. I know. You want to go to bed. I know.
He's like, it's late.
Come here, Mama. Come here, baby boy. Come here. Come here to Mama. I know.
You know, I started watching Simply Neological Mia after she stopped doing nail art videos. So it's more, I watch her for like the comedy stuff. And when she makes fun of nail art, I think she's funny. She's like a stress reliever. Just kind of like her, and then the Try Guys are just kind of like the people I watch. And I support all these like small business people, like Keith from, he used to work at BuzzFeed, this guy from the Try Guys. He made his own like chicken sauce, like hot sauce. I bought it. It's delicious. And I tweeted him that on Twitter, and he tweeted me back. And I love when celebrities tweet me.
Yes, Rebel, we are talking about doing a giveaway at some point in time, but no, what we were talking about is our hashtag Wins campaign, which is the scholarship fund for ushering in peace and harmony that we've been raising funds for slowly but surely. And we're talking about it all the time, but I'm too tired to even say it tonight. So if Colleen wants to say it, great. If not, watch one of our other videos to the end and you'll hear all about it, because I did a little video about it. In fact, I think there's actually like a little 2 or 3 minute video that I did about it all by itself. So
it's all about, ushering in peace and love, and to have meaningful discussions, on both sides. We need to have, positive, meaningful discussions peacefully to be able to usher in change. And so the Love Wins is about how to add, we're not going to defeat hate with hate. And that no matter what, love does always win. There's more good than evil out there. And that we just have to work together to get the thing done that's needed to be done. And in that same sense, so we started that project around the times that Black Lives Matter started, and the recent Black Lives Matter issues that happened in May and continuing on. But we also then, Christina has been amazing and has set up, it's called the Gale Force Project, where it's about how good apples of law enforcement, and just about how there are more good officers in the law than there are bad, but that they may be afraid to speak up because of the blue wall of silence and supporting their brothers in uniform. So just about giving them a safe space to speak out and get help for what they need, and to be able to help different officers from across the country, and how to work together. So we're in the process of getting that going, but we're really excited about it, because I think that's we talk about it occasionally. We've done a lot of stuff with the cases that have been happening with Black Lives Matter protests and the different cases about why people are calling for change. And we think the way we're going to get change is by leading with love and about doing successful and meaningful reform of community funding. So it's something that, we're very passionate about, and we work with a lot of people in the law enforcement field who are supportive of it and are going to be helping us get that out there. So it's been a really amazing experience to get to talk to them and work together. But so we've been doing, a lot. So not only are we doing, our Good Wives, and we're wrapping up our season 2 and starting to get work done on our season 3 and our new podcast with Todd Matthews about missing people. But then me and Fancy do our Murder by Design, and we cover cases there. We do interviews with people on there. But we've also then been working on these organizations and advocacy at the same time. So we have been super busy, but we really love all of your guys' support. And
Rebel, cool. If we will love to put something up on your page. We may do a giveaway like that. So we'll work with you on that. So.
But yeah, we love all of you guys' support and, coming over and watching our episodes, listening to the podcast, interacting with us on social media. We really, really appreciate it. Know that, we see it and we really love you guys for it. You guys want to, share it on your own pages and, continue to get support. The more we grow, the more we can help people. And the bigger the difference we can help make in the world. So feel free to share it with your friends, your family, let other people know, and have them come on over, especially, if they like true crime, but, we have other stuff other than true crime that we do. We have the Fancy and Tori will be doing, an entertainment show. I do historical stuff on our Patreon. We have a couple television series that are not directly true crime, more of a true crime based but fictional show. So we've got tons of stuff in the works, guys, that we think you're all really gonna like. So continue supporting and tuning into us.
I'm sorry, I'm still here. We have our countdown. We have our countdown going. It's 44 minutes and 28 seconds. So we are counting down, guys. So we're in the home stretch, folks. I really want to thank Colleen for being on here with me tonight, because I don't think I would have made it, Colleen. I don't think I would have made it.
Yeah, I decided that I'm just at home. I'm doing homework, but I'll join you. Make sure you're not going crazy talking to yourself.
Make sure I don't fall over. And yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, but guys, we have
awkward, but
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. I mean, you're awkward, but you're fine. But we love your awkward. We love your awkward. You're our brand of awkward. Oh my goodness. Okay. So you guys can head over to see everything, our podcast, our YouTube channel, our blogs, all the new things that we're working on, the projects and everything. You guys can always just go over to madgingerentertainment.com. It's all there. So I'll type that in the chat.
Yeah, we just got the website going. It's great. We're super excited. Our PR person is amazing. He's been hooking us up with so many people. We got some syndication gonna happen. We got some sponsors. Just
What live stream got hacked? No live stream got hacked. Your timeout, Lee. I don't know what you're talking about.
But yeah, and we have our social media people that are awesome and helping us out. But we definitely could still use, some more help. So if you or somebody who knows even anything about editing audio and video, and they need a
Oh my
resume,
God.
or portfolio, a internship,
Please.
we would really, really appreciate that. Because Fancy, like she said, she's our editor and she edits all the interviews and the episodes and the YouTube episodes, and so she has to spend most of her time, almost all of her time, doing that instead of researching and learning about the cases more. That's more what the rest of us are doing to help her out. But I know she likes to research and know about the cases too. So
yeah, I do. I like to. I have, look, I don't know if you guys can see. Let's see. No, you're not going to see, but okay, but this thing right here, this thing that's not, but this wood thing right here, that is completely 100% filled with true crime books that I have not read.
Yeah, I showed them my bookcase earlier and how
yeah,
I crap books.
Yeah, it's a crap ton of books, and then I have a bunch of Audible books that I have. In fact, oh my God, Colleen, I just picked up John Glatt's new book. He's the one that wrote the one about Lacey Spears that we listened to.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and it's The Perfect Father, and it's about Chris Watts, and it is so good. So good.
That case bothers me.
Oh, yeah, Lee. Okay, I know what you're talking about. But yeah, no, it's really good. Like, that case bothers me too. Don't get me wrong, but I was like, it's John Glatt, and I want to know. John Glatt. So his books are phenomenal. The reader is a little weird. If you do the Audible version, now that is available on Kindle. If you do the Audible version, like I said, his voice reader is a little strange. It took me a little while to get used to. At first, I was like, "There's no way I'm going to read this book because I can't stand this guy speaking." But it grows on you after a while, and you just don't even hear it because it's so well written and so detailed that you just get lost in the thing. And I love reading too, Rebel. I don't like the Kindles. I like Audible because I can take it. And the funny thing about Audible, like, I can listen to true crime and like documentaries type things on Audible, like audiobook. I cannot listen to fiction on audiobook at all. I just can't do it. But I really do prefer to read actual books, but I just don't have the time anymore. So I pop on Audible when I'm driving around or I'm taking a bath or, what have you. And then that's how I, hear a lot of the true crime stuff that we have.
Well,
I'm hearing something. What is it? Nope, just a plane. Never mind. Just a plane. I actually was hearing a plane.
A lot of times, like, we have these conversations about, oh, how have you not seen this movie or documentary? How have you not seen this episode? Or how have you not read that book? And it's like,
right.
I've got like a wait list library in my bedroom about books I have to read, like, that I'm behind on because I have to read stuff for my textbooks for my degree, but then, like, I'm watching stuff for what we're doing currently. I'm trying to read books of cases we're going to be covering, and it's literally, we're just so busy all the time that I just don't have the time to read what I want to read. And I'm happy, like, so I graduate in December. I literally graduate Christmas Eve. I don't know why the hell it's Christmas Eve that I graduate, but I do.
That's hilarious.
And it's I've been in college since 2012, but I'm graduating with my master's. I'm super freaking excited for it to be over because that means I'm done with the homework. I'm over the homework. I'm over having to read my textbooks, and it's been a long time. I never stopped going to school. I went right after high school. I went to college, spent 2.5 years at a university. Then I transferred to a different college where I got my LPN degree, then my ADN degree, became a nurse. And then right after I graduated with the ADN, I transferred back into the university I attended and got my bachelor degree in nursing. And as soon as we graduated that, then I started my master's program 3 months later. So it's been nonstop schoolwork. So I am ready to be done. So I will probably have a live chat with all of you after the holidays, celebrating graduation, and force all of you to listen to me bitch about school being over.
You're so funny. You're so funny.
I'm so over it. I'm so over it. Every week, like I have homework due, and it's like, at this point, like I'm in the career that I wanted to be in. So I teach nursing to bachelor degree students and a couple master's level students now. That's what I do. This is my dream job, and I'm doing it. And the courses that I'm taking are essentially me doing work that I've already been doing. Like this fall, I'm going to be doing a capstone at my own job, working on with somebody about precepting teaching. And it's like I'm already teaching. Like this summer, I've taught 4 courses. Like, so
Right.
essentially shadowing a teacher for a job I already have. So it's like busy work and work that I already know how to do. So it's just like frustrating. It's like I don't need to do this. I know what I'm doing, but I have to do it for the degree.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but I'm excited because it gives me a little bit more push when it comes to my expertise. And when we talk about things, obviously, like I have a lot of medical knowledge already, but having the letters after my name, and it gives me more free time, obviously, to do this work. But it also lets me have a little bit more leeway with the professionals, knowing like, hey, I have my graduate degree in nursing and in medical science, and I also have my minor in history. So that's why I talk about war crimes and stuff, because it combines my love of history and true crime. But just so it's exciting. I'm ready to be done. Tim is lucky as hell. He, right after high school, we went to the same college together. He thought he wanted to be a pharmacist, but after like 6 months, he decided he doesn't like math that much, and switched his major into social work like a year into it. And I did everybody's schedule. Like I was able to make their class schedules to where the point where Tim changed his major and he still graduated on time. And I helped him pass his courses. And I'm happy I did it for him. But so he's been out of school since 2016. And I've been jealous. He works and then he gets to play video games after work. My work doesn't end.
Yeah.
That's what we do. And with the way that we're running now, like we're going to be busy forever. Like, which is awesome. Like, it's super exciting. Like, we speak to our experts all the time, and there's, true crime never stops. There's always, cases happening. And so, like, we have a backlog list of cases that we've wanted to cover. So cases that are, from the 70s, some even before that, to cases, that have happened recently that we still have to cover. So we're never going to run out of cases to talk about. And we're just always going to be busy. But, we like it. We like to, discuss this. Our YouTube channel is Murder by Design. We want to help understand why certain people do the things they do and what helped, them become this way. Nature versus nurture. What makes somebody a murderer? How do they become that? And we've talked about it throughout the day today, but people who were abused as children, either mentally, sexually, physically, a lot of times will go up to abuse people themselves, or some people just have that innate thing. Some people have mental disorders, and like Andrea Yates, Ed Kemper. And so there's just different reasons. And so we like to kind of figure that out and discuss what makes somebody do that. And is there a way, as science advances, is there a way we can figure out who, is at risk? I mean, they have studied, there are differences between people's brains. They can tell that somebody might become a serial killer based off an MRI.
Right.
And so, if baseline, if everybody who turns 18 takes, gets an MRI and they have that kind of brain, that maybe, they can just start getting help at that point, before they have those skills. And, not saying that they would, a lot of people, don't, but a lot of them do. And it's, that you have, your brain is susceptible to become that sort of thinking, then maybe you can get help before they commit the crimes.
Yes, exactly.
Just like there's it's like the one case of a dude who doesn't want to be a sex offender. It's a guy who admits that he is attracted to children, but he doesn't want to hurt a child. And so he moved to a part of the world where there's nobody around him. And he's given several interviews about it. He's like, I don't want to hurt a child, but my brain tells me to, but I don't want to do it. I don't want to hurt somebody. And so he's taken proactive measures to stop himself, which is good for him. Because unfortunately, most pedophiles and child abusers don't do that. They give in. And so essentially, that kind of same thing. People know that they have that susceptibility. People know, I was abused as a child and I don't want to hurt people myself. Or, you get this scan done and it shows that, you have the brain of a sociopath and you're susceptible to being a serial killer, especially if you did suffer abuse as a child, that maybe we can take steps, proactively, get counseling, work through any problems that they have, and, monitoring, ahead of time.
Yes.
And I know
why can I not type in the chat? I am not able to it won't let me type in the chat.
I know
weird.
A lot of people are probably against, that theory of,
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Weird. I cannot type in the chat.
A lot of people.
That's so bizarre.
Sort of anti-vaxxers or, you can't tell me what to do with my body kind of thing. But I feel in high school at least, before kids are allowed to play sports or, join clubs and activities, or every year students required to have a physical, kind of that same thing. Except for, get a scan done. And if you, if you have it, at least then it's in a file somewhere, that, and then in the future, if you do commit a crime, then they can look back and be like, okay, they had this scan back done in 2020 and now it's 2025 and they've killed somebody. What happened in those 5 years? Was there something that triggered them to do it? Or, what happened? How old are they? If they had that scan maybe done when they were 12 and now they're 18 and they just killed somebody, what do we look at the parents and say, what happened during those years? You refuse to get your kid help in that meantime, and it turns out they did need help. Should we do something? And before it gets out of hand. And I think, unfortunately, so we love, obviously, media and information, but at the same time, people watch these things and learn how to do things. And maybe that's not good for the population, and they get ideas and then maybe they will commit more crimes. To me, the
Colleen,
show...
you just cut out, love.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
There goes Colleen. Bye-bye,
Yeah, I'm
Colleen.
here. I'm here.
Oh, is it me? No.
I'm here. Hello.
There you are. You just recycled, which must have been what was happening to me a minute ago.
But I think that people visualize things more. Maybe they get that idea. The show How to Get Away with Murder kind of drives me nuts. Why are we telling people how to get away with murder?
Yeah, I mean, it's no different than the true crime shows, though, that basically show people what not to do.
I mean, yeah. Unfortunately, people are idiots and still do that.
I can't imagine how many times I've yelled at them at a person that's being attacked or a person that is attacking someone. Don't touch the doorknob.
Yeah, Definitely.
You're leaving
Like, why-
fingerprints, you moron. Like,
Right. Like, it's just like, what, how did you not look in the trunk? Look in the trunk.
right. Look in the trunk. Don't go upstairs.
Right. Like, we all make those comments when we watch stuff like that. And it's, it's good for, media, and it's good for, people who like it. But I think, it also has its negative impacts for the criminals committing the crimes.
Yeah.
But I know it's, it's one of those stretches that I think a lot of people are not going to be cool with. But I think as a society, hopefully, unfortunately, our society is only getting worse on the crime scale. And so, eventually, maybe if, there is enough crime happening, people will realize how we need to be proactive about stopping it. And maybe we'll tolerate getting these scans done. Like,
what scans are you talking about?
Like an MRI. Like, just, 16-year-old part of a physical required to get an MRI to see if they have those same abnormal brain scans that are more likely to be in a criminal, like a sex offender or.
Oh, okay. I was like, what the hell is she talking about?
Like, just getting,
I'm thinking like scans at the airport. That is how tired I am at this point. I was like, I don't know what the hell she's talking about. I literally don't know. And I don't want to say I don't know, but at this point it's like getting pretty far into this and I don't know. I think I zoned out for a minute.
And like, I know it's like slightly invasive, but at the same time, I think it's helpful. Obviously we don't do it for kids, but we do it, 16, 17 years old. And, you get the scan, and not everybody who has those scans will, but at least maybe we can help proactively.
I don't know, Colleen. I'm gonna have to disagree with you on this one, love. I see where you're going with it, but it's too much of kind of minority report for me. It reminds me of like, I think Minority Report says it, but there's another one that's been out lately that basically is like trying to prevent a crime before it happens, but you don't know that it's going to happen. So, I mean, like, you can't guarantee that that's going to happen. There's many paths in life that could take you one way or take you another. And just because you have markers for something doesn't necessarily mean you're going to do it. So I kind of feel like that's not cool. That's a little invasive to me. I don't know. I mean, we have a couple of different thought process on medical things. We both of us talk about these things. A lot of times we disagree, but at the end of the day, I mean, yeah, I understand the idea of prevention or understanding beforehand, but I don't know about it being mandatory. Voluntary, maybe, but not mandatory.
Right. And I don't know how I feel about it. Like, I would, want it to be done, but like, I totally get it that it would have to be something where if it's going to happen, it has to be across the board. It can't just be, well, in this high school we do it, but this high school is more minorities, and then there's targeted kind of things like that. Like, it has to be, equal across the board all over, the country. And maybe, the United States is not a good test subject. Maybe if they do it in different countries, first, and if they find that it has a positive effect and has helped curb crime, then, maybe it could get, somewhere advanced in this country. I think because we are such a large, very diverse country on every single subject, people are diverse and have different opinions and different populations, that I think it's worked too different, that for like us being a test pilot state is not a wise idea. There's just too many differences. And so if it's done somewhere else, I think more likely to show a positive effect, at least. I don't know. I think, it's something that if we see more in the future that there's a rise in crime and we don't know why, it's something that should be considered. Like, because we talked about, there was that one doctor who was doing those tests, and then he did the test on himself and found that he has that brain.
Sure. But he had never acted on it.
Right. And so I think, the acting part would be, you do that test, and then if you have had life experiences where you have been abused or seen things, and you have that brain, there you have like, the risk factors and, trifecta, where maybe then it's wise for them to get counseling before it's too late. Because I think,
Well, I don't know about that. Okay, because again, with that though, that's very subjective. Because if you force somebody to go into therapy or a treatment program or anything like that, it's not going to work because they're not going to be on board for it. So I don't know if that's I mean, I get where you're going with it. Don't get me wrong. I see what you're saying. I just don't know. It's kind of like, it's something I say all the time. It's a slippery slope.
Right. And so, like I said, I don't think it's wise to do that here until there's more information, if it's successful or not. If a smaller country like Switzerland or
but see, so many factors change the outcome of that test. So if you're testing it in a smaller country where crime is less prevalent, or where these types of crimes are less prevalent, or there's a lower population of minorities or a lower population of poverty-stricken people, then that study will have no effect or bearing on what is going on in a country that has more of those factors. So I think
well, I definitely get that. I think it couldn't, just be, one area. Like, I think you have to test it, just like in clinical trials, you have to test it in different populations, different segments, different places around the world. But if you test it, in similar countries but different backgrounds. So, you take a country, say maybe a country that has between 500 million, around 500 million people, or less, or 1 million to 5 million population. And you look at the crime averages of the country and say, okay, we're only going to do this on populations that have a 10% crime rate. And, there are a lot of countries that, are pretty much just one population, but there are a lot of countries who have different populations. And so if you perform the same study in different countries with the same preface and see, is there a difference between the medical aspect of it between different cultures and different races, or if everybody does have the same, is there something that they can do? Is it, looking at different variables. And again, I definitely think it's something that is worth studying.
Yes, Lee, you're right. That was there was a movie like that called Gattaca. It was very similar to what she's talking about. And I thought it was strange idea. It's not that I don't think that I get where you're going with it, Colleen. I think that my problem with it has to be maybe the mandation. If it was a voluntary situation, a clinical trial study like that, where you can sign up to do it, then I think that would be acceptable. But forcing people into that, I believe, is encroaching on privacy and your own. It's like one of those things, like, where do you draw a line into privacy? Like, how much is a good is for the greater good, and how much is crossing a line of being totalitarian. Oh my God. Yes. Thank you. Couldn't say it. And or dictatorship. So I think, I don't know.
I totally agree with that. Like, it's not something that, until there was solid scientific reasoning and, studying and a purpose, and if there was a positive outcome, I don't think it would happen for at least enough till 2100, because it would just need so much extensive study before it could be made into like a mandatory thing. Like, I think it would have to start as voluntarily clinical studies, and then into like a population segment study, to then, once there's been proven outcomes over a long period of time, and that the people who participated in the study and got that help don't then offend in the future. Like, it's definitely a long time consuming process, and would take a long time to be able to prove that it would help. So but it still doesn't in our lifetime.
It still doesn't mean that it's a good idea. I have to disagree with you on the idea of mandating it ever. I really just feel like that crosses over into a real privacy issue. I'm not being mean. I think
Right,
that does. But
it would be a hard thing to pass if it were to happen. And like for me, like it would need solid evidence and proof and, you know, time studied. It would take a lot for me to even remotely agree with that. Okay, this is Hope. She's meowing. She doesn't have a Kittler stash.
okay, here I am. Okay, so Robin says today up here. Joseph Smith claims to have found the golden plates after being directed by God through the angel Moroni to the place where they were buried. And that is an ancient Mormon telling of a tale. It's what part of, and it's part of what Mormonism is based on. So that could very well be a reason why Chad or Lori picked today as the day. But I hate to tell you this, folks, there's 16 minutes left. And I really think if the reckoning was coming, and the rapture was heading my way, I might see it by now, at least heading down towards me. And I'm not seeing it, but I don't know. Stranger things have happened. I don't know. Maybe we got left behind. I guess we'll find out, when tomorrow dawns and Lori is still here and she doesn't know why.
I tell you the hilariousness of that happened with the whole world was going to end in 2012.
Mm-hmm.
So I was in high school, so our senior class shirt had like party like it's the end of the world on it, which was funny. But so I was watching those shows like Doomsday Preppers.
Yeah.
And
sure.
People were convinced that the world was going to end in 2012. So they started like purchasing furniture and cars on loan that was going to expire in 2013. And then when the world didn't end, I just kept thinking like, oh my God, these people are now like $300,000 in debt because they took all this crap out and didn't think they would have to pay it back because the world was supposed to end.
Same thing in Y2K.
Yeah. Like idiots.
Lee, I don't know. Maybe it was meant to be spiritual. I don't know. Who knows with these weirdos? I have no words for them. I have no words for what they did. I have no words for what they have said, where they went. Like, I don't know. I was talking earlier about the fact, Colleen and I talked about why in the hell did they go to Hawaii and not, France where they don't extradite, but, I guess my thing was maybe they thought maybe one of them was having to wait for a passport, and they got picked up before that happened. I don't know. I really don't know
about the whole extradition thing. Like, if you're gonna go on vacation to ditch, like seriously, go to someplace else. Like at that time, they weren't completely under suspicion. At that time, like you were free. Like, and
just produce the children.
Right, like I'm not saying they should have. They're guilty and need to be thrown in jail forever. But like,
I'm sorry, Lee. I didn't pick up that you were being a smartass. I'm so sorry. I'm so tired. Probably would have picked that up if it wasn't 13 minutes to a 24-hour plus stint for me here. So yeah. Give the kids to Larry and Kay Woodcock. That's the thing. I don't understand. Tylee was going to be 18, and JJ they could have given back to, Kay Woodcock and Larry. Like I just don't understand, unless it really had to do with Tylee seeing something that she was threatening to blow the whistle on. We do know that she was there for Charles's death. And I just wonder if that is what set a lot of this in motion, was that with the kids. I don't know if necessarily the kids were part of the equation to begin with of getting rid of them. Certainly they didn't ever get rid of Chad's kids. but they are, adults. But it leads me to believe that the children were a problem, period, based on the fact that Melanie Pulowski, I think, Melanie P. And Brandon Bordeaux's children were marked as dark as well. I really think that hopefully Brandon never has to turn those kids over, because I think we'll see Lori 2.0 and Melanie if he does. It will be very sad.
I mean, I'm just curious on if there was, a certain poison or medication that they used, for several of their victims.
Absolutely.
And, like I talked about it a little bit with Joseph, was, there was the wife who put like a car fluid into like her husband's beverages and
right.
But then when they dug up their bodies later, like they were preserved because of this chemical, and there was like green fluorescent material in them. And so I don't know, maybe they look at the chemical composition of Kylie and JJ, and then dig up the other victims and see was there something in them that they were using to poison them,
right,
to at least like a drug inducing kind of thing to get them more vulnerable and easier to kill.
Yes.
I don't know. There was that there was a wife who was cheating on her husband with somebody else who worked at the company, and like she tried to poison him by putting like a deadly amount of like nicotine, like straight nicotine, in his Snapple. But it didn't work, and so they killed him like with another way.
Elaine, doesn't Brandon have custody of the kids though? Or I'm sorry, Rebel. I think Brandon has custody of the kids, not Melanie. I read some of their agreement the other day, or the court's response to the mother's claims, and they basically ruled all the way in favor of Brandon in all of it. So I think Brandon has the kids. I don't think Melanie has them. So hopefully they have dodged a bullet, there. Okay, guys, we're at 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Oh my goodness, I feel like it's the new year. Like we're waiting for the ball to drop. Like Dick Clark's gonna jump out and be like, "It's the Rapture! Happy Rapture Day!" Like seriously. Oh God, I felt so bad for that guy. Like, but Dick Clark, man, they just kept toting that guy out like many, many years after he should have been able to like retire and never be seen again and just relax and enjoy his life. At the end, like you couldn't even understand him half the time. It was so sad. I was so mad about it. Like it made me irritated. Like I don't know if it was his choice or their choice, but somebody made the wrong choice there in that poor guy, Dick Clark. Now, funny story, my mom actually was on American Bandstand.
That's pretty cool.
It was. I thought that was pretty freaking cool. So let's say my kid was a zombie. The world ended tonight, but my kid wasn't killed. What do they believe would happen? Yeah, you know what, RB? Not freaking sure. Not freaking sure. I would love to know. That one of the $1,000 million questions to ask the Daybells. Because, man. And assume I was considered one of the 144,000. Well, if you were one of the 100, okay, let's go through this. Let's see what you're saying here. So now my brain is a little bit rattled right now because it's very late and I've been up for a very long time. But let's see what you're saying here. So you're saying that if your kid was a zombie and the world ended tonight, but you didn't kill your kid, what do they believe would happen? And assuming that you are considered one of the 144,000. Okay, so let's see here. I think that if you were one of the 144,000, then you would be concerned not with what happened with your kid because your kid was a zombie. And if you didn't kill them, then your kid would just be a zombie and you would be raptured. And so you wouldn't be with your kid. And so at that point, you would be in heaven and there would be jack shit you could do about it.
Yeah, very true. I wonder if like, people in their whole cult like killed their kids today.
Right? Like, I mean, God,
That's something that I
Colleen,
told you.
don't even say that. And you know what? Who all was in their cult? Because all I've heard about is Melanie, the Melanies, and that's it. The Melanies. Oh, and that stupid author that goes back and forth as to whether she's, she thinks Chad is the greatest person on earth, or she thinks that he's terrible, which is Julie, whatever the heck her stupid name is, Rose, or I don't know. It's an R word. Something like that. I've paid not enough attention to that idiot because I was like, the first time I heard her speak, I was like, oh, you're a special kind of stupid. Okay.
I think there's
but-
more people than we know are believe in that crap. Like in Waco, those were Branch Davidians.
Oh, no. It's not. Okay. It's not Branch Davidians though, Colleen. That's a totally different thing.
I mean, but still, okay. Crazy beliefs like that.
Right. But Branch Davidians are a totally different thing. It has nothing to do with this thing.
I know.
Okay. Just making sure that you,
like that.
okay. Just making sure.
Like
right.
Jones, similar, like crazy.
Yeah. Similar. Waco, Jonestown. Yeah. Sure.
And just so like, I mean, I guess we haven't talked about that today, but that could be something that has happened today.
Yeah, I'd like to know if there is like a masked. Yes, Julie the Ghoulie. I would like to know if there is some sort of mass thing that happened today that we have not heard about yet. Yeah, guys, it's getting late. I'm sure it is hard to understand Colleen. I'm not even sure I'm actually speaking words anymore. So, I used to be able to do this all the time when I was in my 20s. I could spend 2-3 days up with no jugs, no nothing, just me, because I had just this outrageous amount of insomnia. And I have to say this, from talking with my endocrinologist and my rheumatologist, guys, I want to say, if you suffer from insomnia at a young age, please go get help, because I have suffered from insomnia since I was 6 years old. And my rheumatologist basically told me that is the exact reason that I now have fibromyalgia, because it is based on a constant lack of sleep that your body breaks down.
There's a lot of causes of fibromyalgia. I have fibromyalgia too. And one of the big symptoms is sleep problems, insomnia, but also, pain during certain situations, pain pressing on certain things, areas of your body, gaining weight, anxiety, depression, all things that, we all pass off like as normal or, from stress or whatever. But it can, be related to a medical condition happening in your body. So like I was in soccer when I was a little kid, and all through elementary school, but I never could be like a forward or the really person who runs a lot, because every time I ran, like my shoulders would hurt. Like it felt like my arm was being like ripped out of its socket. And so I was a defender the entire time. I was a great defender, but
interesting.
I didn't know why that was happening, and I thought it was just because I was lazy or something. But like as a kid, I was skinny and super, healthy tomboy. And then as I got older, I started getting plantar fasciitis. So like I have to wear special insoles and get injections into my feet. I tried getting a massage once to help my back because I was having a lot of pain. And the next day I woke up feeling like I got hit by a truck. And so I went and saw a rheumatologist, and when we did a very extensive history and several appointments, and he has concluded that I most likely have suffered fibromyalgia from the point when I was born. He thinks that being premature and being on a ventilator as a baby, and dealing with also if you dealt with emotional abuse as a child, you're more likely to have fibromyalgia as an adult too.
Interesting. Okay, so there's a couple of things here going on. Let's talk about some of these things real quick, because we've only got 3 minutes left before we are done. So Lee says there's a subreddit group that claims there's a group of followers that Julie Rowe is aware of, which is Julie the idiot that I was talking about. But she doesn't know how true that is. I wouldn't doubt it, Lee. Absolutely. That woman is cuckoo cuckoo as they come. And then somebody also said that, did we hear of Julie having an affair with Chad? Once again, wouldn't put it past him or her for that matter. She's pretty enamored with the guy. So yeah, I mean, exactly. So Julie is just a motor mouth that has no idea what she's talking about. I mean, she was on their stupid podcast. She wrote some stupid books. I don't know. And I believe that Chad probably hit on anything that walked and paid attention to him. That's, like I said, I think his whole thing with Lori, and I truly believe that Lori might have been the deciding factor on murders, because I think he was a guy who had no attention given to him in high school, wanted to be the big man on campus, like Tricia said. I've seen many of those guys. And basically, he traded in the wife that was not nearly as pretty as Lori on the outside. And personally, I don't think Lori's pretty, but I can see what a guy would see in her. She is put together. She's skinny. She's thin. She's got a nice little body. She's got the pretty hair. She's got her pretty makeup on. She cleans up nice. Okay, don't get me wrong, but I think that is when Chad like signed on to this murderous thing. Like, I think that Lori was kind of like, well, I have to get rid of my husband and you got to get rid of your wife and I got to get rid of the kids. And then we'll be able to be together in your utopia that you're talking about. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And I do believe that Chad is just one of those guys where he's going to take advantage of his role. Like David Koresh from Waco, he made these prophecies where he told his followers, like, I need to have sex with your wives. Like,
right. Some LDS, Elaine, some LDS do believe in the polygamy like Colleen's talking about. And I agree. She has gone from 10 to minus whatever, and she is very scary looking now. 56 seconds, guys. I'm so freaking excited. But yes, I definitely think, yes, there was a time when LDS, and some LDS still do believe in polygamy. I believe, like I don't have a problem with the sister wives that are happy with their
adult women.
Yes,
totally.
I do have a problem with, others. Like, I mean, whatever you do in your bedroom is whatever you do in your bedroom. And you're married to 5 different people. Well, I guess that's on you. It's not affecting my marriage in any way, shape, or form. So you go do you. But I mean, that's the FLDS, not just regular LDS. Regular LDS is just Latter-day Saints. And they don't believe that at all. So,
right.
Okay, so we're going to do a countdown here. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there is. We're alive. And there is no rapture here. Now, Tricia will continue on for, I think, another 2 hours on Mountain Time. So perhaps while I'm sleeping, I will be raptured. And at this point, after being up for 24 hours straight, I might welcome that because my fibromyalgia is just about ready to kill me right now. So,
I'll be interested to see, tomorrow or in the coming day, if they find some community people dead who took their own lives today or killed people today because of this. I guess we'll find out. Just, with like Waco and Jonestown, and then there was the other group where they all, like, the guy wore white and they all took a thing and slept in their beds and died. It was super famous. These just these cults where they end up killing themselves.
Yes.
And so we'll see in the next couple of days if some people show up missing and they go dig at their houses. Will they find people? We'll find out, and if that happens, we'll definitely talk about it.
Yes. I'm wondering. Yeah, I mean, there might be some different things. You come home. Okay. Sorry, my daughter is messaging me about ridiculous crap at this time in the. All right, guys. Well, I am going to definitely sign off. Thank you for tuning in, and and on this live with the Good Wives and Murder by Design. We totally appreciate what you do for our company and everything else. Colleen just went out. I'm sure she probably swiped the wrong way again.
I don't know if you guys can hear me again. I accidentally clicked out, but
goes, holy crap, that was really weird. we were both circling. Okay. Whole world, including uninhabited territories, is in July 23rd. Bree, thank you. No. The whole world is alive right now. So I'm thinking that these people are just, I want to know what the breakdown tomorrow is. They said that Lori threw things and freaked out when Chad got arrested and brought in. So I'd really love to know what actually happens tomorrow in jail for these two.
Right. Are they going to freaking panic and be like, oh my God, we're zombies. We did not get raptured. Zombies.
Zombies, we're zombies. We need to be killed right now. Okay.
Right now.
Your wish is my command. That is one time where I'd be like, no due process? All right. Stab him in the head. The only way to kill a zombie is to stab him in the head, right? Right? We've learned this from Walking Dead, right? Zombieland, zombie. Their version of zombies is much different than my thought process on zombies. But anyway, guys, yeah, I wonder if she'll finally clue in that she murdered her children. All right, guys, we'll have these discussions sometime tomorrow. We'll probably check in sometime during the day, maybe do a quick live for you guys as an update as to, hey, what happened during Rapture. But thank you so much, guys, for tuning in and dishing true crime with the Good Wives and Murder by Design. They are your hosts, Fancy and Colleen, signing off. Bye, guys. Oh, my God. Oh, I'm so tired.